Hello and welcome to Super Week TV 2025. We're back.
Hey!
Rick and Fosca, how's it going, guys? Is it good to be back again? New place?
It's nice.
Nice place. Still
nice
hungry.
View.
Great view. and Fosca, you've recently moved to Belgium.
So it's strange to see the new country where I'm from on the screen, but yes, I'm here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's super nice to be back.
As always, and great to the team, the production team.
Yeah, after moving, having and returning back to Super Week, it kind of gave me a bit of, okay, the word is still there, and Super Week is kind of my safe place.
It is. It's a place where we come back, we know the deal, and we go into the same routine, meet great people, get them in the studio here. And we have also with us is Rick Dronkers, who was here from the very beginning this year, Monday. So you're going to give us.
I've been doing the hard work.
You've been doing the hard work,
yes.
yeah, absolutely. So we're going to. You've got the head start, so we'll get you to give us some overview of the first days. But over the next 2-3 days, we're covering different areas again. And Rick, again, you've kind of got more the technical angle. Do you want to give an idea of the kind of sessions you've got coming up?
I am doing it very spontaneous, so. We don't know what's to come yet.
What do you say? It's a surprise.
Surprises. But I will have a bunch of fun talks. I'm going to have some talks also about running an agency. I run my own agency, and it's growing. And there's a couple of other guys here who have the same experience. So, you know, hiring the first people. Yeah, that should be interesting. But also, I'm going to do a talk with Matt Gershoff about anonymous A/B testing or privacy-friendly experimentation. And as you know, Matt, he will probably blow my head off with some really hard things that I don't understand, but I will just be nodding like I understand.
Yeah.
I have a talk planned with Steen about conspiracy theories in analytics. I'm going to talk with Krista Seiden. So bunch of people lined up already, and more to come. I think the next 3 days will be a lot of fun.
Yeah. It is very spontaneous how we find people as well over the course of the 3 days. Fosca,
How we convince them.
Sorry?
How we convince them. How we give them the courage to come on our TV.
yeah, absolutely. We trick them into it. Just come to a side room. Let's have a chat. And Fosca, what have you got lined up so far?
So far, and this year it can be tough. It's kind of a lot of changes, and for me, also moving to a new country gave me a handle of changing job, and I really want to understand how other people perceive that or how they move throughout their careers. So I will focus a bit on that, asking people how they get where they are, if they can give tips. So also the next talk will be with Julien and Coquet, and also with a guy I know from Italy who is a freelancer, and it's really an interesting story and can be really interesting to see. And I also want to focus a bit on sustainability. We will have a talk tomorrow with Elena, which is also the last year winner of the Punches Prize, so it will be nice to have her there. And other things that, of course, will come up also during these days. A lot of interesting talks. And it will be nice also to just find someone, as you said, in the room and bring it here and understand which is his point of view or her point of view on something else.
Yeah.
And what about you?
But well, I have got been planning this for the whole year. In fact, not that long, actually. But I've got, at 10:30, I have Eddie May, who is Customer Insights. That's what he's doing at Jentis. And we're seeing this whole movement of using not just a customer base, but a community base. I know that's something you're also interested in as well. But in terms of customer insights, using the insights more for the future of, or the development and the roadmap of the product. So that's a current theme. And I think we've also got Matt coming into that and talking to him about product innovation. How do they innovate their products? Because there's a whole new way that these brands or these these technologies need to actually evolve their products. And as we have, the big Salesforces and the big Adobes out there, they've got their ways, but we also have new emerging technologies that have an advantage because of their size. They can innovate quicker, they can move quicker around changes in regulations and changes in how business operates. So that's really exciting. So I'm really going to be focusing this year on a lot of the MARTECH side. Tapping into leadership in organizations is something, how do we get technology in there and get buy-in from the top? And also a bit on the community side as well. And I think that's something we share, is how community is more, we have events like Super Week and Measure Camp around the world where we see the analytics industry is very lucky to have the power of community where, we're all working for the greater good of the industry and for brands. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. And again, it's like fishing for us, right? Because we don't have everything laid out in the future, but finding that spontaneous person, that talk, I think is some of the magic that we have and some of the excitement. Some people call it stress. I know Esther probably calls it stress, but yeah. But Rick, you were here for the first 2 days. Can you give us an insight of on what was happening before we got here?
Yeah, let's talk about what you guys missed.
Yeah,
Make
exactly.
you jealous.
Yeah, okay, definitely.
I have my cheat sheet because it has been a lot, mentally and physically. So on Monday, we got kicked off by Julien. I don't know how often he kicked off Super Week already, but I think it was like his 5th time or something, and I think he showed it was his 10th Super Week. So he's part of the furniture of Super Week, so to say.
Yeah.
So that was a great start, and he was one of the first to mention probably the buzzword of the year again, AI. But he brought some nuance to it, right? He nuanced it back to automation, right? And how you can use it in a sensible way, in a non-buzzwordy way.
Yeah.
There was a really great presentation from Paula, who is the head of experimentation at Hilton, so famous hotel chain. And she showed a lot of great examples on how they are testing and what they are testing and how they're using like qualitative insights to inspire what to test. It was a really great presentation. So that really set the stage. We had Russell from Ringside. He gave a great talk on attribution, on customer lifetime value, basically on doing the basics right, which was very much appreciated in all the noise of new things we could do, like doing the basics right is always important. Just skipping a few, but Astrid did a talk, very thought-provoking on AI. She did one last year that really had a lot of people talking, and this year the same, like a lot of people were scratching their head after this talk, like, hey, I didn't think about the impact of AI through this lens. So I think that would definitely be interesting to get Astrid on Super Week TV to expand her vision on that. Something that I found really interesting, Till from DHL, he had a talk about running a remote analytics team, which is obviously very different if you're fully remote all the time, if you don't share an office, right? And how you prepare for that, which was very useful also to me, running a remote agency. And we had a pub quiz, and you guys really missed out on the pub quiz. The team this year for the music was Eurovision Song Festival finalists.
Oh, wow. I know, I wouldn't have gone good.
Me neither.
I also horribly failed. I had 0 points, but it was a lot of fun, and there was whiskey involved. So
Okay.
we'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
And then Tuesday was a bit more technical, I would say, which I like, right? So we kicked off with a talk by Maciek. I'm pronouncing that horribly wrong, but about his use cases of LLM, like in practice. That's really cool to see. And then Ezekiel and Matt were talking about bandits, and it's funny because they didn't try to make it accessible to everybody, but like the smartest people in the room were like, I have no clue what they're talking about. So it's always good to have a talk that goes way over your head. Ibrahim from Philips was back again this year with a great talk. Dennis from Stape shared his insights on data trends in digital marketing. We had piano. We had first-time presenters Vikash and Florian, who I think were first-time attendees last year, and they took the stage this year. I heard they were a bit nervous, but they did a great job. So that's cool to see, like people who attend and then next year get to speak. There was a panel from the TLC community, hosted by Kelly. And then Jordan and Ellie from Snowplow, they closed off the day talking about server-side tracking and the difference between server-side tagging and server-side tracking, which is very important. People don't realize that.
Interesting.
And we closed off the day in the bowling alley. There's a bowling alley at Super Week.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that.
Exactly. So this is what you missed.
Well, I found the sauna. That was the most important.
There is
thing
still a
for me.
sauna.
Yeah.
It is new. Here is also sauna, but
Yeah.
the last area did not have a bowling alley, and now we have a bowling alley. So we upgraded.
Yeah, and it seems like because things that you mentioned there, particularly AI. I mean, AI in all the events that I produce through the year is still the hot topic, and I think people are starting to trying to figure. I remember a couple of years at Super Week, AI was basically everyone had AI generated images on their slides. I don't know if you remember that one. And now, how is the AI conversation starting to evolve this year at Super Week?
I think it's so there are still AI generated images, but now people are like, here's my mandatory AI image in my slide, right? So it's a little bit toned down from the years before. I think the main change is that people are actually using AI not in a gimmicky way, right? So people have actually found use cases of applying AI in their day-to-day life, and whether that's to help them write SQL, which is probably what a lot of people are doing, but also like actually at customers. So it's moving away from the hype into the reality of day-to-day work, which is a good thing because in the end that's what it's about.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think in the next days we also have a couple of really nice talk about AI.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to see where it evolves.
We will have multiple talks on AI. We're not done with AI. I've seen at least 3 over the next 3 days, so we should be good.
Yeah.
And what's the general feel with AI? Is it a tool still that is taking people's jobs, or is it a tool that's actually helping
We'll take
us?
all our jobs.
Okay, that's
eventually.
great. Yes,
We will be redundant.
That's great. Well,
Yeah, we will change.
They
we
can
will
take my
adapt
seat here, and
as everyone, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's so much work to be done that probably we will just have to figure out new stuff to do as we automate the old stuff that we were doing manually.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I saw was at a conference at Web Analytics Wednesday, Hector Martinez, a guy who I've worked with there, he works with machine learning and AI, and he had a quote that he borrowed from somewhere, and it was, AI will not take your job, but someone using AI will. And I think that's kind of, I mean, this is, for me, working with a lot of text and a lot of content, I'm able to produce a lot more content of, for our articles and for our talks and putting programs together. So if anything, it's making work more enjoyable. Like, we're not plowing fields anymore. All the dirty work is being done. But are you seeing, Fosca, like AI creeping into your work, your day-to-day work?
Yes, actually, it's really helping me a lot.
Yeah.
So for what I see, everything is moving towards this word, and trying to stop it or trying to deny it will just get us back.
Yeah.
What I see, and I think everyone here has more or less the same idea, is how we can integrate it in our day-to-day life to make us a step ahead on the others. Yeah. So really begin to understand that AI is there.
Yeah.
And we need to be friends with it, like our best friend, because if we don't begin to think that way, for me, we are gonna lose. Okay, maybe find ways to make it more similar to what we do and help us even more, and automate those processes that are boring, and like trying to maybe focus on those things that we really love to do, strategy or connections, and those things that are people.
Yeah.
Like people and speak with people, because AI is not a person, like it's not feelings and so on. So try to focus on those things that are ours, and try to have AI as a really nice companion that can help us just do those things that we don't like because they're repetitive and boring.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I've found using AI as well, A is that helping us do things quicker, but if I take a transcription from an interview and run it through AI, I can ask questions, what was he talking about there? Or it'll bring out a topic that I maybe wasn't listening to at the time. I said, did he really, or she really talk about that? And so what I'm finding, the whole process of processing content afterwards, I'm actually learning a lot more from it, which I find really interesting. So, you know, what about you, Erika? How's AI been affecting you in your world of setting up a new agency?
Well, my AI meeting recording is my best friend.
Yeah.
There's definitely challenges, right? And we're in the middle of learning how to deal with it. Because one downside is we produce so much content now. So let's just say a meeting transcription that, you know, if you like, are you still going to ingest that content, right? So the signal to noise ratio, it was already noisy and it's becoming more noisier, right? Everybody is able to produce so much that like, what is the stuff that you are going to consume? But using it as a guide to understand what an article is about, right? So those kind of things, it's definitely helpful. I think on the client side, what is really interesting is all the customer input, right? So all the qualitative survey responses, these kind of things. They used to be really roughly analyzed, if at all. And now with natural language processing, it is a great way to actually give that voice of the customer, like properly use it in the company and use it to take action upon, because you can ingest all of that qualitative data in a way that makes sense now. So I think that is a great use case that is really valuable. I do worry a little bit about what I said, the signal to noise ratio. It's so much noise, I'm not sure if we are well equipped to handle it all. So I tend, like, if you throw too much at people, they tend to filter out everything and also the important part. So that's the aspect I worry about, like the quality of work. I'm not sure if it's always in our best interest right now. Or I think the technology goes faster than we can adopt. I think that is
absolutely. Or let alone what people can understand if you're trying to adopt it into a client.
Yeah.
But it's almost like we need to have, instead of 1 hour meetings, 20-minute meetings, and just get to the point rather than having too many points. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So it will be interesting, but there's a lot of smart people here. So
it'd be great
maybe we can learn how other people are using it and digesting all these new tools and new ways of doing things.
And so you mentioned a couple of other things there. Attribution and customer lifetime value. I mean, always hot topics, right? I mean, you know, at what point is a company or an organization ready to be able to start having this kind of insight set up? Are we seeing any progress from year to year, particularly on, say, let's start with customer lifetime value? Is that still, because we're going to more subscription-based companies as well, right? Where and loyalty is really something that is really important for more and more brands, right?
Yeah. Well, I think the importance has not changed, right? It has always been important. I think more companies are achieving a maturity level to actually use it in a meaningful way. I'm going to have a session today with Russell from Ringside and with Dan from the Measure Pod about attribution. And they both have a lot of history working at companies that do a lot with complex attribution, so that should be fun. But I think these are like, they are models, right? Customer lifetime value and attribution are models. They are ways of looking at reality, and they're, per definition, they are wrong. But the less wrong you get them, the more useful they become to your organization. And I think that's the lens to look at all of this, right? Like, if you can do a little bit less wrong than your competitor, right? If you can do a little bit better than your competitor, that's the benefit, right? It's not about the perfection does not exist, right? We're trying to capture this complex reality of people interacting with brands and making purchase decisions. And we try to measure that through clicks and scrolls, which is already very big gap. So it's already a really rough proxy. It seems very complex and very detailed, but it is of course not.
It's only some of the variables, right?
Exactly, right? So until we stick a Neuralink chip in our head and measure our brains, right? Until we get that level of data, we are always dealing with these rough proxies. So I think that hasn't changed, but yeah, our tools become more powerful every year. So it becomes easier with a smaller team to do these kind of things.
Yeah.
That definitely.
Actually, that's a good point. I mean, one of the areas in marketing technology I'll be covering is how, and we have a few vendors here, how are they going to innovate their tools?
I think also that we have almost 2 minutes left or something, so I kind of feel that we need to wrap up.
I think we should then.
Yeah.
Until we get something thrown at us. We're nerding out too much here.
But yes, I think that we will have both today and tomorrow and Friday to speak about a lot of things. As last year, we will be there. Maybe tomorrow Rick won't be one of us in the morning, but me and Yumar will be the ones that will let you to what happened today. So I think we can close.
Yep.
And we will see in a couple of minutes.
Yep, another
and
coming up.
Sorry.
People should like and subscribe and share on YouTube and LinkedIn and
all that stuff.
X and Blue Sky and all the things.
All the social. And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. And we will see you all soon.
Yeah.
Cheers. Hello and welcome to Super Week TV 2025. In this first episode, we're opening up with a topic on marketing technology and the future of product innovation. My name is Jomar from the brand leadership community, and I have with me three esteemed gentlemen: Eddie from Jentis, Serge from Stape, and Matt from Conductrics. Welcome, gentlemen. So we're talking about marketing technology, and I just want to go around with you guys and explain your roles. You know, Eddie, you have a product focus working with channel. Serge, you're working with sales directly with, and Matt, you're really focusing as a co-founder. So from before, way back in the genesis of your brand until today, and really a part of that steering of where the product, how it needs to develop. But if we can start with you, Eddie, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
And tell us a bit about your role and how that's evolved in terms of what your role is, even though it might be a small part of your role, innovating the product or giving feedback. Or what?
Yeah, because I'm Product Insights Manager at Jentis. Jentis is a data capture platform. And part of my role is to ensure that, particularly when we're working with partners who are one of our channels to market, go-to-market channels, is that the product is meeting the requirements of their customers. So there's a lot of talking, surveys, meeting and greeting with partners, for example, and just trying to find out what is it their customers require. Is Jentis meeting that requirement? And also, and this is one of the reasons why we do a lot of measure camps and Super Week, etc., is to try and see where the market is going, what the requirements are 18 months down the line, for example, and try and map those to what we're developing and what the feedback we're getting from our customers as well, to ensure that we are keeping pace with what's happening in the sector, and ideally that we're trying to get in front of what's happening in analytics and digital space.
Yeah.
So in that respect, what I do is I try and the insights I get back should feed into the development of the product and us being at the forefront of the next breakthrough or whatever.
Yeah, and for you, Serge, I mean, you're at the end of, okay, you have the product, you're going to market, and you're talking directly to the customers or maybe the channel. How do you take on the customer feedback? It's probably your primary role is more to get it out there. What's your experience with rolling out new products or getting feedback from customers?
Yeah, it's kind of similar to what Eddie described, right? It's like, for us, it's also really important to get the real feedback from our customers, from the community. That's why we also go to as many conferences as possible, especially the good ones, right? Like the Super Week and a lot of measure camps. So yeah, it's really about getting that feedback on time, passing it to the team, passing it to the right parties, to the right departments, and making sure you act on time to deliver. So us having 100,000 clients at this point, it's always a challenge to keep up with that standard of being at the forefront of the innovation when it comes to server-side tracking, all that stuff. And yeah, it's really important to get the feedback from everyone. And that's basically what I do. That's basically what the team does.
And it seems like you're a growing company, but you're still at the size where you can still communicate with each other.
Yeah. Most of the time, yeah.
Yeah. So from the sales perspective, do you get? Do they take your feedback on board, or do you get a bit of pushback sometimes? I mean, how is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably with any product company, right? So you talk to some people, and you think that those people are really persuasive in what they are saying. That that's the new thing. We really need to concentrate on that. And then you go to developers, then you go to the CEO, to the core team. You say, hey guys, I got this idea. Here is this and that. They're like, maybe we'll push back on that. Maybe later. We got priorities right now. But yeah, most of the time, the feedback is really welcomed, and it's taken great.
Yeah, and for you, Matt, I mean, it's great having you here because being a co-founder of Conductrics, you've been in the product before it was a product. What was your mindset from the beginning of developing your company? You obviously saw that there was a gap in the market. So it was about not just innovation, it was creation, right? And now you're moving into innovation. You want to give us, and you made a really interesting comment, yes, I've made all the mistakes. Do you want to give us a quick overview of your perspective?
Yeah, and I definitely haven't made all of the mistakes. There'll be more mistakes to make. That's how it is.
Yeah.
I think I've transitioned from the beginning. I think one of the mistakes one can make is to be overly focused on what you think is going to be good for the client. And so it's like you have to bring a point of view. I think the main thing for us is to have a point of view, a well thought out point of view, but ultimately is to have empathy and sort of being intentional about focusing on the customer. And so for us, we think about, we're relatively small and we focus on building long-term relationships with our clients. And so having a longer term view means that we really get most of our feedback from servicing our customers, and so we hear like what their needs are, and we'll usually prototype something with like a client to make sure that it's working for them, and so it's robust, and then we will roll it out. So there's sort of like two dimensions on how we think about how we want to innovate. One is just to fill clients' needs, and we hear a lot about that from like our servicing of them. But the second is really sort of thinking about the marketplace. So for us, I made the mistake early on thinking about what a good solution was and then trying to offer the solution, as opposed to now I really think that it's about being much more humble, and it's really having a better idea of what our customers actually need. And so actually we've made things less complex, and we always are trying to make something more simplistic. So I think there's a lot of innovation in being able to provide the customer's needs while doing it in the simplest way possible, which is sort of different than marketing focus, which often is trying to sell complexity. You sort of like sell the next best thing, even if it actually doesn't really help the customer so much, which is why we're focused on sort of the privacy side of things. And our whole architecture is, the innovation is to be compliant with sort of privacy by design.
And you mentioned you also have the customers that you'll probably develop the early beta level. How do you get to the point where you can identify a client to say, hey, can you take this step into the unknown with us? Is that...
We have high touch with our clients, so part of even though we're product, where we model ourselves more, I guess, on hospitality in a way. So it's a lot of it is there's the delivering of the service, but then there's also how the service makes the client feel. Like, do they feel safe? Do they feel like they can come to us? Do they feel happy working with us? Which is what we want. We don't want them to feel like they're working with us because of switching costs.
Yeah.
We want them to always. We want them to stay with us because they like working with us.
Yeah.
So part of our model is to include service. That actually helps us because then we can be much more aware of actually what their needs are and what their having friction points are. So usually it's something that the client needs, and we have a very good idea of what their situation is.
So it comes down to having a good relationship, right?
Yeah, we're all relationship based.
Yeah. And what about you, Eddie? I mean, you're, I wouldn't say new in the role, but it seems like your role is evolving, and you've had the move from customer insights now into product insights. Are these moves helping you understand the customer a bit better, or are you being able to build deeper relationships from the different angles?
I think it's a bit of both, because when you're talking directly to the customers, you're very focused on a particular customer and their experience. When you're talking to the partners, for example, who have multiple customers, you get a slightly different impression of the problem as a whole. So you go from the very specific to the more general, and I think that helps when you then bring in the market and what you're learning at Measure Camp, Super Week, to be able to broaden that focus, single focus from customer into a more broader market focus. But my role is also, I come from a community background. I was a community manager in software, and there's still an element of community involvement, engagement as well. Not just through Measure Camp, but also one of the things I do is I do face-to-face meetings with partners. We have monthly partner touch points. So there's a lot of kind of like what I would say community type stuff going into managing those relationships. And I agree with Matt that most of what we do really is about relationships, because people do business with people, and it's ultimately it's a very focused relationship-based focus for the role, and I think that's one of the things which may differentiate us from some of the very big brands, where customer support is kind of much more automated and it's more impersonal, whereas with a smaller company, it's much more face-to-face. And I think that's one of the things that helps us.
Yeah. Now, Eddie talks a bit about community. Now, Stape has a very strong community as well. And the community can be great for a number of things. It can be good for retention and the customer lifetime value. But from a sales perspective, are you seeing a lot of value in working with the community from the sales perspective? What's your experience there?
To be honest with you, like in my specific case, like I'm super lucky that the community does a lot of stuff for us. So they are being the advocates of the product. They are being like the champions, basically, right? So they rely the value of the product. They rely certain use cases they come up with every time, right? So like sometimes you just need to support the stream of thoughts that some people have like in the community, because like even coming here, a lot of people already know Stape, work with Stape, use Stape. And you don't need to like tell them, hey, this feature is great, that feature is great, you should try that. They already tell you, yeah, we've tried that really works, thank you for that. So really that community feedback matters a lot to us. The engagement of the community also matters a lot to us. We come up with like all the possible how-tos, blog posts, whatever, whenever it's possible, as soon as it's possible, right? Just to be among those first people to relay that new thing. So yeah, for sure. Again, community does a lot of stuff for sales, for
So it's driving a lot of inbound rather than your outbound. So you're not hitting the phones cold calling anymore?
No, we don't need to do it. We don't need to do it. Like, a lot of outbound, a lot of inbound is coming from the community, right? So from that blog post, okay, I did that, how can I do it better and stuff like this, and then you just pick it up and lead the deal. So yeah, community is one of the probably key and decisive driving factors that drives the success these days for us.
Yeah, and for you, Matt, with this whole, I mean, I suppose you've seen it. Have you seen a change in that whole sales implementation process? Are you looking at shorter, longer sales cycle? Are you finding the industry is more educated?
Oh, well, for us, we have a fairly specific sort of niche, and so the companies that we work with tend to be larger organizations, and so that tends to be a much longer. It's a larger decision for an organization to implement software like ours, since it actually interacts with their larger process. So there's a lot of folks who have to have sort of sign off and feel comfortable with it. So I think for us, the sales cycle is your sort of standard enterprise sales cycle. So that hasn't really been affected.
Yeah.
No, that's sort of the same.
So what are some of the big changes over the years that you've seen in terms of from that whole evaluation, implementation, and architecting process? Has that, from your point of view, has that pretty much stayed the same in your niche, or are you seeing changes?
I think in terms of the sales process, for us, it's more just we re-architected our software in 2015 or 2016 with GDPR.
Right.
And so our architecture is a privacy by design architecture, and so that meant that we had to sort of re-architect how we collect data. We collect data in sort of a K-anonymous way, as well as reconfiguring or rethinking through all the statistics to be able to do the appropriate analysis on that type of data. So a lot of the innovation is in the architecture and sort of the statistical approach and the analysis that we provide. And actually, we just put a paper up on arXiv, so if anyone's interested in looking at A/B testing with K-anonymous data, you can take a look at that. We publish that. So that type of innovation we do, sort of like a thought innovation. And so it's affected us in that our clients, folks who are interested in working with us, tend to be maybe in a more sort of compliant or data restricted space. And so that means by its very nature that it's going to be a thoughtful review process from them. Yep.
So last round, if we're looking into the future, I mean, you all have different angles in working with technology and data and enterprise. And this can be from your own personal point of view, not necessarily from from the companies that you represent. But Eddie, what do you see the future of innovation for the tools out there?
I think it partly depends on the regulatory environment. We don't know what's going to happen in the US, but that could mean privacy becomes even more important in the EU. So that might lead to some kind of innovation around the privacy area. AI is obviously everywhere and nowhere at the same time. So I think, I mean, we've released an AI product. I can imagine almost every company will be coming with an AI product. And the interesting thing will be, how does that work from the privacy angle? But I do think we're going to see more entrants into the market. I think there's going to be a degree of fragmentation, and then probably in 5 or 6 years' time, more consolidation.
Yeah, the good old cycle. Yeah. And from your point of view, Serge?
Yeah, I must really agree with Matt, with Eddie, when it comes to privacy and compliance. It all used to be important, right? And it's still important. It will become even more important. So all these regulations, all these new frameworks are coming up every year. Like, for example, this year, the new DORA compliance came out, like for financial sectors, that all vendors who work with like really important financial institutions, they have to be DORA compliant. So more vendors, like us included, we go through those new certifications. We try to see what's up, what's new, what's changed, what new challenges it actually represents for the company, for the vendor, right? So I think there will be more and more of such regulations. Each European company, each United States state will have more freedom when it comes to how to see those compliances, come up with new ones, like with California CCPA, like they have kind of like their own GDPR, right? So I think it will become even more and more common. And our case, our task as a product, as like new solutions coming up to the market, is to make it as easy as possible. Because like right now, sometimes it's hard, right? Because companies, they come to you and they say, hey, we saw that you are like GDPR compliant, right? So if we use your product, are we going to be GDPR compliant, right? So it's also about explaining what's happening to them, right? Most of the time. So I think our task, and it should be the new thing, right? To make it more affordable, to make it more easier to understand for the clients in the future years.
And for you, Matt, how do you see the future is innovating Conductrics? Is it, I mean, there's obviously
there's a lot of work for us to do. So in our space is just extending the privacy by design to additional features. And so for us, our point of view is the privacy by design approach. And so I think in our space, in the experimentation space, I think there will be a ton of consolidation. There was a lot of external capital that's funding a lot of companies, and so they'll either be acquired or they'll die. And so, because there's a lot of, the market is oversaturated at the moment, and I think unless you have a very strong point of view and editorial and in understanding where you want to be innovating, I think a lot of those players will be exited from the market. But for us, I think in our space, we're the only company that has sort of the architecture which is designed around.
Yeah, and I suppose with enterprise, right, we can all agree here, the whole idea is to develop a long-term implementation that is a part of their overall infrastructure, right? So yeah. Gentlemen, it was great having you here today. Hope you enjoy the rest of Super Week. And that's it for this episode. Don't forget to stay tuned. We've got a lot of great more episodes coming up. And until then, we will see you next time. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm back at the TV. We had Jomer just 3 minutes before me, like 5 minutes, and we'll be back with me, Fosca. So with me today, we have two people. I need to get used again to the TV. Luckily, we have a wonderful crew that helped me out. We have with me two wonderful people again. Everyone is wonderful, I think, here. And sorry guys. As usual, I'm Italian, but like we have an Italian guy, so it's never been here. It's your first time.
My first
Roberto, like is working with Roberto and Matteo in Tech Manager Italia, and we have Riccardo with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yes, and we have Julien, and you all like actually it's kind of nice because you have been here for.
This is my 10th edition.
Like,
Yeah, one out, out against 10, so it's
Yeah, so
basically no competition out there.
Yeah, we have Julien, and a lot of people already knew him. What we are speaking today about work. Why?
Why?
I changed country, so I'm no longer living in Italy, but I'm working in Belgium right now for Havas. And for me, it's kind of interesting how the world is evolving nowadays towards everything, like how we change it, how the world is changing around us, how we change with it. We spoke a lot about AI. So I also want to understand how other people perceived it. And I have two great examples here, like also Riccardo, now you're a freelancer, but you are collaborating a lot with Tag Manager Italia.
Yeah, I'm a partner of them, so a strict partner of them, yes.
So it will be
2
nice.
years now with them, but actually I'm on my independent consulting business to 5th year now, so.
Okay, so you are
It's a long road.
gonna explain us
Sure.
how you get there.
The whys and the when and what happened basically, maybe.
And,
what drove my change.
That's super nice. And also, Julien, if I'm not wrong, you were one of the founder of Media Monks, or I guess.
Oh, no. But I'm one of the, let's say, the older members of the well, now former members of the data team. We'll talk about that later. But yes, I left them mid-December.
Okay, so it's also nice to see how you're approaching also this new phase of your life. And I had a really nice chat with you. It's kind of seems that you have really nice ideas as well, and it could be nice to understand both of you how you handled your work life, and it maybe could resonate with the people at home. And if you also get some inputs for us, it will be nice to read afterwards. So let's begin with you, Riccardo. Is okay?
Fine.
Okay,
fair enough.
so
Yes,
let's
Thanks again
present
for
yourself to.
Yes, of course, to the people, attending this interview, and maybe some already knows me, some not. Actually, I'm Riccardo Malesani. I'm from Italy, like you. Northern Italy, actually, but I live in Tuscany now. And I've been working in analytics field for, this year will be 12 years, so pretty long road. And my educational background and work experience at the end meshed together, but was pretty different one to each other, because I started with an educational background in business and marketing, and then I moved to statistics in my last part of a university path. But then I have this, very, very deep passion about coding and programming and web development. So at the end of the day, I ended up working as a web developer for years. And this is my main job experience, okay? So I did a lot of things in the digital, but mainly in the web development. The old days, PHP, MySQL, Oracle, and front-end development engineering. But then I moved to analytics in 2013. And from then, I've been working mainly on the consulting side. So I've never worked for a company, in reality. I worked before getting to analytics and development, the early years of working experience. But then I've been working on consulting for most of my analytics life. And I changed company, I changed agency, and the last one I would say I'm proud of having spent 4 years and a half in this company, Italian company that is, very renowned all over the world. And I was leading a team, a small team of 4 people, 5 people, head of. But then I quit in 2020, in the first year of the pandemic. Many things changed. And I felt the need of, first was taking a break for me, because I was at the point that probably I need to recover, because when you work in, EV consulting business, there's kind of pressure. I was doing a lot of operation and management together because we were maybe struggling a little bit to evolve as a team. We struggled to find new people. And this forced me to keep working a lot in the operation. I like it, but at the end of the day, it was kind of pressure on top and managing the team. This was probably the reason why I kind of burned out a little bit. Yeah. So I need to stop to recover myself. And I from May 2020 to the end of the year, I was keeping recovering myself, healing, and having a lot of interviews. And it was December, so the end of that year, that very particular year of a pandemic. And I had an offer, but at the same time, it was starting to me the idea of take this particular time to make a real change in my life, in my working life, and doing independent. And I was having the first maybe contacts was one of my previous clients, then I had some other companies that I've been knowing for years before. And so came to my mind the idea of, okay, I can do my stuff instead of finding another job. But I had an offer. It was in Germany, so I had to relocate in case. It was pretty good, but at the end, I always felt this entrepreneurial, feeling inside myself. I've always been known to build my stuff at the end of the day.
It's kind of nice, to also have the opportunity.
Yes, to do it.
And can I stop you one second here, and then I will return back to you. Okay. But it's kind of resonates with me a lot, that because you're kind of this position now, no? Like you're trying to see, Julien, what you can do now in your life. You're taking time for yourself and see where you can go, because as I understand, right now you're in this period of your life where you are in searching or for a new job or deciding to have your kind of business, if I understood correctly.
Sure. So hi, I'm Julien. I turned 50 in 2 weeks, so I'll be the 50-year-old white male, so not necessarily the best demographic to hire. But
I will turn 41 in 2 months, but actually.
Yeah, I rest my case.
No competition again.
But no, seriously, it's a not going to say anything that's disparaging or anything. But let's say I didn't exactly choose to leave my company despite what you might hear. But essentially, now I'm at a stage where I can a bit like Riccardo in a way. So take some time for myself to recharge. Not necessarily heal, because I was sort of mentally checked out for 6 months before I left the company. So so I sort of already had some time to think about things, but me leaving made it more concrete, as in I took steps to create a basic company to start doing work if I need to, because I'm going to get bored very quickly. So there's only so much time I can spend about myself, my family, my pets, my cooking, martial arts, whatever.
Your raspberry.
Exactly. So getting back on the saddle is also very important, because otherwise my wife is going to go nuts, because I'm going to be too grumpy. So taking the steps to start work again, or at least preparing the groundwork in case something happens or doesn't happen. That's important. And like we discussed, I'm already having a few interviews, but at the same time, I'm in a position where I can wait a bit more. I have maybe 6-7 months ahead of me, so I don't have to rush into grabbing the first job that comes along. I'm in a position where I can be a bit more demanding about what the job is going to be. I live in the south of France.
Not bad, actually.
I have structured my work life for the last 20 years or so to be able to work from home.
That's good.
When DSL came around, all I needed was a modem and then a train station not too far off, and I was all set. So I want to keep working that way if possible, even if it means, yeah, I'll play ball, like a starter job, I'll be there in the office to begin and then maybe go back home on a regular basis. I'm not sure. But again, I feel that with my experience, I'm in a better position to negotiate. So we'll see what happens.
It's nice to have both of your point of views. And the market is changing. You're not the first person, I don't think neither the last, that will be in this situation. But what I see is really empowering, because anyhow you're trying to find again a way to continue, and I don't think it's the easiest way if you're
not actually home. This is very important, I think, Fosca, because I think the easiest way probably is not the best often. To me, the pandemic time again was very pivotal moment, not only because, as I told you, I changed my work experience, I went independent, but also because I also, immediately after, we also relocate. Oh. So everything moved together in from 2020 up to 2022, where actually we moved to Tuscany, where we find new place to stay. We wanted to be more close to greens, to be more in a place where to grow as a human being, you know, and be in touch with the easy thing and probably the more straightforward things in the life that we miss out, like simply having a vegetable garden. Yeah. As I wanted for a long time. Now I have, or I don't know, maybe just be able to go out my door and just have a walk in the woods or take my mountain bike without taking the car. Before I was forced in, you know, urban area of Milan, even when having a trip, always stay in the car, in the queues, at traffic. Now the worst thing that can happen to me is having, you know, like a tractor, you know, people working in the fields in front of me, in front of my car. This is the worst thing that can happen about traffic now. So it's very beautiful. And this is possible because we can work remotely. Yeah. So obviously I moved to the clients, to the company, to the manager Italy that is currently based where I've been living for my entire life. So I found out Matteo is close. My original, you know, birthplace and Matteo's one are basically, I think, like 1 kilometer away to each other, but we didn't know before. So it's crazy. You're right, we're in the same place from. Same kind of growing habits, countryside of Veneto region, vineyard all around, and then we met each other working together a long time after that. And so it's about balance. But obviously it requires effort. It's not an easy thing. You need to take risks. You need to take risks. Yeah, going independent is taking a risk. It's not for everyone, I think. I was talking about that in the morning with someone, I don't remember who, that you need to be able to you know, to go to the uncertainty, especially if you come from the company where the company is providing you with project, with clients. And also, I say maybe it's not for everyone because it requires not only technical stuff that we all need as we are tech guys, as we are developers, as we are analysts and whatever we are, but we also need a business mind frame for considering all of that. Just for example, I've had to learn a lot about legal matters, about data privacy, about contracts I need to make with clients. I never had before this need, you know, this requirement to go into paperwork. Some paperwork is needed, it's required, or just positioning into the market or something like that. I mean, having been like, I was like for 1.5 years like team leader, this helped me, you know, about that, to understand how to relate with clients directly and offers and proposals, etc. But it requires effort, but I can say it's worth trying out that if someone wants.
I really agree with that. I was a freelancer as well for a time, so I kind of understand what it means and how much it's difficult if also you don't have a community around. So we need to wrap up. These are really interesting subjects. I really appreciate both you, Riccardo, and you, Julien, to come here and share your experience. And maybe it would be nice to wrap up a bit and also remind ourselves that we are not alone. There is a big and huge community out there, and I think a lot of people resonate, and a lot of people now are maybe in a difficult situation due to the world we are living in. And it's nice also that conference like that allows us to remind ourselves that you're not alone, and there are people out there that always want to give us a hand or job or try a way maybe to make back up. Sure. I hope.
Collaboration.
Collaboration.
I mean, so I'm freelancing, but I also maybe taking some help sometimes, and also now my if you want to say about my current state is about going beyond and partnering with like having a society with someone and let's see. I don't know. Let's see. But I found myself beyond now. Like, okay, now I want to move with other people now in a different way than when you stay in a company. But now it's the next step for me. I maybe would be like that. Let's see.
So thanks a lot. As well. Yeah, thanks a lot again. I'm sorry, it's really interesting, but we need to close.
Thank you, Fosca.
Let's also hope that Super Week or the people at home will give a hand, and let's use also the Super Week TV, Super Week, whatever, to exchange possibility for everyone. That could be helpful. And see you soon, because we will see with Kelly. And I don't remember whole. But we will see in 5 minutes. I'm sorry, and see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah.
Having a good Super Week.
Hi, back again, still me, still Fosca, and we are going to speak about alternative thinking. Together with me today, after we had Julien and Riccardo, we have our two females, amazing women, and we are going to present. I will going to present you as I review also the names. I'm sorry, Melanie, I didn't knew before, so I had a bit of a difficulty before. But we are here with Melanie Hull and Katie Wortham, that actually I think a lot of people already know. It's nice to have them here with me. I really love the title I picked, so I need to boost a bit myself. Alternative thinking, and I was just speaking with them about who is best than to CRO, especially to speak about alternative thinking. And we are in a world where there are a lot of challenges and changes due to AI. And maybe you can, first of all, present yourself and then take a bit into how you're seeing those changing also for your work.
Sure. Why don't you start, Melanie?
Sure. I'm Melanie Hall. I am a consultant. I've been a consultant for the last 7 years. And I have a lot of opportunity to use AI in lots of ways. Some really fun ways, I think, over the last few months, as I think our ability to recognize the opportunities and the best ways to use it have evolved, have been, to perform initial analyses that help me, define hypotheses for testing, help me identify opportunities, whether that is analyzing voice of customer feedback through AI, through Gen AI, or whether that's using Gen AI to analyze and compare content on different sites. It's a great way to get get a kickstart on identifying where you have opportunities to really lean in on the optimization and build those hypotheses that are going to help us learn. So those are the big ways I've been using it.
Okay, let's go into a second into it. But Kelly, do you want to say a few words, even if I think everyone knows you now?
I don't know that everybody knows me, but I do want to say she's selling herself short. She's been a consultant for 7 years, but she's been doing testing for what, 20?
15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Don't exaggerate.
Oh, you just don't want them to know how long you've been doing this. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, okay. I'm Kelly Wortham, founder of the Test and Learn community, and I've also been doing this for a while. I also have been dipping my toes in the AI pool for a while, and eager to talk about the different ways we've been doing some stuff, ideation, yes, but some other stuff too, so.
Okay, I kind of had this idea as well, like few years ago, we had to came up with our own ideas and try to find ways to optimize the landing page for our client. I just picked landing pages because it's the first thing that came to my mind, but whoever, and have these incredible ideas out of a hat, like to allow to increase maybe the conversion rate or other kind of metrics or KPIs that were really important for the business. How do you see change from like couple of years, and now we have AI, we just type, hey, can you give me an idea? And then you have 1,000 of those. How do you perceive that, and how it changed also your way of working, and if it changed your way of working?
Ideation is a drop in the bucket for what you can do with AI. I mean, it's great, but I like to use AI to automate the repeatable processes that, frankly, are boring.
It's so nice. I just said the same thing this morning, so it's perfect.
But also to find the themes, right?
Yeah.
Like we've run, hundreds of tests or thousands of tests on these different areas of the site, and I want to know what worked, what didn't work, where are the gaps, where do we need to go next? And so almost to perform a meta-analysis, right? Like let's figure out where do we go next, and what are the opportunities, and AI is actually really, really great for that, because you can just have a natural language conversation, and by being able to do that, we can ask questions of our data, just like talking to an analyst. Now, an analyst is always needs to check the work.
It's like a first pass.
It's a first pass.
It's a first pass. Yeah. I agree. It's perfect for identifying themes. I think another way that it's been really fun for me from the perspective of building a culture of experimentation and working with folks who don't, have deep expertise on the analytics side of things, or who feel unsure about experimentation. It's been a great tool for helping folks develop their own hypotheses. Gemini, we've used Gemini pretty extensively as a way to get a few inputs, teach people, these are the inputs, these are the important parts. Let's, you're having difficulty forming a hypothesis around this, but let's try using Gemini to write it and see how close we get. And that has been an incredible tool for getting folks who are less, maybe a little less data literate, who are maybe a little less, more on the business side, who know their business, but don't necessarily know some of the scientific, processes that we utilize, to be more engaged and to understand those processes better. So that's another way that I've seen it be really powerful, not just for my personal, my productivity or my, helping me create content, but helping us all speak a common language.
Okay, that's nice. That's a really nice way to see it. So actually we can state that AI has become kind of your best friends.
Yes, I think so. And also, like when I'm teaching courses, I teach a lot of workshops. One of the things I do is I'll create a closed, like an annotated bibliography, like we used to do in school, right? And so I'll feed it content that I've approved. Right? Because that's really important, because there's a lot of crap out there. If you just open ChatGPT and ask it questions, it's going to pull in a lot of bad stuff. Like, all of the AI generated content on LinkedIn, just anybody can say anything. And if you ask it questions, you don't know who's thumbed it up and whether or not that content is good or not. So, and now AI is learning off of AI generated content. It's not great stuff. So you need content that's been curated by people who know what they're talking about. So if you create a GPT where you have fed it approved content, not my content. I'm going to go feed it content that Lucas Vermeer's created and Tom Vesseling has created, and people that I know and trust. So I'm going to create a closed GPT that has only trusted content. And now you can go query that GPT.
You create your own environment inside the AI.
Yes.
Kind of an alternative thinking as well.
That's right.
Bend the tool for your needs is kind of nice. Yeah. So actually, I really love how this conversation is going. Maybe it could be nice also, like you were speaking a bit about it, Melanie, other examples where you use AI for work, or also how you can leverage AI, as you said, to speak the same language in between people. You're leading a team, or you led a team or something?
I have led a team in the past, but working with clients, that is a primary use case as well, right? Like we're often brought into organizations who are in the process of, or who have the desire to be more data-led, be more hypothesis, centric, but don't necessarily know how to approach it. And that's, a lot of the time what we're bringing to clients is that, that discipline around around their learning, right? We're not just in it to run A/B tests. We're trying to help our clients solve problems and bring them along on the journey. So it's been an important way to bring them along on that journey, because so many, we find a lot in these, environments, when you're working with folks who are early on in that, on that journey, particularly, that there's a lot of vulnerability there, right? This kind of takes away some of that vulnerability, some of that unwillingness to jump into something that they're not really comfortable with.
Also because maybe they don't see the outcomes and
Right.
they need to trust you on that, no? One is one of the things, I also work into CRO, not as your level, but I also work. And the most difficult thing for me was like showing them that, yes, you need to pay now, but afterwards you will see results. And they didn't trust me. They ask always for numbers, no?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it can be very helpful. It is also very helpful in building use cases and being, building content that helps show clients, but there's no replacement for getting them involved in the process as well.
Well, like you were talking about earlier, just the need to build massive quantities of content. And every time we run an A/B test, you have to create some kind of outcome, some kind of learning, some kind of, whatever to share with the organization. And you need, ideally, we talk about personalizing our websites, but we should also personalize our learning for different levels. You need an executive level, you need a analyst level that's very, very detailed. And you can go to AI and say, here's the results, create me an executive level, and here, let me tell you about my executives. I've got this person at this level and they like this level of detail. I've got this person at this level and they like this level of detail. And you can then literally create personalized outcomes. And by the way, this is a recommendation from Ruben DeVore. Good job, Ruben. I love this recommendation. We should be absolutely optimizing our outcomes, our learnings, just like we do our websites, because why aren't we? And why not use AI to help us do it that much faster and then automate it?
Yeah, and you will have much more fun afterwards, no?
Exactly.
I'm getting some good ideas that I haven't dug into before. I've always been hesitant. I like to use AI to generate content for my intake. Something, I like to use it to synthesize, to Kelly's point, trusted resources into, sort of a more cohesive and, cross-perspective look at a particular question as I'm developing my own point of view. I have not used it in the way that you're speaking of to create different voices for...
When you work as a solopreneur, you do not have a team of 37 people supporting you that you can delegate to. You only have AI.
It's not bad. It's really kind of alternative thinking. And alternative thinking, it doesn't mean that you need to do the work all by yourself. It's also picking ideas from other people, as you said, and that can help us out afterwards to solve our problems. Yeah. And it's super nice. It's also, I'm stressing it out, but being here, being part of this community, knowing people, enlarge our network, picking up cherries from one person, from another, and really build up also our knowledge or experiments and so on is amazing. It's also the power of this conference, and also maybe also what AI cannot give us yet.
That's right.
So it's, I really love the way both of you are looking at it. I don't know if we have a little bit more time, but it could be also nice to wrap up, because there are a few things that came or stick in my head. The first one is like build your own trusted AI with your own content. Another thing, using AI to speak with people and try to have more or less all of them at the same level. And also use AI to help you out, communicate in a different level, communicate in a different way to different levels.
Yes.
And that for me are really three major takes that are amazing coming up just from 20 minutes of talk. We didn't prepare that, we are just speaking now. So I'm really happy to have you both here. Thanks a lot for this, made it like we decided to have it at 11:30 yesterday evening, so I'm really thankful for you to be here with me, and really appreciate your company.
Always love chatting with you.
And see you soon.
So before I take it away, I really would like to see, there's one person here that is doing an effort. It's probably one of the least appreciated people. Yehoshua, where the hell did you go? Because honestly, I feel that if anybody has been on stage every day with us expecting him to blow our minds with his next serious thing, right? It's impressive, that level, because I've been emceed by a lot of people. You always fear when it's Yehoshua, because that's kind of shaking your world, so you go on stage extra nervous. So I'm sad he isn't here, because I really felt that he deserved. Yehoshua, I'm just sharing your praise. Give the man a hand. No. And by the way, Solly told me the album of Joshua's greatest hit will be sold on departure. So you can hear it in the car. Okay, so let's talk about AI. Well, let's not, in the sense that this is a complicated thing to talk about, because it's a lot of stuff that we're in a process with. So I'm kind of trying to lift the hood and show you some of the things that we're working on, some of the challenges that we're facing. And it's really taking it somewhere else. For us, this started with conversations with the customers, right? So we went out and we talked to all these great people that we were doing analytics implementations for. They were happy, they were satisfied, they thought everything was fine. And then we said, well, it's just a question of time before somebody else from the organization comes and say, hey, can we AI-ify your data? I need an AI for that, right? So, and for most people, because we know the data quality we have, it doesn't strike us with fear and the song, or the hills are alive with music, right? It's kind of an intimidating moment, because it's actually going in and saying, okay, do the data we have, if I put that into something AI-ish, will it actually help anybody? Can we actually do anything with it? And that was kind of the journey that we started on, and saying, okay, cool, if we take this challenge, where will it take us? If we take data from analytics that we've been gathering, what can we actually do with it, and what are the problems that we're facing? And that is what I'm going to be sharing with you today. So last year I talked about this process. In the beginning, we promised digital transformation, the balance between processes, people, and technology, and everything was in balance. It was beautiful. And we did the status, saying that was kind of the state of the nation last year. Massive tech, not all the people we were promised, and certainly not the processes, right? So completely out of balance. And every time we had a new problem, we would normally try to solve it by adding more tech. Right? So there was this challenge in relation to actually going in and saying we have way too much tech in relation to the people we are, because all the tech, it's plug and play and no worries, and it'll do the thinking for you. You don't have to do anything. And processes, well, we were kind of too busy to have processes. So the plan that we started trying to do is kind of pushing it to another level, because the sad truth, as I see it, is, will we get more people? Well, maybe we will, but it will not be at the same escalation as the amount of data and tools and technologies we have available. So at the end of the day, the gap between what is expected of us and what we can actually deliver with the time we have, it's a problem. And to solve that problem, there's two things in it. So one is adding more processes, so we get more streamlined in our delivery, so we have a better idea of what is happening next and why it's happening. And then really pushing for where AI can add value in the processes and that part of the business, right? And so, yeah. So that was what I'm going to be entertaining with today, our journey so far in relations to AI, and I'm going to get back to that because it's probably not necessarily what you think. See, that's me. Yay. If people follow me, they've seen pictures of me on planes. It's kind of become a point of honor, a standard joke. You decide, but it's kind of, I see people now tagging me because they take a plane shot. So it's like, it's kind of a cliche and a cliche. And the reason why I do it consistently is because like 6 years ago, Henrik, my co-founder at IH, said, you gotta stop doing this because people are talking. I'm like, dude, that's why we do it, to get people talking. So yeah, so if you follow me, you're gonna see me on a plane or a train or whatever. But I try to involve other people when I can, so just to spice it up a bit and then tell a story around it, so it's not just another damn plane shot. Like Marie said, I started, co-founded IH back in 2005, and one of the things is really this reliance on data in relation to where we want to go with things. So for the people who haven't heard me before, back in 2017, we took our own medicine and we went to a 4-day, 30-hour work week based on the processes and internal things we aligned in relation to how we work, still with full salary. So technically, well, no, practically people have Friday off. So yeah, 4-day work week by the book. So that's why when Till got a question by somebody on the 4-day work week, I couldn't shut up because me, I know that answer, right? I like to share, and so the 8 measure camps was the 8 measure camps I did last year. So that's kind of my ambition, trying to do a measure camp a month to get out there and take a plane shot. And maybe share some knowledge. And also one of the things I found is that I found a really good model in relation to doing presentations. So I do the same presentation and then I iterate it on the feedback from one session to the next. And it's very often to the level of iteration that when the people who saw the first presentation see the last presentation, they might recognize it, but it's been optimized and made even more delightful. So, I will not be talking about LLMs. Because I think, and this is me being absolutely most provocative, LLM is so 2024. So what I will be flipping it, and this is actually trying to think outside IH and actually thinking in relation to the customers. So my focus today will be much more on agentic, saying once we have the data, once we start building AIs to be an active participant in the process, what is it that we can do? Because that's actually where a lot of the extra resources in relation to making the processes happening, that is available to us, right? That is what will flip our worlds upside down. We've done, I'll tell you the story later of what we've done in relation to giving people access to their data through LLMs. And it doesn't necessarily rock their boat that much. So it's much more in relation to how can we help them have more fun. So for that, I'm going to introduce you to Anna. Anna is one of my clients, and Anna, I always have clients that I love and hate the most, because Anna is a person that she's responsible for the marketing budget for what is it? half a billion euro company in the fast-moving consumer goods space. She had her marketing team over the last couple of years slashed from 10 people to 5, but still expected to grow. And she started using AI to help them do creatives on the generative side. And I had a conversation with her where I told her about something we'd done for another customer. And people like Anna really want to achieve something, but they don't have the time to fuck around. And they don't have the time to stop and think very often. So I told her we built for another customer, we built this, turned out to be really complex, but it works. So a chat-based interface to your analytics data set. So you could go in and ask, you're saying, whatever question you were, you could drill down to the data on a conversational basis. And she was like, okay, I want one of those, because she felt she could save time. And then she said, well, I also want the add-on that the other company didn't want, because I want to have access through like a Google Home. So I want to talk to my data instead of writing to my data. So she can come into the office, and we actually managed to do it, and that's fine. So she can come into the office and say, good morning, Google. It's not online, of course, but good morning, Google. So how did we do yesterday? And that was fine. It gives her a lot of answers. It gives her some idea of where she is in the market and what's going on. A lot of it is really basic anomaly detection, going in and saying, it's looking for the deviations and saying, where are we not on track? But that was her first experience with this, right? And it made her happy, but of course people like Anna are annoying because that's why we like them. They want more, right? And she said, well, I want him. Anybody do not know who this is? So Donald Duck has a very, one of Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse has a very inventive, what's the name in English? He's an inventor in the...
Avatar?
He's called, what?
In German it's Daniel Düsentrieb.
Yeah, in Danish it's Geo Gillis, and in the US it's something with gyro, but he's an inventor, he invents, yeah?
That's Little Helper.
Yeah, that's Little Helper. So because he invented, so he has this robot entity that helps him. So it's independent, it thinks for itself, it's a little tiny robot that will do stuff for him and has his own stories as well. Check him out, he's an ambition. I'm really surprised that nobody knew him, but fuck that. So the challenge with him is that what we could offer is basically, and this is us as an industry, we can offer some fairly simple stuff in relations to setting alerts and doing some if-then-this things. And that's not what she wants, because she wants something that actually, so she can continue the conversation with Google and saying, okay, so what happened yesterday? What should I do about it? And then it will actually go in, and then she can say, then do that. And then it will go and change her AdWords campaign, or the wordings in campaign, or doing changes, reallocating budgets. That sounds insane, right? That would be too clever, but it isn't. That's kind of the core of agentic in the bigger picture. Going in and having these different programs building on AI that supports these different decisions. It's not necessarily one entity. If you look up here saying you have the agentic AI in the middle, that it's able to log into AdWords and get an account status. It can make changes in AdWords. It can go, it has a memory, it has training, you define goals for it. So in reality, this is an extra set of resources that is something that people are talking about now. And if you do a search for agentic AI, you'll get tired by just looking at the amount of shit that's out there already. So our ambitions were saying, okay, cool, if we want to go in this direction, then what does it take to give Anna what she wants? So, of course, it started with the ethical question, right? There's this 1979, IBM said, a computer can never be held accountable, so it should never be able to make own decision. So Anna has 5 people. She used to have 10. She doesn't really have the time to be ethical, because then she's, well, it's tough. So a lot of her is cutting corners and getting the job done with fewer resources. So of course there is the ethical discussion in relation to how far we can go and how much you have to be involved is a really fluid area, because she's under pressure. When I book meetings with her normally, unless I book and really in advance, it's before the workday starts or after the workday starts. Because her job, her calendar is back-to-back meetings. Right? Somebody can recognize that, probably. And then that makes her time the scarcest resource he has. So it's about getting stuff done and keeping things moving with the fewest possible resources. So what Anna wants is something different than what we love. Because, the story goes that in 1783, the lover of Catherine the Great, Potemkin, had the responsible for the Crimean area, and he was supposed to grow that and should be a successful farmer. And Catherine said, "Hey, darling, I'm popping by," and he was like, Well, fuck that. Because everything was in shambles. The area, the success he had promised never came, or it hadn't come at that time. So what he did, he basically, or so the story goes, he knew the route she was going to take, so he built facades of buildings and had clean farmers standing outside waving in new clothes that he provided them. So everything looked really successful. But behind that facade was the real world. But Catherine never saw that. She just got the experience of how successful it was. And I'm not talking about that Anna wants to hide the facts, but she has no time to actually bother with what goes on. She wants it simple, she wants it accessible, and that's most of our clients, right? So sure, we have nerds that love data, but data is a mean to an end. It's not the end in itself. So for the clients, it's about what can we get out of that data? And every time they don't have to log into Google Analytics is a day where they take an extra snaps to celebrate, right? Because they don't get the value comes after that. So, actually the story goes that this is a lie. This is what the guy who wrote his biography, Potemkin's biography afterwards, invented the part about the Potemkin villages, but the concept exists still. Poor guy, he's known for a lie. Okay, so when we approached this for Anna, I brought one of my old models out of the drawer. This is the model we developed a long time ago, and it's really about the reflection of saying, where is it that we can generate value in relation to our online activities? So we broke it down, so the idea is saying that in the performance corner, this is traditional conversion rate optimization. I did this as a presentation of this idea calling the 4-dimension of conversion rate optimization. But in reality, it's still the same thing. So you have the performance things. That is what happens with the marketing. It happens on the website. This is the things that we normally control and can evolve, right? Then we have the technology part. One of the things that will break a conversion is if the site doesn't work, if there's error messages, if there's problem, if the site is slow. It's normally a dimension that we don't look that deeply into when we do conversion rate optimization because we focus on the performance part. But that can actually break more than we know. A long time ago here, we won the golden punch card because we did something called prefetching, where we were able to load the next page faster because we were able to predict what the next page people were going to see were. And the interesting thing was, in developing that model, we actually found out that in a lot of processes, people fell out of the sale online not because there was a problem with the individual page, but because the gap between the pages was simply too big. So when you were sitting there, you were about to buy something, and then the page was loading, and then your brain yelled, "Interception, you have to do the laundry." And then it just ran with that instead, and you forgot to finish your purchase. So it was nothing about the communication on the website. It wasn't anything we said, it was that we didn't say it fast enough. That could go in and break the process as well. So super fascinating problem. And we normally say this is an IT issue, but this is something we should be aware of as well. Then we have the entire thing in relation to the users. One thing is that the best story there is saying, are we attracting the right people in relation to actually getting the sale, right? The favorite quote from myself is, you cannot convert the unconvertibles. So if you're selling Aston Martins and you get a shitloads of students on your website, that might turn into a sale, but you don't calculate your conversion rate, right? Because it's not like some students, I guess, might be able to afford an Aston Martin, but in most cases not, right? So going in and understanding the composition of the users on the site and who are actually in the market for the specific things, so we can optimize for them. So we're not optimizing for everybody, we're optimizing for the right people. And then the big one that is the market, right? So when I'm serious, which I often am, I say the main reason, the main thing that will impact your conversion rate is what your competitors are doing. You might have a perfect site where everything flows beautifully, everything is fine, and then your super selling sneaker, they do a price dump and sells that at half price. That's going to impact your conversion rate because people will price shop, they will go to have it in the basket, then they'll go and say, hey, I'll just check around if anybody has it cheaper. And boom, somebody has it cheaper, so they buy there. You didn't do anything wrong, it was just a competitive situation that broke your conversion rate. But we need to be aware of it, that this is happening, right? So, it all sounded easy peasy, right? I think one of the things the first thing, but what makes it complicated is this is the worst picture ever, but the idea is saying that basically they're not independent, so the market impacts the user, and so maybe the technology doesn't impact anything, it's just a layer in the middle, but the digital performance is required for everything. So it's kind of an onion where all the layers have to work together. It's not either or, it's actually a combination of these 4 factors if we want to really optimize our business, right? So it's a complication, but it also means that we have to consider all the elements. Now for us, using this model is basically trying to go in and say, how can we integrate agentic into this? And the easiest place of all the places, it's the lowest hanging fruit, is of course the technology. Going in and setting up things that monitor the technology and go in and tell us we need to change this page is broken, this is down, this is not okay. It's really a classic thing in relation to simplify that part of the structure. It can be locked down completely because what is the requirement for doing something with AI in general? The data needs to be predictable, it needs to be consistent, and it needs to be standardized, right? And we have that in the technology part. If we set up the tracking to monitor it, then the AI can actually tell us when we're having problem. Your conversion rate is down because your site is slow. Okay, then I won't call 7 Crow expert to optimize anything. I will probably call an IT man to pimp the speed of my site, right? So, first thing we found is technology is the lowest hanging and easiest fruit that we need to discuss with IT whose responsibility it is. But if we are being measured on the success of the site, then at the end of the day, it's our responsibility. But it's something we can control, and it's something that can simplify our lives because we will know that it's okay, that we don't have to worry about it. So, performance classic conversion rate. Well, the title, I can't remember the title of the paint, but it's an angel guiding a soul into hell. You see the angel over here, this is hell, right? And that's kind of one of the problems we have in relation to, or one of the benefits we have in relation to what we're doing. Like we talked about, what AIs want is consistent and predictable data that is well classified. That is not something most organizations, that is not how most organizations would describe their analytics data. It's a messy stack of random data, hopefully collected fairly similarly, right? So there's so many things that breaks here. And just to give you some examples, is saying your marketing. So this is a rough stolen from Google in relation to an example of a marketing plan. So is your marketing predictable? Can you actually, could you model it? And the answer is no, because you're actually suffering from that right now, and I'll tell you why in a sec. But marketing plans means that you get inconsistency in the data all the time because you change things the way things are set up. So you'll have like, okay, suddenly we'll do an email blast because we suddenly need to attract people. That is an injection of strange data in the middle of everything. And it's not necessarily tied to anything. Then we'll try to advertise on Pinterest, and then we'll go somewhere else, and then we'll run an influencer campaign to see if it works, right? So we're injecting a lot of random channels and stuff into our data. If we are really good, and I think sadly most of us are polite at best in relations to campaign tracking, do we have an anal structure around UTM codes and sources? And the answer is, if we're lucky. And I know some of the bigger companies will have invested in platforms to help them do it, like a Qdix or something similar, right? Where there's platform that can actually help them. But for most of us, a chunk of the campaigns that are running will not be tagged probably. So when that data comes in, it will look messier than it is. And it will mess things up, right? And at the same time, even if we run campaigns, can we tell what type of campaign that we're running? And some might say, well, all our campaigns are the same, we're only trying to sell stuff, but then you might be running a branding campaign or something else, but everything gets measured in the same way, right? So, Google hates you for it, and you suffer from it. So anybody here that is frustrated that their Google Analytics data keeps changing days after they've been thought their reports were locked down? The problem is that you're all running consent mode. And with consent mode, Google is trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with your traffic, so they can put it in the right boxes. But if you don't tag the campaigns, then Google has no idea what's going on, so they try to recalibrate and readjust, and that gives you these fluctuations in your traffic for way too long, because then, oh, that was an email campaign, I should probably readjust that, right? So Google is aware of this. This is Steen's hypothesis. Is there anybody from Google in the room to yell, hell yeah? No, good. Then I can continue lying convincingly and creating a massive conspiracy in the industry. So, if you read between the lines what is coming from Google, and now we're not politely going to ignore all the problems that we have in general, but the signals that are coming, and this is even in the open content, is that Google is aware of this, and they're coming with some of the initiative that is coming is centered around supporting us in relation to budget planning and looking and getting more clear benefits from our data. They're trying to increase our motivation to track our campaigns. So one of the things, and this is from a Google update from July from Steve Ganem, who's the product owner for Google Analytics. He mentioned that one of the things that's coming is a budget planner. So one of the things is actually, if you tell Google saying, okay, next week I'm going to be running this campaign in these channels, and my goal is this, I expect to get 500 leads out of this, then Google will forecast whether you're on track or not in Google Analytics. So you will actually be able to use Google Analytics to forecast if you're getting the value out of what you're doing. That's nice because it's something that everybody would like, saying, oh, that sounds super cool. What Google gets is they get us to tell what the hell we're doing. They upfront know that we'll be running a campaign on this, and the marketing mix is this, and we're using these channels, and we have allocated these budgets.
Hello and welcome to Super Week TV here 2025. Today we are going to be talking about the intersection of MARTECH and data integration. And with me I have Russell, Yehoshua and Zorin.
Yes.
Welcome. So gentlemen, if we go through one at a time, Russell, you are now the proud co-founder of some marketing technology, is that correct? Do you want to give us a bit of a background on your journey?
Yeah, so my name's Russell McCarthy. I'm CEO and co-founder of Ringside Data. We're a marketing data platform, so that combines web analytics using our own tracker and pulling data from loads of different sources. And before that, I was a marketing consultant for a decade, so working with big companies and helping them mainly use data at the heart, but then help them improve what they're doing in the marketing space.
Nice, thanks Russell. And Yehoshua,
yeah,
Ninja as well, right? And first time on Super Week TV. Thanks for, it's such an honor to have you.
Thank you.
And host of Super Week for the last 10
years or something like that.
10 years. Give us a bit of a background about your world and data.
So I work, we have a small consultancy named Analytics Ninja, and background, I don't know, background was from Super Week.
Right.
Coming here, talking about tech management, talking about implementation, working with Google Analytics, and it evolved into building data warehouses and building data models and doing data activation. And so my own journey was very much frustration with a tool of Google Analytics that wasn't meeting needs from an analysis perspective. From a reporting perspective, it was sufficient. And in many ways, I still think is. But so that a lot moving into the cloud and working a little bit broader.
Yeah, no, thanks. And Zorin, agency founder and...
Yeah, and sitting right next to a ninja. So basically that's kind of a win-win for me. I basically lead a couple of smart people who know their stuff in terms of performance marketing. We are Google-centric, very much so. Maybe things will change in the future. It depends on what's going to happen on the market. There are shifts, many of them, present, even historically. But our focus was basically on performance marketing and analyzing any kind of metric which can be improved or, let's say, said something about. The point is, we are target-based, basically, so we like to have targets, we like to deploy any kind of targets or think in ways of how to do some kind of a change. So activation is in our core. Any information that we hear, we try to use it against or for you, but we try to basically use it.
And Russell, if we have a look at the last 10 years, if we use that as a, you've come from a marketing consultancy side, we've seen kind of like data analytics and marketing technology move closer. Any insights that you can share in your journey? You've obviously seen that there's a need to fill the whole MARTECH space with a tool, right?
Yeah,
What
I
did
think
you see?
the reason why we created Ringside was for exactly the issues that Joshua was saying, is that you need to do any advanced analytics, you have to have very granular data that you can trust. And going back 10, 15 years, we started with log file analysis and getting feeds from servers to say, this is what happened, and then aggregating that data. And we kind of went through that phase of when Google Analytics or Urchin launched, and then Google Analytics was created, and then Adobe Analytics came in with Omni as well. Like we saw that aggregation be passed on to businesses, and we lost some of the ability to do the smarter things. And with the emergence of cloud and being able to pull that data out and do analysis on that raw data again, I think that's the enabler that's allowed consultants to do the more smarter things that you can't necessarily do in the platform. And one of the things that we're trying to do at Ringside is take a lot of the heavy lifting of the aggregation part to enable those smarter things to be able to be done without having to rely so much on the other platforms in the market to do that innovation in the first place.
And Yehoshua, your relationship with like data, I suppose your strength is mainly with data, if I would say, and then coming across into using or integrating with marketing technology tools and platforms, this whole relationship of data coming in and going. How have you seen this evolving over recent years?
Well, I've seen with the evolution of technology, greater enablement for companies to be able to activate data. CDPs are more prevalent and more capable. Managing data flows with server-side tag manager that includes real-time data enrichment is something that we can do now that I think that certainly wasn't happening at any reasonable scale just a few years ago. And so from the data perspective, I think it's easier to use data, right? I'm not sure if I agree, even though like we do a lot of our work in the cloud for sure. I would like to be able to still see, and I think some platforms still do that well, like data in the in the platform from an analytics perspective is really useful. It's a useful tool to do more than just reporting, do actual analysis, run equations, numbers, and do some stats. So Adobe Analytics is they do that well. They do that well, but that's not the same. Like the bigger space is how do I connect it usually to the vendor? And I think that probably that's something that you do a lot. Is okay.
Unfortunately, yes.
Huh? Unfortunately,
yes.
But that's like a key piece. It's okay. The activation level of the data is either on the ad tech, we're sharing that data back to vendors so that there can be reach of marketing messaging, but it can also be more operational too. And the webhooks and server-side tracking and data flows, that's actually, for me, that's exciting to actually be able to touch that data more readily and instead of doing cron jobs.
And for you, Zorin, as a performance marketing agency, this whole relationship with the technology and the data, what you said, unfortunately, you're...
I mean, it's very romantic. It's like any relationship. It has its ups and downs, but the problem is there are high expectations on each side, basically. As said, you have vendors which have an expectation to increase, I don't know, budgets or whatever it is by showing better results inside the platform or overall kind of a success part. Then on the agency side, you have this kind of a push on implementing all sorts of things to enable activation, basically. So you have, for instance, I'm very intimate with Google in terms of their product base and what they require on the client side. And it's basically usually we need more. So more data, but in a different context. Now it's more real time. In the history, it was basically much easier to do these kinds of things, but now it becomes a bit more of a drag on multiple fronts. You have technology, that's the first part, then you have business, that's the second part, and the third part is the activation itself in terms of if we do this activation, what's going to happen next? So, but the activation part usually has to be in your core, and when you look at, I don't know, a data set, that's kind of the point on what you want to decide what to do with it, how to activate this, let's say like a simple table, like a big table of something, user interactions, transactional data, whatever you have, but what am I going to do with it? I mean, having it, it's nice, like this suite, it's nice, but what to do with it later on, that's kind of the biggest question. And that's why consultants and everyone else can position themselves if they can easily map what you have to a certain activity that should yield some kind of a positive result in the end.
So if we talk about activation, if I was like from the marketing or product side of things and I wanted to understand activation, is this purely in the paid media perspective space or is there other areas that we should also be exploring?
Communications is huge.
Yeah.
So yes, building audiences and syncing audiences for the purposes of marketing reach is an important area of data activation. The second place would be communications. When to be able to message, and that's your SMS and your email, right? How do you actually communicate with the customer or the prospect based on things that might be happening in their data?
Yeah.
Right. So.
I mean, are we truly there yet? I mean, because we see a lot of activation through ad tech, for example, and fine-tuning that. But are we at a point where brands are actually smart with their emails, with their SMSs, with their even personalization on websites, right?
Yeah, I was going to say push notifications on websites or through actual push notifications on app is reasonably common, especially if the tech stack that someone's using is joined up. Like, and this is what we've seen over especially the sort of last 5 years is in e-commerce land, if someone's on Shopify, you've got all these plugins that have that connectivity between different data sources. So there is a low implementation complexity that's needed to enable the sort of the first rung of that ladder, enabling people to be able to join those data sets together. I think when you're talking about doing things at scale, the ad vendors try to make it easy, and try to make it easy to connect the data you have or the first party data you have to them to enable you to use that platform more. But I think one of the challenges that we face is that all of them are their own walled gardens and they all want their own identifiers. And the challenge is then for the brand and their partners they have in that space to provide the best solution that's right for that brand. And I think that that's probably one of the biggest challenges right now is helping the brand understand what success actually looks like. It's not just doing more, it's where should they put their focus? Is it that they are still quite junior in their thinking of audience segmentation, but they should be doing more in direct mail and email more than they are in paid activity. And I think that that's one of the challenges that's going to become even more prevalent going forward.
There's also a consensus of performance marketing is kind of this, I call it a steroid hit. You know, it gives that initial result, but it kind of can lack in the longer term brand development, brand growth. For you, Zorin, is this something that you deal with? Because quite often you get the senior executives to say, wow, we had a 20% growth month on month. What did we do? Let's do it again. Are we looking at do we need a greater maturity from the brand side to ask the right questions, to put it more into the longer term strategy side of things?
I think we need a longer time slot to explain all of it. Yeah, but the question is on point, definitely. So from one side, performance is usually expected to deliver in short time with high yields, let's say. So you do something and it's basically always kind of a thing, a green thing in the report. So you did one activity and it's usually like you did something good. But it usually boils down to some kind of price action. That kind of a thing, because these two are usually tied.
Yeah.
Short-term effects, someone in the boardroom is happy, which is fine. That's like an open door to start something else with it. But on the mid-term to long-term, then branding comes into play. And branding comes into play, especially in terms of also the activation part, what Russell was saying with emails, direct messages of any kind. So direct communication, what you mentioned. Yeah. The quality of that, how you set it up, the orchestrational part, is also one part of the branding experience, basically, what the brand is. So if you mess this up, so you have this kind of a position, you have values, you have everything else, but your brand communication is off, basically timing, sentiment, or whatever it is, which is involved in there, everything comes crumbling down. So no performance marketing will deliver any kind of success unless it's, again, a price action on the other part. So these two things need to be combined. So audience segmentation, how are you segmenting? Based on preferences, based on RFM, based on some kind of value-based system, basically, which is, again, inclined to your brand and not basically to some kind of a best practice kind of thing. That definitely makes sense. When you do the communication or orchestrational part, also, if you are doing any kind of a, let's say, luxury brand, you're probably not going to push it by push notifications every day. We have a discount, this, that, and it needs to be in context. Yeah. And when it's done in the proper way, it can create a long-term effect, basically. You are in line with what the brand communicates. The performance marketing part is just the utility that gets behind all of these, like brand on the higher level activities, and then the performance takes all of these newly created demand or basically the existing demand and takes it home, like the end result.
So is there an opportunity to utilize your campaign data for longer term understanding or segmentation?
Definitely, because we need to understand who do we actually sell to. Yeah. Even if it's a short-term transactional result, we basically need to understand who did that. Is it a new customer which is tied to a specific, I don't know, a specific product or a specific concept, which is usually down to brand? Or is it an existing customer who is very repetitive and predictive and it's basically just wasted money? In terms of
so even like a bad campaign, there's value in
yes.
learning from it. Yeah. Yehoshua, any thoughts on campaigns and on the data side? And
so I think it's on the campaign side, it's really important to think of, in many cases, human psychology, consumer psychology, that the messaging that is being put out, which let's say to attract the customer, because that's what marketing is trying to do, right? So the campaign messaging can be looked at in relationship to what is the value proposition on our platform, on our website, or in the app, etc. But what's the value proposition? Is the messaging that I brought the user, are they finding that we're meeting their need through the communications of the value proposition on the site? And that's something that's you can learn from. So for sure, like the nature of the not just to find out is the campaign performant or not, right? That's of course what we're doing with the performance marketing analytics is what's successful, but then understanding the psychology behind that and why it's successful can help shape the messaging on the website, help shape the messaging in the nurture of the. So at that point, we're moving a bit more into user research, customer research, the importance of the integration of qualitative data within that research. But for me, when you said campaign, the most important part is that it's people that are being exposed to a campaign. It's a person, right? And so if we can't lose sight of on the other side of that screen is a human. And that's really important.
And there's so many other unknown variables associated with that human, right? So that can often make it difficult. Now, if I can pull it into the marketing technology side of things, Russell, you've developed a tool, and if we're looking at, say, the whole implementation process for an organization, what are some of the things that they have to look at, particularly in regards to data, and also their level of maturity? Is there a time that we say, you're not ready just yet, or we need to do a lot more work beforehand?
Yeah, I think having a schema that is consistent. I think the key word here is consistency. Is we can onboard a website if they have a consistent naming convention, the data layer has all the variables that you would want to have. It takes 2 hours to onboard the website because everything is where it's supposed to be. That's unbelievably rare unless someone talented has already worked with that brand. So what actually is the sort of enemy of data integrity is a lack of consistency. And we see it very often. And it boils down to having naming conventions that you know that you want to have and use for a reasonable amount of time. And I think that a lot of brands have gone through a bit of a resurgence of trying to do that better when they had to re-implement GA4, because that is obviously one of the leading ones in the industry. And that has probably helped a bit in having some level of consistency, although I imagine I can look to the gentleman to my right and they're both half nodding and half going, we find issues every day with implementations. And I think that that's the thing that we face very often is, as much as when we come in, we're quite often taking over from someone who already has GA or Adobe implemented. And the challenge there is saying, okay, what has been set up that we're happy with the sort of the schema that's sitting there already.
Have that continuity from the old data to the...
Yeah, and then it's also, where are the gaps that should have been addressed but never were? And where we want to have that incrementality combined with that consistency going forward, whether that be just about naming conventions or incremental data sets that should have been captured in that sort of initial engagement.
Now, Yehoshua, like a really good example is, we've seen a major product go through major changes. Don't need to mention the name there, but if we do look at Google Analytics 4, we have a new version of product which provides a whole lot of different challenges. We don't have what we had before. What would say the learnings that you would have from that moving forward? Do you have less trust in the technology vendors out there? Because it was kind of like a seismic shift in the landscape of a core tool, right? I mean, are you a bit more the wiser in evaluating tools before implementing them, what the long-term development is?
So I don't really think that Google Analytics, that everyone was comfortable and familiar with was really such a actually very good tool. It's just that GA4 is from the user interface and is worse. So that makes it harder for less technical people and for marketers who were very familiar to actually just do the types of reporting that they would want. So it created a gap towards the engaging self-service on the tool. More to your question, I think that for a lot of companies that felt that they needed to migrate because the API is up, we have to migrate. I'm getting emails and banners when I log in. I guess we have to migrate. And so what that did allow was beginning to potentially do a rethink of like what Russ was saying of the naming convention from a event properties model. So Universal Analytics was weird-ish in the fact that it had scope of events, right? That's good that that's not there, that there's not separate event scope. So that's pretty fundamental. Like, I'm not going to downplay the fact that, well, moving from multiple types of event scope to actually just one type of event scope called event is downplayed. It is important, but it did give, I think, people a chance to think about it differently. Like, okay, I'm just going to think about events, and event-driven architecture. And the event-driven architecture mindset is something that's playing itself out in other areas of MARTECH and activation. It's using event-driven architecture to communicate, right? Using event-driven architecture to also to even share audiences or create events that might trigger something on a marketing platform, bidding, things like that. So, a lot of companies are still use different event-driven architecture, Kafka streams and et cetera. But I think moving to an event-driven architecture for that's not weird for the Google Analytics 4 users did create an opportunity for companies to take stock and think about their integrations.
Zorin, what do you see? We'll do the last round here of questions. What is the future of this whole data marketing technology world for performance marketing? We've got a lot of products out there coming and going.
Okay, now we are doing the prediction part. Magic ball and
next year we can tick off who was right and who was wrong.
So first of all, I'm expecting the GA5 to come around, I don't know, next year or whatever it is. So GA4 was not only a new version upgrade or whatever it was kind of a big shift, which was not really understood by the majority of users, which were basically introduced to something that they didn't even think about scopes before. And now they said, okay, there is no scope, there is just events, basically, or hits, or whatever it is inside. Okay, and what to do with that? And then Analytics and the Google product team probably, they made this kind of a series of decisions to apply the old logic of reporting, basically, to the new GA4. So you have the sessions, you have these conversion rates. And it was a big struggle, basically, because the conversion rates came later on down the road. And in the like old school CRO, e-commerce, or whatever it is, in performance world, the conversion rate was one of the, let's say, key metrics for something. And it was not exposed there. You had to do a couple of rounds of exercises to get to a very important metric for a mainstream tool, which was quite strange, to start with.
That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, because I had so many questions.
It was odd. Like, how do I measure conversion rate in my tool?
Is it user conversion rate, session conversion rate? Is it? It's a headache, which never ends, basically, because it's always refreshed in some way. The future, what it's going to bring, especially for performance part. Some of the roles are definitely going to change. Now we already have tools which basically go through the rows set of, I don't know, BigQuery export, and then basically tell you a story in a very human, narrated way, like you're listening to an audiobook. You did this, users did that, the humans did this particular set of actions. It changes over time, so seasonality, anomaly detection, whatever it is. But it exposes things that usually analysts did. You know, the anomaly detection part, the seasonality part, any kind of change, trend, velocity, frequency, whatever it is. And it makes it human in a human-readable format. So it's not like tables, it's basically a narrative of some kind. Is it good? Yeah. Does it hallucinate? Definitely. But humans do as well. So that kind of thing does not change.
And also, what about performance marketing through the AI platforms?
There are multiple things that are now happening. And this is kind of the end of last year, this year was the kind of the first thing that I noticed that actually AI was used in performance marketing. Everything else was just MVPs of some kind. You know, everyone was tickling with images, with copy, with sentiment, and everything like that. But it was only as a proof of concept. Can it be done?
Yeah.
Now we can see it in production terms. I mean, high localization, effort scaling on a massive level, which with high quality visual results, which was always the issue. You know, people with 6 fingers or whatever it was. It was hallucination of some kind. The quality improved, the efficiency improved, the application scope also improved. So it's not only just copy, it moves all around. And what you can see is that the usual suspects, basically the old school performance people, are going to shift roles into more consulting part. It was also the story before, but now it's more prominent. Why? Because one single person can automate multiple things on a daily basis. So she can focus on something else, more talk in the business, the communication part, which is quite essential for performance to work. So automation as one key suggestion, so prescriptive kind of a thing as the second thing. Automation of some ridiculous, trivial tasks is going to be the future. I'm definitely hoping for that part to happen because people should start doing things that machines can do much, much better. So performance is going to have a very nice time in the next couple of 2 or 3 years.
Zorin, thanks for being our futurist in this panel, and you'll have to take the heat. But that's all we have time for today, says Zorin, Yehoshua, and Russell. Thank you for joining. I hope you've had fun. It's the most important thing. And to you, thanks for viewing this episode. Stay tuned. We'll be back for more from Super Week TV at 2025. Thank you, and we'll see you next time.
Hi. Good morning. Well, you know, good morning. It's 11, so there's a shit ton of echo. You might want to fix that. Hi, so this is me. I'm Julien. I'm a... Thank you. I'll be 50 years old in 2 weeks, so I'm savoring the whatever time I have left in this decade. I've been doing this for far too long. As in, I was doing web trends back in 2000, so, you know, OG. Because, like, the platform of choice, yeah? There's a fair chance you've heard about me before, hopefully good things. If not, that's okay. I'm here to reinforce that negative feeling. Let's see, so where did I come from? So back in the day, I was with HP, via Capgemini. I had like 6 years of that. We're going to come back to that in a moment. Then I joined one of the founders of the data/digital analytics industries in Europe, so OX2 back in the day. Then I went to a French company called HubSales, stayed there 10 years. Went to, well, not Conversion Works, so Media Monks, now Monks. And then, you know, stuff happens in companies, and here I am. So yeah, if you have any need for my services, I'm here all week. All right, cool. So who's a first-timer here? Not bad. There's new blood. We get a round of applause. Okay. If you know why I have a cherry on this slide, you know why. So hopefully we're going to be gentle. I'm literally part of the furniture. You've seen my face around there, as many other speakers here. So if you see them on the placards and the images, like, say hi. You know, they've been here before, so they'll be happy to share about the experience. There's technically this 10th badge. This is my 10th edition. And I'm pretty sure this is like the 5th time I'm opening this thing, so I should get a special jacket. So this is like, you know, like SNL. The 5 times club. Yehoshua gets one like right off the bat. Who came here from the furthest away? I think we have people from Australia coming. All right, look at you. Yay. How does it feel to be on the, like, upside down? Okay, cool. And of course, the jet lag must be killing you, so 1 day per hour, as they say. Cool. By the way, if you haven't seen this, this is from our esteemed colleague Mehdi, who should be here this week, but unfortunately got bad news from his family, so he can't make it. He will be dearly missed. But yeah, do look him up on Blue Sky and whatnot. He has a link to that Looker Studio dashboard. It's pretty sweet. You can play with it. It's cool. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, you got Caio from Brazil. Who else? Who came from Argentina? Ezekiel? Yeah, here you go. Yeah, so yeah, lots of you came. Good. You will see there's a few empty spots here. A few more people are going to come on Wednesday, or hopefully even tomorrow. You'll see how that goes. A few more housekeeping things. Who's from an agency? Okay, not bad. Who's from a, let's say, a company, an end client? All right, and how many are from vendors? Well, at least Marie, Conductrics, Jordan. All right, cool. Good to know. So it's a very much in the agency's favors, but let's see. Today, we're going to, again, thank our sponsors, Conductors and Piano. Yay! So Marie in bright colors, Matt in less bright colors over there. So like, go speak to them. They'll talk to you about their wonderful products. Style check, Robert. How does that work? So if you're following me on, nah, not too much. Okay. I was really fishing for your approval, and I'm so glad that I failed. Yeah. Okay. Well, I tried. We're going to go into a few bits of semantics because the words matter. And I am very averse to bullshit. So I'm going to use words you all understand with the meaning they originally have. So hopefully we can get things straight. Also, just to make sure you don't get like any false ideas about what we're going to get out of this, this is the opening act. So I'm not necessarily here to give you like a shit ton of insights that you never heard of before. And also, I'm kind of setting the mood for the week. So it's going to be light, hopefully a bit interactive if you want to. We might have time for questions after this. So anyway, here we go. So is everyone here? Like, we're not missing anyone from this morning? Everyone got off their flights? So you're all here? Good. So we're going to talk about automation. So what does that mean? Well, we're going to go into definitions because I'm a stickler for definitions. So automation comes from the Greek, automaton, so like self-acting. Then that went on to French, automatique, capable of operating without external influence or control or intervention, done out of habit or with unconscious thought. So stuff you do automatically. But what does that actually mean? Automation came from people like Ford, for instance, where you actually have is more about getting a process of all this. So converting the controlling of a machine or device to a more automatic system. Now that we got that out of the way, we can talk about robots. So the word robot loosely comes from both Russian and Czech. So rabota in Russian is work. Robots is labor or forced servitude in Czech. So it's kind of So you're using a machine to do your dirty work. So essentially, you're just using a tool that does a lot of things like hard work for you. And the robots, what the fuck that is these days. So I mean, Boston Dynamics has done like a lot of progress these days, but they like the early prototypes are lots of trial and error. Cool. Where was I? So if you hear about Autobots, It's not necessarily, automation and robots. It's a different thing altogether, okay? But seriously, though, not all robots are useful. So we're going to take a quick look at this video, and hopefully the sound works.
Now, and I think what I really like about them is just that they're very easy to control. That makes me sound like a terrible person. The reason I started building robots was because I actually wanted to automate some parts of my life, but then I kind of realized that the over-the-top solutions were way more fun to build than the actual useful solutions, so I just kind of went with that. A lot of people think that I'm an engineer, but I'm actually not. And that's actually one of the things that I really want to tell people, that you don't need to be an engineer to be an inventor. My favorite project that I've ever built is probably my latest one, which is an applause machine. It just always makes you feel so appreciated.
Look up Simone Geertz, she's amazing. So the reason why I have these things is because we tend to confuse robots and automation, because robots do automation in some way, but we'll talk about that in a moment. So sorry Simone, it's gone, sorry. Slideshow, law. It's not going to the next slide. I am very disappointed. Next slide, thank you. So, necessity is the mother of invention. Wrong. Laziness is the mother of invention. I am super lazy, meaning that if I can, find ways to make my work less hard or do more stuff in less time, I'm going to automate the shit out of it. So that can be by designing a few DIY projects. It can be using a Raspberry Pi, as we're going to see in a moment. It can be building scripts. It can be building a data pipeline. It can be using, a messaging queue or a log to trigger a few things. So we're going to go about what this means. But essentially, yeah, when you have a need, where you have something that frustrates you, and you see there's a huge amount of human effort required, you want to automate. So far, so good. The next bit is, we haven't really invented anything in ages. And by that I mean that most of the automation we know dates from the late 1800s. And all we've done really since that time is just make it a bit faster. We use electronics to make things more efficient in terms of, let's say, inputs. But other than that, not so much. So as we transpose the concept of automation to what we do in data, you will see that in a way, we're not that much more advanced. It just looks fancy because, or sounds fancy because, hey, it's internet, it's data, but not necessarily that much. Just because you can automate it doesn't mean you should, to paraphrase Einstein here. And we're going to come to that in a moment, because frankly, the joke is, yeah, so you automate something like, how much time do you take you? Oh, about 2 weeks. But how long does the process take? 20 seconds. So if you're going to, and we can come back to that, if that 20 seconds is repeated over millions of times, yes, it becomes marginally interesting. But otherwise, cool. So back when I had more hair, I'm actually taking you back 25 years ago. So I lived in the south of France, in a mountain city called Grenoble, home of the 1968 Winter Games. That's where the red dot is. So in the Alps, yeah? So in that city is where HP, the printers and whatnot, built their European headquarters back in the 70s, well, late 60s. And that's where I had the honor of working as the head of the web metrics program for EMEA, spanning 42 countries, 16 languages, about 32,000 websites. Each comprising about 1,000 pages. I mean, these were fun. I mean, these were the Omniture implementation days. So we're talking the old school stuff. And look at these wonderful wondrous buildings, imagine like rows and rows and rows of cubicles. I mean, that thing was about half a kilometer long, I shit you not. So, as you can imagine, the office was organized in cubicles, like long corridors, and what's at the end of the corridor? The coffee machine. So, yes, this is AI because I didn't keep pictures, but imagine this was my desk with a little exaggeration. So I would survive on coffee. The goal with one of my coworkers is to who had the highest coffee cup tower on their desk, and it would have to go above the cubicle partition. So I think I got to like 3 meters or something. Sadly, yeah, AI cannot give it justice. But anyway, so you get the idea. I like coffee. The thing is, at that place, like I said, long corridors, I can't be bothered to walk there and find the coffee machines already used. So what do? I write a shell script that, when I hit 2 keys on my keyboard, sends, because we hacked the electric network, so the network cables, and so we sent a script to a serial port. So for the younger kids, that's like the ancestor of USB, right? And so essentially, we send the signal to the coffee machine. The coffee machine would get the signal of, large coffee, 2 sugars. And by the time I got off my chair, walked all the way down the corridor, the coffee would be ready and steaming hot. And that was just amazing. And the beauty of this is that it would short circuit whoever was using it. So it would put their order on pause and do mine instead. So I would get coffee. I'd drink the coffee, I'd be super productive, I'd kill myself working, and then profit, I'm not sure. But just to show you, this is like not exactly automation, but frankly, I then, if you see the clock at the bottom, I made that run every morning at 8. So, after a while, I just got bored of typing the command. So one example of, let's say, inventiveness for automation. At home, I use 2 things. I use a Google Home, and I use a shit ton of Raspberry Pi computers. Any Raspberry Pi users in the room? See, good work. So they're cheap, they're super connectable, and you can script the fuck out of it. So what I do with Google Home is lights, camera, action. And by that I mean it controls my lights. So it turns them on or off when I'm away from the house. So, to discourage, burglars. But also it will light my son's room in the morning by force if he doesn't get up. The cameras I set up again to, and Jennifer, this is for you, bird watching, we'll get to there in a moment. But no, seriously, there's like a camera that turns on at my front door, etc., in my office. And the action is just, being able to come home from work and then Spotify starts with my, wind down playlists. So basic stuff, but again, it's based on routines. It's based on time of the day. The other bit with the Raspberry Pis is 4 interesting projects. The first one is my water sprinklers. So on a timetable, my Raspberry Pi, well, one of my Raspberry Pis has connectors that connect to my water valves. Okay, so they're electric valves. So on, let's say, every other day in the week, at like 10 p.m., if it's the month of July or August, it will open a valve on one circuit around my garden, and it will sprinkle the water for, say, 30 minutes. Not too bad. The cameras. So I have set up a few, let's say, bird feeding areas. And of course, I have a Raspberry Pi next door with a camera, a little basic webcam, like $10 camera. And what it will do is it will use a Python script to recognize when the image changes. It will take picture of the bird, if any. Sometimes it's a squirrel, so sometimes it's a cat. But when it does, it's going to take the picture and it's going to compare it against a model of birds. So it's going to tell me if it's a tit. Like tits, or get the fuck out. Or it's going to be like a cock robin, we have a few of those, or your regular, bird. So that's always fun. Any of you guys know me from like back in the day, know that I had this project where I added a GPS tracker to my dog's collar. You guys remember that? No? So I put a GPS tracker on a Raspberry Pi attached to a pouch on my dog's collar. And what it would do is it would use a 3G SIM card back in the day, and it would capture the GPS location of my dog. Then it would wait 15 minutes, take another snapshot. It would then triangulate the position based on 2 GPS coordinates, tell me where it's at, tell me where direction is going, like by how much. It would send the information as events to GA, and I would get a nice dashboard, right? Totally useless, but you know, it's a proof of concept. By the way, what do you call a dog with no hind legs and balls of steel? Sparky. Anyway, sorry. Tough crowd. Okay. All right. The next bit I want to talk about is my wine cellar ventilation. So I had the privilege back in the early 2000s, late 2000s, to meet Vint Cerf. Ring any bell? Anyone knows who that is? Essentially the guy who invented TCP/IP, right? So who back in the day was an IT advocate at Google. So I had the chance to meet him during a GA summit.
Is he well connected?
Well done, Matt. Well done. Is he well connected? Yes, he was. But essentially, he gave me a lot of ideas because he had a very similar setup. Essentially, he has, when you want to, and of course, because I'm French, I'm going to talk about wine, but the key to having a good wine cellar is to make sure that you have the right humidity and you have the right temperature. So I got sensors in my cellar that tell me what the temperature is, what the humidity levels are. And based on these two factors is going to turn on a set of fans. And the aeration will keep my humidity and temperature levels ideal for my wine. And of course, every time that happens, I get a temperature curve in GA, because I'm a nerd, right? Cool, so these are inventions, or you know, expansions of the things you can do with these devices. But let's see, we're trying to see a pattern here. What is this automation based on? Anyone? Okay, that works, why not? So really what we're going to base our automations on 3 factors. Got time. So things happen at a given time. Okay, it's noon, so every French person has to have lunch, right? It's a cron job. So every day at 1 a.m. run shell script XYZ to produce output Y. You've got a messaging queue model, or you got a log or backlog. So just like process all the items in the queue as long as there's something. And then you got your reactions. So like I said, the sensors for like my humidity or my temperature. You get the listeners. When people click on the form, right? When people submit the form, do stuff. So that's the exact same thing. In this case, for a date, for instance, or a time-based trigger, yeah, just like keep doing stuff if the date is right. If the date matches, or if the date repeat cycle matches, do stuff. If you have a signal, like my sensors, if there is a signal, then do stuff. Also, if color equals blue, then do more stuff, okay? And that's where you want to be super careful. Because if you do not create the right framing for this thing to happen, what happens if you fuck up a loop? It goes on forever and ever. Which happened to a friend of mine who racked up a $70,000 Google Cloud bill because they forgot to put closing arguments in the loop. Always nice. So this is, what's AI really? And you might recognize this from last year. It's a bunch of if loops. Okay, it's just adding a shit ton of conditions and recursivity to everything you do. So automation in our case is as long as something works, keep doing it, but it doesn't necessarily account for the things that can go wrong. And if we talk about Murphy's Law, if something can go wrong, it will. So you have to really be careful about what you set as conditions. The problem with automation is at some point someone goes in, like they give in and they build it. So yeah, congrats, I mean, you've built your infernal machine. In French we call it usine à gaz, literally like gas factory, and I find it amazing. Why? Because it's going to look at this incredible thing that looks both impressive and terrifying and requires like a shit ton of gears and levers and different mechanisms, and you're not even sure what the output is going to be. So that's the worst part. But the thing you have to ask yourself is, how much effort did it require to build? Like I said, my DIY projects with my Raspberry Pi, this took me like a couple hours of coding. So it's not rocket science. But you'd have to put the time in, not so much to build the mechanism, but to account for all of the exceptions. To account for all the cases and I had thought about that, which all the stuff that goes into like let's say a software development process. Okay, so you go through iterations, please don't make me say agile. But essentially, yeah, you have to start thinking about the big picture and start to think about what all of the required elements are for your automation, because otherwise you go through a lot of trial and error anyway. How often are you going to be using it? So it's sort of what I was saying at the beginning. If you build something that's going to be used twice, it's not automation. It's it's laziness, but the most basic level. So if you're going to automate something, make sure you're going to be using it often. And how much time and money is this saving you? So and that's why we had industrial automation processes in the first place, because it saves time and money, and also it does things that humans can do because tools, right? The problem with automation is execution. So we're going to talk again about the parameters. So let's say I need to ask AI to show me a picture of a salmon swimming in a stream. I'm not going to name it. It's like one AI model, but what you got was this. It is technically salmon swimming up a river, but because you ran the query on something that you didn't train necessarily, and I apologize for the picture quality, it is terrible on the screen. It is completely my fault. But essentially, yes, if all I have as pictures of salmon is, packaged fish, then it's not going to be semantics, right? Cool. So make sure that you know what you're working on when you're building this. So how do you deal with the unknown? How do you know what's going to need to be accounted for when you build the thing? Trial and error, thank you. But also you have to go through a shit ton of parameters. And by that, I mean, there's only 40 of those here, but you can find more, I'm sure. The biggest ones are semantics, again. The one I like is poor data quality, training bias, if we're going to be looking at AI. So the thing that I also like is, let's say, environment configuration mismatches. Is when it works on your machine, and then you push it over. I don't care if you use Docker or whatever the fuck, but it just crashes on your production environment, and you're very frustrated and it fails. So these are a few examples of why your automation doesn't work, or not right away, or these are the things that you want to take into consideration as your project grows. Okay. This can be anything from, let's say, so you set up your pub sub to do stuff. Doug will have something at the Golden Punch card that really talks about that, so pay attention. So yeah, I wanted to, again, show you a few things. I'm going to stop here because I think I'm on time. All right. So unless it's full funnel research, yeah, do consider causes and benefits. If you find something that works for you, ask yourself, like, a what if? What if I add more resources? What if I add like more features, etc.? How much is it going to cost me to build? How much is it going to cost me to run versus the benefits? Okay, so I'm very much aware that I am pushing in like an easy door, like an Accenture telling you, yeah, reduce cost, increase revenue, right? But it is what it is. Always ask yourself, what could possibly go wrong? Do you have professional insurance? Because if your thing, your project, your automation breaks because it's running things too quickly or too often or not in the way it should, you can create damage. That's definitely true in the industry. I mean, my father-in-law, for instance, worked in a cement factory where they have these huge ovens that bake the cement for you. And when that is not automated properly, the engines break, and the entire factory has to shut down for 5 weeks. So this is definitely something that can impact your business. And like I said, try to make sure that you know what the safeguards, what the frame is, versus just running things automatically just because it's convenient. With that, I will open the floor to questions. I hope you have a wonderful conference this week. I'm here all week. You will see me at the closing, was it like Julien and friends and sandwiches? It sounds terrible. But yeah, I'm here, so.
A round of applause for the one and only Julien Coquet.
I literally don't know how I can follow that. That was amazing. Talented. That's all I can say. Hi, my name's Rasmussen. I run a company called Ringside Data. We're a marketing data platform, and we pull data from our own tracker. We are kind of a competitor to GA4, but that's all I'm going to say. Let's start talking about what we're going to do this afternoon, as well as use some AI images of dinosaurs sporadically. So, like most of you, I get an echo when I speak, apparently, here as well. But most of you, I use data to help benefit brands and help them make better decisions. And over the last year, when I was trying to plan this talk, I came up with a load of things where we've had clients' questions and their data was fucked. And it was because they'd made some terrible decisions, they'd not tracked things properly, or more often, they were just asking the wrong questions in the first place. So I found some scenarios where I'm going to talk around how we fixed it, or actually some of the challenges we faced as well. So the first thing is how to unfuck KPIs. I'm going to start with a little bit of a pop quiz. Mainly because everyone here knows Napoleon is short, right? That's everyone nodding, yeah? He was short, right? He was 5'2" tall. Now, apparently that's short. I'm not trying to be shortest, but 5'2" is quite short. Yes, Doug, you're taller than 5'2". But I don't know if you know, but he wasn't actually 5'2" in feet. In normal feet, as we call them now, because way back then, French feet was different to globally recognized feet. So actually, he was 5'6½", which means he was actually quite tall for the time because people were shorter then. So Napoleon wasn't actually short at all. It was just, that is how time has remembered him. Let's go on to one of my favorite topics. Someone overlooked and went, is your whole presentation around beer? No, it wasn't. Is a pint in the US the same size as a pint in the UK? No. Which one's bigger? Wow, that's literally probably a 50-50 split. Imperial is bigger. That's an interesting way to answer which one of those two. So a UK pint is larger than a US pint, which is the reason why the UK gets a bad rep as being alcoholics, I'm sure. That's the reason, it's nothing else. Now, with that logic, which one is bigger, a UK fluid ounce or a US fluid ounce? Yes, I've set this up to be reasonably obvious. So yeah, a US fluid ounce is bigger than a UK fluid ounce, even though a UK pint is bigger than a US pint. And if you don't learn anything from me today, there's some facts. So, putting all that together, how many pints high is Napoleon? And he is 11.3 pints high. So that's the final fact for you today, and now I'm going to talk about KPIs and how they're not necessarily standardized forms of measurement. We talk about KPIs and say, well, if that's a KPI, we're going to make that a KPI, and therefore we know what that is. And that's part of the issue, is that does it stand for key performance indicator, or is it actually kept purposefully incomprehensible? Is that what it actually means? So, how do you calculate add to basket rate? That should be quite an easy question. We're talking e-commerce. I'm going to try to keep it simple until I make it more complicated. Because clicking on the add to cart button, an e-commerce business wants to know how often that happens. Cool. So what we did within our platform is we created a piece of technical funnels where you can look at the connection of each touch point as they go through the journey. So the middle one there being add to basket, fantastic. We know what that number is. The problem being is there's actually at least 4 ways. I think we're up to about 19 different ways that we've worked out on how people have asked for add to basket to be calculated. So it's not just what you probably thought was the easy answer to that question. Otherwise, this would be a very short talk, and it's unfortunately not. So the first one we're going to go through, and I'm just going to leave these up here for a little bit, is counting if a user has viewed a product page, and then irrespective of how many product pages they've viewed, we're just counting once. And then if they add any number of items after that, it just counts that they added an item after that. And that would then say that that person has had a product view, tick, and it's a binary selection at that point, and then there is an add to the basket. Therefore, for this one user, that's 100%, but it's not that they've viewed 3 products and added 2, we're only counting them once. The next one is not even within the time frame that you're looking at. So someone has added something to someone has viewed a product page, and then in a subsequent visit at any time in the future, they've added an item to their basket, and people wanted to see add to basket this way. There is another one, which I will admit was the most mental request, which is that every time someone views a product, we're going to count, but we're also, if a add to basket happens, we're going to count how many products they've viewed before that. So this actually is 4 product views and 3 add to carts. Yep. I did say it was fucked. I used the swearing to say how bad that was. And then the next one, which is it has to match the product that is being added. So that is probably, there's a lot of nodding here. This isn't how a lot of platforms actually have their default add to carts. Whereas this is the one that you logically would think is the one you'd want, which is how many product page views have I had? And when someone added to cart, did they add the product of the thing that they viewed? And then there are many, many more. And what you then want to do is also look at different cohorts of different types of products as well, because you will then have different add to cart rates by product. And as you view that in one of my favorite charts, because it's called a violin chart, because it kind of looks like a violin on its side. Maybe, I don't play musical instruments. Sorry, what was that?
Stingray chart.
Stingray chart, I've now got a favorite name for this. Stingray chart, where you can understand what the distribution of that add to cart rate is. And this is a really cool way of visualizing it, as long as you can get over the fact that you're calling things quartiles to people who aren't mathematically savvy. You're basically just saying there actually is quite a wide distribution, but here's where the difference is between standard deviations. But this is a really cool way of visualizing add to cart. So what is the correct way? Because there was some nods on the first one I said until I got to the fourth one where there was some more nods. So these were the 4 different numbers, and we ran the same logic for the same client for the same period, and this was the differences in the add to cart rate, which is quite considerable difference, especially if you think that a lot of the times this is consumed by a management person in a dashboard with one number. And so they're looking at this and going, well, our add to cart rate's gone up, and you're like, well, we've just changed the logic of how we've calculated it. So the classic thing that, luckily I'm not a measure camp, so I'm not going to get fined for saying, but it depends. And it depends who's asking, and that's probably very common in a lot of the challenges we face in the data space. So if it's the first one, that's typically what a management person wants to see, which is like, I want my big numbers, so I want how many people have viewed products, and I want to know how many add to carts I've got. I divide one number by the number is the sort of the logic there. And then you've got the sort of the typical analyst, marketer, someone who actually wants to know things around the user experience. That kind of thing is looking at where the product is synced, and that's where most people were nodding that I can see here. And then there's also, we've had people from those teams also want the mental one, which is option 3, but they were people who wanted to just see how people were interacting with the page. It wasn't necessarily to understand the performance of an individual product, it was actually to talk about page performance and how people were interacting with the site as a whole, rather than a singular product page. So this quote from Nate Silver I really like, I'm just going to read it off, because the numbers have no way of speaking for themselves. We speak for them, we imbue them with meaning. And I think that's fantastic, because that's literally what most of our jobs are. It's not just saying this is the KPI that we're going to use, we also have to put some meaning behind that. And that's a big part of our jobs. So what's fucked? Firstly, option 3, because I agree with you, which is why I put it in the slide deck. But we need to make sure that the KPIs are actual KPIs and they're not incomprehensible on purpose. So we can be transparent about that. We need to make sure that we potentially have different bespoke reporting based on the level and understanding of each individual, and we need better naming conventions across the board, because add to cart rate is not as easy as you think it is. So the next one, how do we unfuck customer retention? So we all understand the value of our existing customers, right? We should focus on those, because they're the most important one, and yet most marketers in the world double down on new customer acquisition. That's their game. And yet you make so much money from your existing customers, it costs you less than 10% of what it does to reacquire an existing customer than it does for a new customer. And so there is such an opportunity for businesses to just invest that little bit more time, effort, and money in reacquiring existing customers and better understanding them. So if we look at just one example for one of the brands we work with, the blended CVR on the whole website is 2.53, the new customer conversion rate being 2.4, and the existing customer conversion rate being 3.57. The cost of a visit of a new customer is 1. The cost per visit of an existing customer is 0.28, because you still have to pay to re-engage them, because they will use remarketing, they will come back via agency-based services, so cost for SEO and things like that. And then also, they will still click on your ads. They will find, and you'll still have to pay for them. But then you look at the cost per conversion, because the conversion rate is higher, the cost per visit is higher. So you're paying 5 times as much for a new customer than you are an existing customer. And this is just one example for a time period. The bit that was amazing is 47% of new customers convert in their first visit for this one brand, and they have a lower revenue product, so they come in and it's either you buy or you leave in that scenario. 17% of existing customers convert in their first visit after they purchase. So they purchase, they leave, and then only 17% purchase on their first visit when they come back. So they are engaging with that brand a lot, with content, with doing some research themselves on their next best product. And so we should better understand what that is. We need to segment existing customers better. We need to know more about what they're doing. So one of the ways we can do that is playing this game, which is we need to understand how efficient we are at bringing someone back to our website. Because we focus so much on just acquiring that person in the first place. If we just change the game a little bit, and it doesn't have to be that this is your whole career, it just needs to be like a week's focus of just saying, how can we be more efficient at re-engaging people who have come to our website, they've purchased previously, how do we get them back at the most efficient way? So we need to segment our existing customers. We need to understand that, because dealing with them all at one isn't fair. They are very different, and we know so much about them already. So hands up who's done RFM before? Awesome. It's about 40%. I'm just going to go through the headline because it's an acronym or initialism. I get told off which way I pick that. So R is for recency, so when was the most recent purchase for that person? F is for frequency, so how many times has this customer purchased? And then M is for monetary, so what is the total monetary value of that customer? So one of the ways to visualize that is you put them in a grid where you've got frequency and monetary on the left-hand side, and on the on the bottom you have recency. So on the bottom right-hand section you've got your new customers. They've just purchased, so the high recency, and their frequency and monetary is low because they've only converted once at that point, and their monetary will be typically quite low at that point unless it's a really high purchase for a brand new customer. And then as people purchase multiple times, they will move around this, and you'll end up with different segments, and there are some names associated with those segments that allow you to then say, okay, that customer who first purchased 3 years ago has converted a number of times, they are in the need attention because they haven't purchased for long enough, that we want to try to bring them back. But we also want to go after our champions in a very different way. And a lot of this isn't just about our cost of acquisition or how much we want to associate time and effort. It could also be down to messaging and doing some testing like we were talking about earlier. So we want that to work for them. And this is the big thing about segmentation here, is the moment we have this level of visibility of each customer's unique identifier, their conversion ID, we know their conversion history, you can get all of this out of the e-commerce platforms. You don't even have to get analytics data. This can come direct out of Shopify. You can pull that into the API and build your own RFM model on top of that very easily to get the first level of this. Now, what's interesting is when you do overlay some analytics data, and very basic analytics data to start with, is the conversion rate is very different for each one of those customers. You actually get an incredibly high conversion rate for people who have not been on the website for a long time. They haven't forgotten about you in the sense that they don't know what you do. They've just forgotten that you necessarily exist. So when you get them back on the site, the conversion rate is really high. If you pay to reacquire someone who's just purchased in the bottom right, their conversion rate is very low because they've just purchased. They don't need to purchase again in a lot of cases. And so it's even more valuable to go after the people who haven't engaged with you and haven't purchased for a long time. So that was, I didn't know that was there. So what you can then use that data for, once you've got that RFM segmentation applied to every customer, match it up with the unique ID that you find in your CRM tool. So if you're using a Klaviyo or Salesforce, you can link with the Klaviyo ID or the SFMC ID, push that RFM segment back into the CRM tool, and you can send segmented emails based on that. You can have SMS campaigns. You can do DM based on that activity. And then you can have different messaging based on what you know about that customer. You can then obviously make this way more complicated by overlaying things like next best product and next best action for that user as well. But even in the most simplest form, having this level of segmentation is better than what those platforms have as RFM, because they only see a small part of the picture in the eCRM land that they're living in. A lot of those tools don't go and pull the 5, 10, 15, 20 years of historic data that you'll be able to get out of an order management system. And then you can combine that with things like propensity scores and figures about margin to understand what the value and potential for that user is. So you can say, yes, this person hasn't been engaged with us for a while, but here is how we can increase their likelihood to convert in the future. So once you've done that, you can then combine that with anything in the world's your oyster. So What's fucked? Treating existing customers as a single segment, and how we've solved that using RFM and making sure we're not just saying new versus existing and forgetting about those existing lot. So part 3, how to unfuck your ROI calculations. So we know the saying, revenue is vanity, profit is sanity. But that's a good starting point, but it's really important to understand that ROI isn't just based on revenue. And I know I'm speaking to people who do this a lot, but revenue is not the be-all and end-all. So one of the big things when we're talking about the other things that are built into return on investment, media cost being a key one, or cost in some way, we need to make sure that we include costs that aren't just Google. Because there are many other costs out there, Meta being obviously a large one for a lot of organizations, but things like, what is the cost of doing organic search? Is your SEO agency costing you money? Well, it probably is. What is the cost of all of the influencer things that is being run? And we've got a client that runs quite a lot of influencer activity, and so we track every single influencer click that comes to their website, whether they convert or not, and we put that back in, and so they can understand what the return on investment is of every journey. We want to be able to understand for that brand how much they're investing in all of their marketing channels, so when we take that number away from the revenue figure, we can understand the actual return on investment. And we need to take that even further as well, because there is a difference when we're looking at margin. So if you get the cost of goods sold for that brand or some view of a margin, whether you can get that at a product level or even in a conversion level, you're able to say, what is our ROAS, so revenue, or MOAS, or POAS, depends on who you use. When you're talking about profit or margin, and don't speak to me about all of the other ones with gross margin and gross profit, the acronyms get way too big for an acronym at that point. But we want to make sure we take that into consideration so we actually understand that that success that the PPC agency is saying, oh yes, we did amazing, that was a 300% ROAS, and you're like, yep, cool, but the margin on the products you sold was very low. So you're actually not making any money on those conversions. But the other channels are driving to a different product that they're prioritizing, and they're getting way more margin percentage, and so they're actually profitable over there. So that's one of the views that you should definitely be looking at to unfuck that. But we can go even deeper than that, because we were all looking at last click there, but we had a challenge from one of our clients about affiliates, because they spend a metric fuck ton on affiliates. And they were like, it's working. The affiliate agencies told us we're making this much money, so we have to pay them this commission. And that amount of money was about 60% of their revenue. When you add up that and what's in Google Ads and in Meta, it was about 300% their total revenue. So maybe let's not use that logic, right? So we need to look at their full journey. So this is flashing black every so often, but we've got the same user came in, and this is a singular conversion, every visit here. So we have the first visit was way back on the 30th of October last year, and they visited through different channels as they went through that journey. And then on the 22nd of November last year, they visited via affiliates, and then they came back direct a few days later, and they spent £260 on that singular conversion. Now, affiliates is claiming that conversion. Google Ads is claiming that conversion. And then there are 3 different Google Ads campaigns involved in that with different keywords on every single one of those visits. I found one that was weird. Everyone's claiming that conversion, but we, as the brand, we're still only making £260 at this point. So what are we going to do? Well, what we want to do is first understand how much we should be paying the affiliate. Should we actually give them any money, or should we tell them, no, actually, that person came to the website after a massive marketing campaign. They started on paid search. So we want to give credit to paid search here. We can't just give you commission on that full sale. Well, what we want to do is have some machine-learned attribution that distributes based on the value of the role of each one of those individual visits. So we want to understand what impact that visit had. So not just did it happen, or that touch point exists and we're going to give it some credit. What that person did within that visit matters. And so what we can see is the machine learning has said, well, actually, the visit before the one that converted was more valuable than the visit that actually saw the conversion. And the reason was that they added the products that they purchased in the second from last visit. They also added one of the products they purchased on the direct visit that happened before affiliates. In the affiliate visit, they just browsed some products. So what we want the model to do in this scenario is tell us that, take that into consideration, so then we know how much revenue we want to associate with affiliate, and therefore we can pay a commission rate associated with that value. Because otherwise, we're just going to be massively overpaying affiliates every time. And so it looks like this. That affiliate visit is not much of the overall comparison there. And the visit before it and the visit after it were the ones that the customer actually showed us that they were interested. That's what they were doing. And it's because on that affiliate visit, they just came in to get a discount code. The discount code wasn't valid, I'm going to tell you that as well. But the affiliate still claimed it because it cookied that user. So they came via an affiliate and therefore they're claiming that conversion. So what we have done following that kind of logic, and it's really important when we're talking about attribution and readjusting the value of ROI within the conversation, is we understand what brands are doing and where they should prioritize the activity they have. So there are 3 different brands on the right, A, B, and C, and they have all spent time, money, and effort in different ways through that marketing funnel, where you spend money, time, and effort on acquisition marketing, behavioral-based marketing, and then conversion marketing, where you're driving that person to convert. And then following that initial conversion, the satisfaction, loyalty, and advocacy logic. And there's different approaches there. Some are spending way more in the top of funnel, driving that initial acquisition, and then some have done a better distribution, in my opinion, like C, where they are looking after those customers. Now, the problem being is, if you just look at last click, and you just look at revenue, you're not really understanding the value of doing acquisition and behavior marketing. Because the things that will look like they're working are going to be in that middle section for conversion, because they will convert very quickly. And so unless you have that role of attribution within that marketing mix, you're not going to understand the activity that you're running that isn't driving that last click conversion. So the quote from me is, because I'm just going to read it out, is the return on investment for any specific channel or activity should be based on how it contributes to business success, not just how efficient it is at converting users. So what's fucked in return on investment? Well, firstly, we're undervaluing the activity by losing last click, but we're also missing a ton of cost data and the associated logic behind margins to take that into consideration. And so the option here is to use something like machine-learned attribution to better understand that full journey and make sure that you've got cost of goods sold and costs like that included. So overall, what have we learned? Dinosaur's back. Thumbs up this time. The KPIs you provide are so important, but we need to make sure we choose the right one and we do the maths correctly for the use case we have. So I would implore you, if you do have add to cart set up somewhere, to go and have a look and work out what the actual logic is built into that. Because a lot of the time, it might not be what you thought it was. The next one is segment new and existing. If you can't get the data to do RFM, just get new versus existing built into the first view that you're showing brands. Because there are so many people who use blended CPAs or blended performance data, and the existing users will engage with that brand completely differently. And then the last one, we've just done it, so the return on investment for any singular channel. You should be using attribution. It is ridiculous nowadays for most brands who are spending any money at all to not be using a machine-learned attribution model, because using last click is so 2005. Thank you.
We're back in the studio, and I'm joined by my two friends from the no longer Europe. my two Brexit friends, Daniel, Russ. Russ, you already were here a minute ago, but we accidentally invited you again, so you get to introduce yourself last. Daniel, you're the host of the Measure Pod.
Uh-huh.
I think 100 and something episodes of analytics nerdism online. Right?
For sure, yeah. I lost count, I think. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Russ, you're founder of Ringside, co-founder of Ringside. One of your more smarter founders is also at the event this year. And we're going to talk about attribution. You can see that that's the title. So we are going to discuss the age-old problem of attributing value to whatever it is we're trying to do as a marketing team.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're in this from the vendor perspective, but before that, actually, I think you guys worked together in a long...
There was overlap.
A long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah, but you know, you help companies try to attribute our messy reality. You also do that in your day-to-day job, trying to help your clients figure out how to attribute value.
Yeah.
My first question, is it all a scam? Is it all fake? Is it useful? Where are we at?
There's lots of questions. Where do you want to start?
How useful is attribution? On a scale of 1 to 10, how important is attribution? Russ, I'll start with you.
It's 10, but that's because the definition of attribution is if you're doing last touch, you're doing attribution. You've just made a conscious decision to use the model that has become the default for the majority of marketing activity. So attribution is more a concept rather than a formula or some algorithm. Like the main thing that we try to speak to clients about, and I've been saying the same stuff for like a decade now, is it's about your understanding of performance. So it's for that brand, no matter what model you use, how you do the calculations, how smart it is, whether it's machine learning, whether it's something in Excel, the same number comes out at the end. You're not making more money by doing well, unless your math is terrible. You're not going to make any more money. You're not making any more conversions or sales. So to answer your question is, attribution is actually more of the way you think about how you define success and what factors you want to consider as part of that conversation.
I'm going to say a 9 to be different. I think it's important. It's not a hoax, but exactly as you said, I'll start exactly the same way if someone asked me that. It's like, you're doing it already. And I think much like when people say AI, they mean generative AI. I think when you say attribution, you probably mean like data-driven or machine learning or some kind of algorithmic approach to attribution rather than like a standard rules-based like last touch, last click, like you mentioned. So I think it's one of those things like people, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know, right? The Dunning-Kruger effect. And I think it's that I don't want to know, like I'm already using it. Like I just want my numbers. And if you ask 20 people what attribution is, you're going to get 20 results. And you've got 1 million models that can happen. And so it's overwhelming. And so when we talk about attribution, it's really, really bloody important because you want to answer the question of like, how well have I done in X? But often that's like, as soon as you start going into the maths and the kind of technicalities of it, people then start pulling back. So yeah, I think it's bloody important.
And just to add to that as well, I think the key thing that I think we'll probably align very well on here is we're talking about an independent view of attributed performance. That's when we're talking about attribution. That's what we're saying is the value add for any brand is when you can say, here is a view of the world that is the best representation of the attributed performance. What individual vendors are doing when they have, well, we've got an attribution model in Google Ads, we've got an attribution model in Meta, we've got an attribution model in our affiliate platform, where they're nuanced to only include a small part of the vision that is the entire marketing mix. that isn't attribution. That is them trying to attribute value to their activity, and in the I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on, they are going to attribute more than they're probably worth.
Yeah.
And so when we're chatting about attribution, and please correct me if I'm speaking for you incorrectly, but like we're talking about having a view that is as much of the data across all of the channels that we can, and that's what we're trying to take into consideration to give the best version of the truth.
So I will stop you because I think I kind of agree, and I think the independence is really important, right? When we're doing this to like the next level, but like the way I always kind of describe attribution modeling, because you're right, there's 1,000 models in 1,000 platforms, is like it's a lens. It's a lens you put on top of your data, and it tells a story based on the rules that are applied. So last click tells a story. It might not be a good story if you're looking at prospect marketing, right? Prospecting. You look at first touch attribution, that's not going to be very good for, direct response stuff. And so the way I see attribution modeling, and it's all attribution modeling. The thing is there's no wrong way of doing it. There are better and less good ways of doing it, but there's no perfect model and there's no wrong model. They're all somewhere in the middle. And so you build up this narrative you can tell of your marketing, your user behavior and things like that by looking across them, understanding it so that you can use it for the analysis, right? Analysis is turning data into insights, right? Taking some numbers and finding out what that means, what we do with it. And one of those tools within our tool belt is an attribution model. It's a lens, it's a perspective. So I don't think there is an absolute truth. You just got to pick them all.
Play a game with you guys. I am the marketing manager, CMO of a $100 million ad spend budget, marketing budget, whatever you want to call it. And currently, all my spend is in Google Ads. Now, we're not going to debate whether that's good or not, but that is the case. How important is attribution to me right now? Scale 1 to 10.
The question isn't the channel mix or the ad spend. I think it's important, but it's going to be about how many touches in that journey exist. If you're selling low ticket value items on like Amazon.com, right? Then there's no point because people are going to decide to buy it and buy, and it's like one touch journeys, and that you don't need to think about.
You're selling batteries online.
Yeah. If you're selling cruises, right? 10, 20,000 euro cruises, and you're still only bidding in Google Ads, like that's going to be more relevant because people are going to get to and from you in different ways, maybe different campaigns, maybe organic as well, right? So you're not spending there. So I think that's the question to ask. But that's quite easily seen in the data, right? You can see with a quick bit of analysis, you can see, the average touch points to convert, and then you can make an educated guess of like, do I go down this rabbit hole or do I not, right?
Just to take that a bit further as well, the view on a lot of things in analytics has come from a lens of what GA can do and what people have used to being able to do within Google Analytics. And this is where people who use Adobe sort of laugh at the people who just use GA and go, I could have been able to do this stuff for years. And attribution's the same as that, because when you're talking about the channel being paid search or just Google, but actually, if you have an attribution model that looks at what happens within the visits themselves, you want to look at keyword level data. I want to know the attributed relationship between keywords throughout the conversion funnel. So when there are multiple touch points, you should, in that scenario, have campaigns that are focused at top of funnel, middle and lower funnel. So it's not about reattributing the value towards just another channel. It's within every single interaction. So you would want to understand the role that certain campaigns have further up in the funnel, into the middle of the funnel and lower. Yeah. And then the bigger thing as well is within the logic you build into that, it shouldn't just be based on the fact that someone's visited the website. It actually should be, what did they do when they visited, when the context was delivered? So when they clicked on that ad, when they did that search, when they received that email, there is some context being added to that relationship between the brand and the user. And when they arrived at your website or came into your app, what they do then is defined by that context at that time. So the value of that interaction should be what they do, not just the keyword that they clicked on. That's just the context building. What we want to know is, did they view many products? Did they add items to their basket? And obviously, e-com example, but or did they bounce? And therefore, what the context that they had when they clicked on that ad, well, that wasn't what they expected at that time. So it's not that shouldn't be valued the same as the person who clicked on something different and did loads of stuff on the website that you want them to do that leads towards success. And so it's way more complicated than just talking about channels and that type of activity.
I agree, but I'm gonna take the other side. So from a budget allocator's perspective, right? The person in the chair with the $100 million budget who gets told, I need a certain return, right? They're looking at how will I allocate this budget? To what extent is attribution a tool to help you better allocate budget? Or is it a tool to, after the fact, justify what you've spent? Like, how do we view this?
It can kind of tell the story you want to tell, right? Remember, there's there's infinite attribution models you can use. So in this scenario, if you need to justify budget for one channel, right, you can go justify it, right? Yeah. So there's an element there where it's like, okay, but if you want this perspective of it, the thing about attribution modeling, again, depends on the sales cycle. Like if you're selling something that takes 9 months to convert, you're going to have to look over 9 months ago to get the kind of fullest picture of all the kind of activity and the conversions and the activity you ran. Has it finally converted? So it is a historic looking tool. It's a kind of back in time, how did we do if we were to do it again, right? So it's less relevant, not that it's not useful, it's less relevant for kind of always on campaigns. But if I'm doing like a Black Friday campaign, I can go back last year, I can see that. Your example is still hard because you've got one channel. And so if you're looking at budgeting,
it's then on purpose hard.
Yeah. But like within that, like, I don't know. I think, listen to your marketing guys.
What I'm trying to hint at a little bit is like, people tend to use analytics to, after the fact, justify what they've done, where I feel like we should move more towards wargaming. What can we do with this 100 million budget, and use attribution as a tool to kind of play around with what could we do, what could we allocate differently, and how would that play out?
Well, the biggest thing here is you're talking about allocating, and the assumption is that you're talking about allocating to a channel. But in a lot of the scenarios, attributed data is trying to give you a better understanding of the value of activity. So in that scenario where you've only got one channel, which is mental, but in that scenario, your budget allocation shouldn't just be to a channel, it should be to a segment of customers. So the attribution model will give you, this is the value that you're seeing from your top of funnel campaigns within that channel. Here is the value for these middle of funnel, and here is your value for the lower funnel. And in a scenario where you didn't have an attribution model and you just had last click, all of your budget allocation would be to the lower funnel activity, because your blended CPA is the wrong metric to be using to have that attribution model, the lack of attribution model to do that distribution of cost. So what you would want to have is a model that said, this top of funnel activity is driving incremental value. Here is the distribution that we're seeing, and therefore this is how you can better distribute that budget. So it can be done well in advance because you're using historical context and making the broad assumption, like you do in any forecasting or budgetary, that there will be a similar reaction to an input.
Can I argue a point? But I don't think attribution modeling does incremental value measurement. Like you can't look and say this was incremental. You can say, if I was to look at all these touch points and distribute the total value across the total visible things, then you will, right? That's the process. But it's not answering the question of saying, if I didn't run the activity, would it have happened anyway? And so this is where attribution does its job really well, which is historical looking, and it's a great data set for training models and predicting forward, and you can play that war game. But the value here, and I think this is where my perspective has changed over the years when I was purely attribution to maybe now, is like, it's a tool, like I say, in the tool belt of marketers or marketing analytics, it's a tool. And then we've got, okay, if we're doing, if not in your example, but if it was a multi-channel approach to marketing, a lot of money, maybe media mix modeling would be a better approach for looking at overall budget adjustments and understanding influence. But the best thing is the incrementality testing, and within the campaigns itself, whether it's geo-based or RCTs, like randomized control trials, like that is the way to look at incrementality. But they're not one supersedes the other. Like they're all used in combination and they're doing different things.
Yeah.
And in isolation, one on its own doesn't tell you what you need to do as a marketer with that much money to spend. So my advice would be, yeah, we can look back and we can see that, but there's always a better way of doing it. And I think combining these techniques, but it might not be relevant. I think the interesting thing about talking about all this stuff is like we're talking hypotheticals, and in your case, it's like, well, maybe it doesn't work. Like we talk about like machine learning models. Like, okay, if there's not enough consistency in the data, then it's not ever going to be able to learn, and so it doesn't work for you, right? So data-driven attribution, machine learning attribution doesn't work for you, but it does for someone else.
Yeah.
And so it's really hard to talk in generals.
I think, so you highlight one interesting point that I also want to dive into, and I think that's a good point to do that right now. So when we're talking attribution and the way we've been talking about it up until this point, it's very much through the lens of deterministic measurement, right? So we're able to measure everything in high enough data quality to make sense of it all. If we throw into the mix anonymization of data or missing data because of privacy regulation or because of privacy technology or because of whatever, or just mixed customer journeys across mobile apps and that are not connected and people are not logged in, right? To what extent, is there a diminishing return of like deterministic attribution? Is there a point where a brand should only start looking at media mix modeling kind of solutions? Or is it always a mix? Or what are your takes on that?
I think you kind of need to make sure that you understand your data quality as much as you can ever understand the level of data integrity and quality that you have. That's probably the first thing. Like, you need to know what you know. You're never going to know what you don't know, right?
Yeah.
So a big part of this is just going in and with your eyes open to go, this is the sort of the playground that we're in and this is the data we have available. I think any brand that's investing significantly into non-trackable activity, TV,
Outdoor
not connected
media.
TV, but because you can do some stuff there, but especially with outdoor, print, etc., where it's nowhere near as trackable as the digital space is, then there is a role for media mix modeling for sure, combined with a sort of a machine learned attribution model to help with the digital space where we have a lot more information. And again, going back to the sort of the point that we both made, first question is, the whole principle of this isn't to try to track every single point and every single data point. It's more to make better decisions. If we can make smarter decisions with this data, then we're winning and we're pointing in the better direction than we were the day before. And so if you combine media mix modeling with anything deterministic, then you're in a better place than you were when you were just making decisions based on your thoughts and what you think was happening.
Yeah, having an awesome model with no decision is less good than having a rubbish model with some decision, right?
Yeah.
I think this, again, through the kind of the years of talking about attribution and kind of trying to teach it and explain it to marketers, there's an element where it's like often the simpler the model, the happier we are to go and start running with it. If we're continuously navel gazing and talking about the prediction methodologies and the technical aspects and the implementation and the data and volume, then we're never going to use it. We're never going to go forward with it. We're never going to move on and start using it for what the value it brings in is. So for me, I always just pick a point that is understandable, easily explainable, and okay. But I think if you're aware of what attribution modeling is, like you can use last click and make decisions, but not blindly, right? Like I know the limitations of this model and I can make the decisions knowing that. It's like having a small print on a contract, like I can read into it. So like, yeah, there is an element there where it's just like, just use it, pick one and use it, I'll be happy. There's always the next phase, there's always the next thing we can do.
I think if you skip back to 5 years ago when we started Ringside, every time that we were talking to someone about attribution, they were asking questions about the calculation and the model. And it took a while for us to treat them differently and have to say, well, you don't have to worry about that. Look, we've built this model. It's better than the last click because it's taken into consideration everything else. And we've now completely passed that. And it's, if you want to use our attribution model, the numbers are there. That's the number. We don't have to explain it. And we're not getting asked those questions anymore. Because I think like businesses are getting more aware that there is a such thing as attribution, and it's not that they have to select a model anymore.
Yeah.
And so here is a machine learned model, and the buzzword sells that, and then they go, we're just going to use the attributed revenue numbers, the attributed ROAS, the attributed MOAS numbers. That's their number of truth that they're happy to use now, and they're just not using last click anymore. Yep. And I think that that's probably one of the biggest changes for me, is that I used to spend so much time explaining the different models, and now it's just kind of an inherent trust of this number should be better than what we had before. So we're going to use that attributed number now.
I think that is also a function of industry maturity, right? Like as more either analysts or marketers that kind of understands analytics start working at companies, you see that the general, like people are less scared of, hey, the number changed, right? They kind of understand why the number changed. And people are very aware that every platform will attribute as much as possible to themselves, right? Greedy modeling. And that is now just accepted to be, you know, that's just how the world works. So I guess that's the good point, right? Like we're not entirely past, we still have to explain sometimes, but we're ahead on the having to explain the number.
Do you think, though, I'm throwing a question back to you, but do you think that's because we as an industry are beyond that because we understand it, or because of frustration and kind of ignorance, and then technologies like Google Analytics removing attribution models to take it away as part of the conversation? So now there's, you know, you go into Google Ads and it's auto data-driven, their model, don't ask questions, hard to do it. So there's an element there which I get, there's the people like us talking about this, I think we're kind of, you know, we've been talking about this for over 10 years, right? But then there's other people that like, it's not even part of their remit or their visual kind of like marketing stuff. And I think that's maybe dangerous in a different way, because like, don't ask questions, the marketing platform will do it for you.
Well, it definitely plays a role. I like to think positively of our industry. So I think there's definitely been a shift over the years. Like there's just, if I just look at our clients, there's more smart analytics people or analytics-minded people working at the client side. There's just more talent available in, like, there's more people going to measure camps. There's more people who understand the concept of attribution modeling who are working both, not only agency side, also client side. So I think in general, there's more people able to explain the concept, at least at a basic level, internally. So, yeah.
But there's naivety to that though, right? Because I would put money on the fact that if you asked all the people who actually are in charge of the Google Ads accounts that are on data-driven attribution to explain how that works, I would say 95% of people wouldn't actually be able to tell you accurately what's taken into consideration. Does it include organic search visits?
Does Google know how it works?
Yeah. No, well, I was going to say 95% of Google staff don't know.
Probably. And so like, and this comes back to, there is inherent trust in certain areas, and then you get to a knowledge level where you're like, oh, okay, well, I know that doesn't include this now.
Yeah.
And then that shift happens of going, well, what should I trust now? Like, how can I believe the numbers that are in Meta when it's saying it made more revenue yesterday than I actually made?
So I think this is why my thinking on this is now, there is no truth, right? There are lenses, perspectives, opinions, right? Each of these is an opinion on what happened. They're all right. They're all technically doing what they do.
Meta is very wrong all the time.
assuming the same numbers go in, your tracking's not broken or anything like that. Like the modeling is just it's a model. It's a lens, right? And so they're all right. They're all correct, right? And I think these are just opinions. And if you think of it as like, there isn't like one holy grail, there's not one thing. Like, I think there needs to be a common agreed internal understanding of which one do we use when we need to do a pie chart of revenue by marketing channel, right? Of course. But if we think of them all as opinions, it changes the way I and the people I work with think about it. And so we're not chasing for the correct one.
I think that's a good point. And as you said that, I was like, okay, so actually it is our, and I'm saying us as industry kind of, maybe also a little bit our responsibility to abstract away the complexity and to prioritize action, right? So we can have eternal discussions about the perfect attribution model, right? And we will never find it.
And we have for over 10 years.
But so our job kind of is pick something good enough to do better today than we did yesterday, right? Like that, if you really simplify it, like we just need something to create better campaigns, allocate our money in a smarter way than we did yesterday. And as long as that's the case, then we're moving forward.
Pick something.
Yeah.
That's the biggest part of that.
So that's the answer to our discussion. Just pick something.
Yeah, like, well, this is, so as much, I use truth as the descriptor for the number that people are going to put their trust in, because that's what we're actually talking about here, is that the brand is saying, this is the number that we're going to use as the success. And it should be, the total should be the actual amount of money, amount of conversions that brand's had. And so once you have that number correct, the distribution, however what you're trying to distribute it to, as long as it adds up to that total, you just have to make sure that you make a decision and everyone's on the same page. And therefore that becomes the synonymous with the truth that you're managing activity to. Like there is never going to be the perfect model. You don't know that someone's mum recommended that product and that's the reason why they typed in that brand term, and you can't associate that within the model. But the best version of what the decision that you make as a business, you're going to use these numbers from now on. This is how we're going to understand success. The biggest thing is making sure that everyone's on the same page and everyone's using those same numbers, so you don't end up with one team using one model, one team using another model. And we go back to how that was 10 years ago, where the display team was using first click, the paid search team was using last click, the SEO team was trying to do some weighted little number because they weren't at the end of the journey as much as they wanted to be. Like, consistency is what we need to play here, and making sure that the brand actually makes a decision to say, here's a better view that we consider better than where we were previously, and therefore we can understand the direction we need to go.
Yeah. I think, from my perspective, would you argue that machine learning is on average going to yield a better result than any custom model?
No.
No. You're taking no, or you're taking a yes? What I'm trying to hint at is with there's now a bunch of out-of-the-box machine learning in every tool, right? In every analytics tool.
Yep.
And then you could also construct your own logic. What should a company, like if a company is like, okay, we're going to do attribution modeling better tomorrow, right? As we just suggested, just do something. Should they go for machine learning out of the box, data-driven, or should they go with something that they can internally explain?
Oh, so that's a different question. I want to agree. I want to say yes, you could go with that. But is it better? No. Like,
okay, yeah, better is the wrong terminology.
Like machine learning, by definition of that, it will look at how successful it's been towards the thing you've defined as success. It will get better at the weightings in the model towards that. So yes, machine learning will always be better than having any static weighting, because as long as you've defined success correctly, the machine learning will get smarter over time and also isn't so sort of static in its calculations.
Yes.
So, but I don't think that's the question that businesses should be worried about. Like, the bigger thing for me is forget about the maths, forget about model choices. You end up with some numbers that you believe in, and then make sure that you have the capabilities internally to question everything at every granularity to make smarter decisions down the line. I think we spend so much time, and I've wasted so many years of my life talking about the model and the calculations and what's included and what's not included, when what actually ends up happening is that we should be talking about new versus existing customers, different customer segments, next best product based on how you acquire that customer, or how much you should be investing in generating a new customer who buys through discount. What's the lifetime value of those people? And all of those, the maths behind those types of questions, the attributed performance is just part of that conversation. And so what I would say is we need to shift the focus away from like the maths behind it and more the use cases of how we actually get value from this new truth, and I'm using that on purpose just to pee you off a little bit, but like this new truth that we're going to run the business through, this lens, there you go, this lens that we're providing. What can we do with it? And that for me is the real value of attribution, is that has enabled businesses to know what direction they should be going in, and being able to answer so many more types of questions around the full customer journey. Because that's the main thing for attribution, is we know more about the customers. So let's move the conversation to what can we get from the value of this now that we have that data, because it doesn't really matter what model you use as long as it's better than what you had before. It's a long answer to not your question.
Very good.
True political answer.
Let's say I'm listening to this, I'm now very much convinced that I should do attribution in a better way, the best way, the true lens. Is there a mistake I can make? Like, what's the biggest risk of me changing how I do attribution?
I don't think there is. Things change all the time. I mean, the whole concept of machine learning is that it's always learning and changing, right? So your methodology is changing. And so you change to get better. You've got to. And so, yeah, change it. Why not? I mean, like I say, the key thing is not to, say, navel gaze, like not to keep blaming the tools, right? You know, a good workman never blames their tools, right? It's the same thing.
So let's assume currently I have a very average spend spread across 6 channels, and we currently use last click, just for the sake of argument, right? And now we're going to switch to data-driven. How should I go about redistributing based on what I learned?
The answer to your question previously is stop. Don't ever stop asking questions. Because that's the thing, is that if you go, cool, we're going to do some new maths, here's the new output, done. I don't need to worry about it anymore because that number is better than this number over here. It's all about asking the questions of that data. One, are we taking, like, the biggest thing is, are we taking into consideration within whatever logic you want to use as much as we can that's not limiting the ability for us to get the number at the end? So are we seeing as much of the picture as we can, and are we limiting ourselves by not doing that? So, and this is where I see people and they say we're using data-driven something, but they're not including their direct or organic visits. And you're like, okay, well, know that, because if you are limited, whether that be financial because you can't afford to use a platform that you have to pay for to do this, and you need to know where your limitations are and what impact that would have on the view of the world that you have then. If you are seeing that, okay, we've taken as much as we can into consideration, you need to make sure that you understand what's being taken into consideration, and therefore what questions and answers you can generate once you have that ability.
An exercise you can do is put it into your tool of choice, spreadsheet, whatever, and you get your marketing channels or whatever granularity you need, and you work out your ROI, your CPA, your conversion rates, right? And you get that with your current model. Let's say that's last click. Do that again next to it with your new model you've picked, machine learning, data-driven, first click, whatever it happens to be, and you've got yourself a side-by-side comparison. And you can be like, okay, if I just had this, if I had the blinders on and I was just doing this, what decision would I make about my budgets, right? Was this ROI big enough? Was the MOAS or the ROAS good enough? But if I look over here, is that the same decision, right? Would I have changed that decision? And this is a good exercise you can do to see, okay, how does that change things? And just seeing them side by side is really interesting. And then this is why I call them lenses opinions, because you could do that 3-4 different times. You can ask yourself that question. And I think one of the first things we talked about was about whether it's relevant, right? If the answer to that is no, or it's something stupid like, no, we're a big company, old school, and the budgets are set and we can't change them, can't possibly change them. They're locked in for 5 years, right? Then again, it's almost just an academic exercise that it doesn't change anything. But just go ask yourself that question, like, would I be happy to get that ROI again? Or if I look at it this way, is that a different decision? But that's the best way. Put it side by side and see if play the game. See if that would change anything.
Yeah. And then let's say it tells me that I should reallocate my 20 million of PPC to display, right? Just to go overboard. What would be the advice? Like, just YOLO, or what's the approach here? How we're gonna handle that?
It's not. Sorry, it's jumping in, but it's not always about the data says this, so we don't do that. There's always going to be politics and people at play in this as well. And one of my biggest failures when I was new in attribution modeling is I went to a client and I was like, the data says this. You should treble your investment in email. And they're like, well, we can't. Like, we can't. How do we treble our investment in email? And they're like, oh yeah, now you say it makes sense. And so there is going to be an element there where, or like, for example...
Buy more direct.
Yeah.
Buy more direct traffic. Yeah. Amazing.
Or the other good example is like brand PPC, right? And it's like, it's not incremental, right? Let's say we get that. And it's like, but there's an element where the brand wants to control the top spot with their messaging. It's easier to change the narrative than it is on an organic result. And so it's a sunk cost. It's a cost they're happy to lose because they control a place, a narrative, a thing. And so you have to get behind those before you start adjusting budgets, before you start YOLOing, right? This is the thing. So if you understand that aspect, you can YOLO the rest of it. But there's always going to be an element of like, maybe there's like 50% of that PPC spend that has to stay on and it's written off. And then you can take the 50% and YOLO.
Well, the biggest thing with that as well, you need to know what levers you have available to you. So like the brand PPC one is a classic example of there's a lot of opportunity in that space, but you already are at a very high impression share. So you can't buy in people doing searches and drive more impressions. So there are cost efficiencies. So there's a cost efficiency curve for every single campaign based on the seasonality at that time. So the whole point of this coming back to, one, you need to go more granular with the data, and you can go down to keyword or campaign level. You can go down to landing pages by device. You have at your fingertips more data than you ever have. And then combined by that, better understand customers and what they're doing and what they're telling you by their behavior. Because that is one of the key things that you get from having attribution through the full journey, is that visit in isolation is made up of many different things that customers telling you, and you can see what they did in previous visits through that journey and the value of those previous visits. And that's the bit that is kind of lost in the aggregate, and what we need to move away from is blended CPAs and the overall, this is our overall conversion rate. We need to understand more about the role of marketing throughout that entire journey.
Guys, I feel like we can continue this conversation forever. Maybe we will tonight, but I want to thank you both for sharing your thoughts on attribution. And hopefully this was an enjoyable talk for the people watching. Enjoy Super Week, and
yeah, and to you.
Cheers, Rick.
See you. Bye-bye.
And even I checked the definition on ChatGPT yesterday, and Snowplow was totally right. So server-side tracking is really going from the server to the data receivers, while server-side tracking is exactly what these two vendors, for example, are doing. From my position, the open, honest answer, it's marketing, right? Server-side tracking is a well-known keyword on Google with a big volume, search volume. So that's the reason why we all use server-side tracking and not server-side tagging, which would be maybe more correct. At the end, for me, it's important for the upcoming 30 minutes that we are talking about the same use case. For me, it's not important the definition. For me, it's important which use case we're talking about. And going back to this slide, for me, it's very, very clear that we're talking about the force server-side tagging concept as kind of 90% of those things we want to track is happening in the browser. So yes, that's true with server-side tracking. For example, you can track directly on the server a form submission, for example. But in real, we want to know, for example, the timing at the form. We want to know which the sequence and the order of when which field element was addressed by the user, etc. So many things are happening in the browser. So whatever I'm talking now, and please don't take my words too seriously if I'm saying server-side tagging or server-side tracking, I mean the online marketing use case where we are getting data from the browser, we are sending this data to the server instead of sending it directly to the data receiver, and on the server we are sharing this data with all our well-known marketing tools. So that is the use case I'm talking about, just for clarification that we are talking about the same thing. The big question why we started, and my goal for this session is not now to sell you this new AI tracking technology at Jentis, but when I'm coming to the Super Week, and it's now my 5th time at the Super Week, I've learned I should always bring something what I can share with you, which is bringing value and not marketing and not selling. So I thought by myself what I can share with you today, and looking together with you behind the curtain what we have done the last 2 years and what were our issues and our challenges while we tried to implement and develop this kind of new technologies is exactly what I want to share with you. Always start with the why. Why we decided 2022 we want to implement a new technology. The answer is super easy, because it was heavily requested by the customers. Back to 2021, we had a lot new customers from the bank sector, and these banks, they had a big problem, which was traffic dropping because of no consent. And I remember back to those days when many people challenged me, Thomas, server-side tracking, and could you bring a solution, and can we track, can we just ignore the consent, and similar questions. And obviously the answer was no, you cannot ignore the consent. And I mean, in the meanwhile, we all know server-side tracking is not a good reason why you should ignore not given consent. So that was the problem we tried to address. And in true, it starts with the Super Week 2022, because me and my CTO from Vienna, we need around 4 hours to the location and 4 hours back. So we had around 10 hours in the car, super high quality time together. And that was the time when we had the first time this idea of synthetic users replacing non-consent users. Coming back to Vienna after the Super Week 2022, the question was where to start. And as obvious, I would say, you need to start with, is this possible? I mean, we had ideas how we can calculate it. Maybe we can just extrapolate from consent to non-consent, et cetera, et cetera. So how to start trying to get in contact with the experts. We identified 2 things. We need to understand if it is possible from the point of view of the mathematical experts, and if it's possible from the legal side. And at Jentis, we had absolutely no mathematical resources in-house, so we were all tracking specialists and developers and marketing guys, but not really deep mathematical resources. So we reached out to the Technical University of Vienna, and we find there a professor, Dr. Philipp Gersing, who is really a specialist on this topic. And we started to work with him on this question if a recalculation of non-consent user, where we do not have the data, where we're not allowed to track data, if a recalculation could make sense. And yeah, the answer was yes after some months, but there we had the first big problem. And I'm sorry, it's a super simple problem, so it's not high-tech problems I'm sharing today with you. It's more kind of political or structural problems. We were totally speaking different languages. So we needed around 3 months until I understood what he's saying to me when he's talking in his high expert mathematical language. And he needed around 3 months to understand what is a cookie, what is a third-party cookie, what is online marketing, what is purchase, conversion rates, etc. So obviously he came from the very theoretical side. I was coming from the very practical side. We need some time to kind of overlapping our languages that we can work on solving the problem. Surprise back to those days for me was, I thought I need to do the same exercise a second time when I'm talking with the legal people. And we were in a very lucky situation. It was not the situation. We found a legal firm in Germany, Spirit Legal, and they already spoke my language. So they were very, very used to cookies and tracking and analytics, et cetera, et cetera. So that was a very, I would say, big advantage for us that we had somebody like Peter Hense in the team going with us through all this question about if this is possible from the legal side. So the first thing, if you start with something like if you try to implement or develop AI technology, my first recommendation would be really be carefully to set up the same language, kind of the same language that everybody is able to understand what we're working on. The second project step was kind of a proof of concept where we had one of these banks which was heavily requesting this new technology, the Raiffeisenbank International, and we came back to them and said, look, we have an idea. Obviously, we are the vendor, so we can produce it, but if there is a value behind that, and that's always the biggest goal for vendors. We don't want to produce something without a value. I mean, the truth is, without a value, you cannot ask for a price. So we started together with the Raiffeisenbank International to make this proof of concept. If this could even work, what we already had in our technology, if this could work to bring additional value to the customers. And this was one of our kind of first experiments, which totally failed. As a vendor, as a product producer, you always try to do it as simple as possible. You want to invest as less as possible money to a new development. And the simplest way of trying to recalculate non-consent user was extrapolate the consent user. So we have the data from the consent user, extrapolation. Maybe it works. The answer is it didn't work. So what you see here is the probability or the distribution of the probability between consent and non-consent user. This is one example. It's the platform of the users. And you can see if we would, so green is consent, red is no consent. If we would just extrapolate from consent to non-consent, you see the distribution is totally different. So just extrapolating data didn't work. Then we just continued with experimenting and what we can do, new ideas, etc. And Philip, the mathematic guy, started with, before we continue trying to find a way how we can do it, we should start with clustering. So we searched for different methods, and this was around 9 months, took 9 months to understand how we can, based on less web analytics data, 8 to 10 web analytics data, non-person related data, how we can have a very good, very high quality of clustering. And after some months, together with the Raiffeisenbank International, we understood that we have found such a method or more methods in sequence. So this is just a visualization of an example how such a clustering can look like. And then we found out after the clustering, the reason why our first experiment failed, because the clusters themselves are not distributed equal. So if we see in the consent, this is now cluster 7, no idea what that means, so there is no description behind it, but cluster 7 is kind of underrepresented in the consent area and kind of overrepresented in the non-consent area. Could be that these are people who want to buy weapons, for example, and if I'm motivated to buy a weapon, I'm not super motivated to give a consent, for example. And this was the reason why extrapolation is not working, because the clusters themselves are not equally distributed. So what we have done is that we tried to extrapolate within the clusters. And the first results were promising, but not perfect, so we needed to work on both elements at the same time. We said, okay, the hypothesis was if we can improve the way how we find clusters on the website, maybe the result of extrapolation within the cluster will be improved as well, and that was super true. The better the clusters, the better the extrapolation is working, and that is then the same example like at the beginning, the distribution of the probability of the platforms. What you see here is the blue one is the calculated user, so the not tracked user, based on modeling and extrapolation. And the yellow one is the real tracked user. And you see the distribution of the probability is super similar. So when we hit this pattern for the first time, when we see this one for the first time, and this is one beautiful, the mathematics guys are doing not so beautiful charts, then we were, for the first time, really celebrating. We said, okay, that was the nut we searched for, that is the golden nugget. So at that time, we decided to invest really capital to this technology regarding in-house resources, in-house mathematical guys, in-house data scientists, etc., to make a product out of this very, very first. It was even not an MVP, it was pre-MVP, it was just a new technology. With this kind of new technology, we were able to generate clusters, and still we are on this Raiffeisen International Bank case, so we were able to cluster all the users on the website, and we were able to fill the clusters with either real users, if they gave a consent, or with the synthetic recalculated users, if we had no consent. And here is after more or less a year, the final result of this step of the project. What was on the left side, the red side, you see the similarity when we did this extrapolation without clustering, which was 42%, which was way not good enough to make this recalculation. And with this new method of sequentially clustering and sequentially extrapolation, with all the methods we have developed, we achieved in average 91% similarity between the non-consent user we were not allowed to track, and between the synthetic users which were recalculated. The main challenge here in this project step was domain knowledge. So it was really, really a great experience for me and for everybody at Jentis to work with all these experts from different domains. But I remember very, very good when I heard the first time one of these internal mathematics guys came to me and said to me, Thomas, we found a very, very strong signal how we can forecast the conversion rate. And I asked, okay, which signal we are talking about? And he told me the purchase. And obviously, that was not a very good signal. I mean, the purchase of forecasting the purchase obviously does not work. So we found out that these guys just did not have any domain knowledge. We really started on the base knowledge, like what is e-commerce, what is a purchase, what is add to cart, what is a cookie, what is a pixel, why we are all motivated to share the data with tools like Google Analytics, Meta, TikTok, etc., etc. So, and why I chosen these two photos here, because obviously these experts are super experts, but in their environment, right? So we all know this picture of the penguin in the wrong environment, but that was for us the main challenge in this project step, to cross the environment. I needed to learn more the mathematical side, and the other guys needed to learn more my side, which is e-commerce and tracking and data. And crossing this line was super important for being successful. Project 3, and that was then the last step, was we said, okay, we have now all this clustering and we have the synthetic users and it's working well and we have a big similarity. But at the end, again, we wanted to bring value with this new technology, and just to get better data, as we all know, just report the data doesn't bring value, doesn't pay any checks. So we said, okay, how can we activate those synthetic users? This was the last step and the main goal of this whole idea of this new technology. And what we have done, we experimented, or we started to experiment with pooling the IDs, first-party advertising IDs. So instead of, no, we started 10 minutes later. And we started to experiment with, instead of store these first-party advertising IDs to the person, we said, okay, we deconnect this ID from the person and we store it to the cluster. So we pool the IDs. which had a lot of advantages on the legal side. But at the end, this made it possible that we can use these IDs even if we had conversions within this cluster. So what we're doing with this new technology, let's say we have a cluster C, whatever, and there is a conversion in this cluster C, and then instead of tracking exactly this client ID, this first party ID from the person who converted, we randomly pick one ID from this pool and share this ID with, in this example, it was Google Ads in this project 3. Obviously the big question was, what is the value behind? So we tried to set up A/B tests. And I really remember back to those days, it drove us super crazy because we had so many data of these A/B tests. So the setup was super simple. It was kind of Google Ads A/B test, 2 landing pages, 1 landing page with synthetic users, the other without synthetic users. And the data never became significant, never. It was really 1 week, an uplift of plus 50% ROAS, and everybody in the company celebrated. And the next week, minus 20%, and nobody understood what's going on. And we identified 2 problems. The first one was the age of the advertising IDs. So if we sent, because we randomly picked these IDs from the pool, sometimes we picked click IDs which were maybe 2 or 3 months old. And the Google Ads algorithm reacts totally crazy when we did something. So we solved that one super easy. We said, okay, there is a maximum timeout. If an ID is older than X, then this is deleted in the pool. And the second one was that parallel A/B testing just didn't work for us. Until today, we do not see super clear why, but the Google A/B ads algorithm always started to shift the costs away from 50-50 in a way we have no idea why this is what's going on. Maybe if somebody has an idea, maybe you can reach out to me and explain what's going on this Google Ads A/B test. But what we then decided to make a sequential test. And yes, I know you need to be super carefully with sequential tests. You need to be super carefully that you have no external factors which are influencing the test results. We did that one super carefully. And we did it not just with 2 customers, but with 2 customers, with Pixum and Giswen. We are allowed to share the results and the case studies. And we had similar results over all 12 customers in this project step, when we experimented with that. And as you see here, there was the switch to version B with synthetic users, and this is now the conversion rate. I'm not allowed to tell you the amount or the percentage of the conversion, but as you can see, the movement of the conversion rate was really going up. And important, it's not only reporting advantage, this is real economic advantage, not just because we're sending more hidden conversions to the Google Ads, but it's a calculation of the real economic difference. The same goes with return on ad spend. Even here, in this example on Pixum, we had this ROAS uplift, and again, we had here the switch to the B variant with very significant results. So at the end, what we have built is we have 2 users on the website, one with consent, one with no consent, and we track this user with consent like we always did with server-side tracking or server-side tracking. So we track the real user with the real IDs, et cetera, to Google Ads and to all the other tools. What we're doing with the non-consent user, we are using the consent user, the full data of the consent user as training data. We're using some very limited data from the non-consent user as training signals to build the model. And then based with both data, with the model ready to use and with the training data, we can generate the synthetic users. And as I already shared with you, we can even activate those users. So the summary is we can build these synthetic users with a similarity of 91%, and we can activate these users. In the meanwhile, not only in Google Ads, but in all tools we offer with Jentis, which are more than 120 tools. Yeah, more than 120 tools. When Pixum and Giswen really implemented this new technology to many tools and to all of the users and to 100% of the traffic, we had these numbers I'm allowed to share.
Okay. Steen?
Cheers.
Apple juice cheers. So this is the least serious, but probably best interview of Super Week TV. I'm already calling it.
And
We're having analytics conspiracy session. I think that, yeah, analytics conspiracies.
Yeah.
So,
and it's even bigger than this. Is probably also all the way to data conspiracies, right? So
yeah,
we don't put any limitation on us.
Exactly. So we can go in any direction. You had a talk today. Well, first of all, this is your 10th Super Week?
Yeah, I think.
You're old.
Who's counting? Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
It's like
Okay.
this numbers thing. It's kind of.
So congrats on that. You had a talk today. And if I have to summarize it, it is AI is taking our job. Is that a correct summarization, or am I being too...
No, I think
doomsday?
actually I would flip it around and say AI is actually enable us to doing the part of our job that is not data gathering. Right? It's going to have this, if you look at the history of analytics for the last 10 years, we've been stockpiling data in random assortment, and so the job has been 90% data gathering and then 10% reporting.
Data hoarding.
Data hoarding, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Like it was kind of the principle that the one who has the most data when they died had won. Didn't use it for anything. We just have a big fat silos of data, right?
Yeah.
And now with AI, we're probably in a place where this data can actually come to some value. I think that the challenge in it has been that I feel that there's so much potential, but we're not getting more people. So the idea is saying, what can we do? How can we do our job better without getting more people into the equation? And I think that and that's the potential, and that's where AI can come in, and actually, you will be the director of a symphony orchestra of AIs.
Of agents.
Agents, yeah. You can be M.
Yes, I get you.
Yeah.
I don't know if the people at home will get it.
Yeah.
My challenge personally with AI is the amount of possibilities is so overwhelming that sometimes it feels like you don't even know where to start.
Yeah.
How are you tackling that?
Yes, so we made a process where we looked at on kind of the internal things, that what can we do to streamline the company internally, but we also looked at how can we help the customers. And then we built a lovely model and we tested a lot of stuff. And the two first places was actually ensuring tech is running like it should. That one of the key breakers in relation to the business flow is actually saying the service might be slow, there might be a payment gateway issue, there might be a lot of technical issues that will kill the experience that we don't necessarily see. It's not something we find when we do normal conversion rate optimization. So
like monitoring on steroids.
Yeah, basically, because it is so. The session was about agentic AI and not the LLMs, because the LLM has been fine in putting data in there, but then people still need to be data literate to have the conversation. With the agentic part, it will actually come to you with the situation saying, "Hey, this is broken," or "Should I fix it?" or "Send a message to this guy because this is broken again." And so it kind of does the analysis for you and just needs your verification that it should proceed with the fix.
How much of that work that the agent in that case is abstracting away from the consultant?
Yeah.
How much of that work is actually work that the consultant enjoys doing?
So it was a consultant answer. It depends. It depends on the consultant, right? Because it depends on the job that you've been hired for.
Yeah.
But in this case, it actually frees the consultant's time to do more consolidation, more advanced analytics, more thinking onward from there.
Yeah.
So you can actually say it could potentially be a 24-hour service that you have this, the customer subscribes to a data quality subscription.
So theoretically speaking, if I take this approach, then maybe the types of work change, right? Whereas maybe where we would have a person who really enjoys solving puzzles, like why is this data broken?
Mm-hmm.
That part might get automated, might get abstracted away.
But only on the very predictable parts, right?
Yeah.
So it would be the things that has happened before that you've seen before. So
Yeah.
that would be then the issue might be saying that your agent would come to you and say, hey, something is broken here, it doesn't work now. And then as a consultant, you would have to go in and fix it. Instead of, and I'm not naming any names, but some logging into an analytics system and finding out 3 weeks later that something has been broken for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Of course, it never happened to any of us, but...
Yeah. To what extent do you think, so you are co-founder of an agency, right?
Yeah.
Me too. We help clients implement, use data. To what extent do you see the big tools in our industry taking part of our business? Like, let's say Google Analytics, just for the sake of being the biggest vendor out there, they could implement a bunch of stuff in Google Analytics.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on that trend?
So I think Google is in a place where they're very cost-centric. So unless they can implement it as a service we actually pay for, they will not do it, because it doesn't add any value to their earning services, right? So from that perspective, I don't think they would be interested in going in and take the responsibility for the maintenance. So if we take the conspiracy angle on it, right? I feel that whenever Google can, they will push somebody in between them and the customer to make as a liability shield. So saying, cool, you're a partner or you're a reseller, you handle the contract, you talk to the customer, because then they will sue you and not us.
But they have tried, right? Like in a sense, like I forget what they call it, intelligence something, right? Like that was basically a first step of them predicting, telling you what to do based on the data, like taking the role of the analyst, roughly speaking, right?
Yeah, but on a very basic level, right? Because it wasn't analyzing anything; it was just shortcutting the time to answer. So it was. I think it was it was a very fine first example, except that nobody understood it.
Yeah.
So people thought it was just a search field, so they could find something else, and nobody were using it.
Do you think? So obviously the advancements in AI are going really rapidly, and for me it's very hard to predict where the line is going. Right? It feels exponentially, which that humans are very bad at grasping exponential growth. So that kind of feels like we're in the hockey stick moment.
Yeah.
Do you think we will, let's say within the next 5 years, for the sake of argument, within the next 5 years, our roles will be totally different because of this? Like significantly changed?
Yes, I think there's a dual thing in it, in the sense that one thing is the orchestration in relation to thinking the data, being creative and kind of saying, so what is missing here? So it becomes much more the detective, but a creative detective that has to add puzzles that are not there.
Yeah.
And the other thing is can I say, on an LLM basis. So I could, and this is making you scalable as a consultant.
Yeah.
So we have the first cases already of people uploading everything they know into an LLM. So I could hire Rick Jr. So he would always be at my office. I could ask him questions.
Yeah,
so
would be useless.
Yeah, well, so I could ask him questions, spar with him, have the discussion back and forth in relation to things, and and you would be able to monetize yourself multiple times, because I would be renting Rick Jr.
Yeah.
So your main job would actually be making Rick Jr. smarter.
Yeah. So one interesting thing that we are experimenting with is, so we have an AI tool. It's called Typing Mind, which is basically a shell around LLMs. You can have all the different ones in there, but you can also upload knowledge, and this knowledge can be, for instance, a Google Doc, right? So we now have a Google Doc per client with our history about the client. So the client is coming from this position, they're looking to grow into this, this, and this. They currently use email marketing, right? So we have all the context, let's say, what you would normally explain to a new consultant that you would be onboarding on the client. That's all in the doc. And then we also put in all the deadlines, all the commitments, everything that... And then when we talk to AI about the client, that context is included. So the AI has that context window with the information of the client.
But you're writing that, right? So
yeah. So currently we are manually constructing that, and then obviously a next step, and there's some privacy issues there perhaps, but the next step would be having also the data of the client accessible to that LLM. I think that comes very close to having a extra consultant, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and even to the extent, so Henrik, my co-founder at IH, he's been out doing a lot of work with AIs, and one of the things that he does, and I love it, it's really interesting because what he does is he takes a lot of the content and then he uploads it to Notebook LM.
Yep.
And uses that, so either gets the situation as the customer as a podcast, so you can kind of hear two people discussing the customer, or you can also interject yourself in the conversations like a caller. So you can go in and be part of the conversation and ask questions and say, so by having this, then you can actually, it becomes a conversation around the customer with the extra consultant that doesn't remember, that doesn't forget anything.
Okay, so how many people are currently at the agency, roughly speaking?
40.
So, knowledge of today. You have to start over. You are with the first 5.
Yeah.
Are you going to hire differently? Like, are you looking for different people now that you know that this technology exists and will probably get better, right?
Yeah.
What's the switch here?
I think I would hire differently in the sense my mind is sliding from right now. Miko made a post and I commented as a joke saying that for every time there was an analyst, there was 90 implementers.
Yeah.
Something around that, right? And I think right now I'm much more interested in people having the commercial mindset. So I will hire much fewer technical people. They will need to be better because I think with the AI, I can talk the AI to do a very good base implementation, but then I need a really superstar to kind of go through it and make sure that it works.
Yeah,
right?
and that it's accurate and not
then it's
making
accurate.
up stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So you have the perfect implementation. You can then use an AI to monitor it and make sure it doesn't break again, which is a resource that we should have today.
Yeah.
Because customers have a sad tendency to shoot holes in very good implementations.
So you would hire less, but higher skilled people.
Yeah, on the technical side.
Yeah. And
then I would hire more business creative people.
What's business creative? What does it mean to you?
Yes, I just for my class in Sweden, I just wrote an article on the 9 phases of the digital analyst. And there's a lot of different functions in there. So you had the dashboarder and the reporting monkey and the implementer. And one of the phases was the data-driven business developer.
That sounds like a good buzzword.
Yeah. But it's just a person that dives into the data and finds out it could be business potential that is indicated in the data that could be explored for another part of the organization.
Yeah.
There's also the strategist, and then there's the web optimizer, and there's the marketing specialist, and these are all roles that need somebody to support them, but an AI will still be able to support that direction afterwards.
Yeah.
So we're back to what I talked a lot about, the orchestration. So you are the conductor having your series of agents working for you on the specific client.
One fear that I have, and I'm already noticing this, we're creating so much content, and not just in the content marketing point of view, but like, for instance, the meeting recordings, right? Meeting recordings, now you have automatic transcript, super detailed, everything. I am noticing myself is that there's so much high quality content.
Yeah.
It's just too much to absorb.
Yeah.
And if, let's say, we're going to throw all of this to our client, the client also can't absorb this.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Use AI to synthesize it again? Like, are we going to end up having AIs talking to each other?
Yeah, I think so. So on a lot of basic level conversation, my AI will talk to your AI. It's simple like, hey, Rick, I want to schedule a meeting. Okay, my AI will call your AI, and they'll find a time that suits us. So that would be part of the process, right? But still, for a lot of the important stuff, for now at least, and I used this example in my presentation about IBM in '79, I think, talking about that computer cannot be held accountable, so you shouldn't be making decisions.
Yeah.
So we will still be the filter that makes the decision because we can be held accountable.
Yeah.
Because honestly, would you want to risk the business saying, okay, listen, customer, I will let an AI handle your decision making. I carry the risk.
Yeah. I think there's also some, like, probably as the world gets noisier because of all the AI, high quality human interaction, signal, whatever, will be more valuable than it was before.
Yeah. So I agree.
But it would drown out the mediocrity, sort of, because that's done by AI and better.
Yeah. So I think that. So I think it was Yuval Harari at one point talking about that. Down the line, we'll be split into the valuable and the worthless class. So very dark thinking, saying that.
Nice
so it's
conspiracy.
people that can contribute to the overall society, and people who can't.
Yeah.
And if you're a valuable player, then it wouldn't necessarily mean that you were richer, but it meant that you actually had some kind of purpose. But if you had no value, then you would just have to adapt. You would get on a salary because the society still needed you to be a consumer. And that's kind of so talking conspiracies and that thinking now, saying, okay, sure, we can have AIs and robots run all the factories in the world. But challenge would be nobody would have any money to buy the products.
Yeah, that's where the talks about universal basic income come from, right? Yeah. This is also something I can't really wrap my head around, because I don't think it makes sense, right? Like, in the end, it's all machine tied together, and it's all tied to the economic consumption, right? At least in our capitalist society. Okay, pulling it back to analytics, because we staying on topic a little bit.
Let me loop one thing in. It's on the AI level.
Yeah.
So my concern in this is saying that I can see so much potential in AI. My concern is saying, are we putting too many eggs in the AI basket? So because right now, and I think we had the conversation before in relation to cloud. In the beginning, cloud was so cheap, it made no sense not putting your stuff in cloud.
Yeah.
And now the cost of cloud is increasing, and it's just
now it makes sense to go back to on-prem.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's kind of probably the same thing with AI. Now AI is dirt cheap, and we can get a lot of stuff, but still OpenAI came out with a deficit of 200 billion.
Well, I think if you look through the lens of like the hype cycle, I definitely think AI is here to stay, but I could definitely see us having a huge blow off top, right? Like the internet bubble had, right? Like in the 2000s, like where everybody said everything would be a website, right? And the speculation went all overboard. I think we're doing a pretty good job on doing that now with AI. And then there will be a healthy correction, and then we will be left over with the actually useful elements. So from that perspective, definitely not putting all the eggs in one basket.
You can just see the situation from the other day, right? Then was DeepMind.
DeepSeek.
DeepSeek came out, and then suddenly everything collapsed because, oh my God, it was so cheap, and now people.
A little bit of market hysteria.
Yeah, exactly. Hyper hysteria. I think they talked about the loss from NVIDIA that day was the largest single loss of any company in world history.
That's an achievement.
Yeah, exactly.
If we think about the impact of AI on our industry, right? So if I think about, obviously the internet was the birth of the digital analytics industry. I think with mobile adoption, you saw a lot of new players rising, right? Like that brought with it I would argue, tools like Amplitude, Mixpanel, etc., right, that have a more mobile-first tracking approach. Do you think AI will also trigger an opportunity for new vendors or for vendors to adopt?
Oh yeah. I was last year. I talked about saying that the challenge with AI is that if the market shifts as we can see the trend is right now, what will happen is that the challenge of analytics is like you talked about my AI would talk to your AI, but that is an untrackable conversation with the systems that we have today.
Yeah.
Right, and it will be the same thing. So I use the example saying, so you're walking out. So Rick in the future is walking out of his home, and his AI calls him saying, "Hey, Rick, I saw on the door cam that your shoes are torn. You need new shoes." You say, "Okay, cool. See what you can find me," and it finds you some shoes. It knows your preference better than anybody. So I found these 5 different pairs of shoes, and you say, "Okay, cool. So get me the best. I like these one. Get me the best price," and then it will basically scour the web. We're talking the World Wide Web and saying, "Okay, right now there's a sale on these shoes in Venezuela, and with the current currency exchange rate, it's actually cheaper ordering them from Venezuela than buying them somewhere else." And in that entire purchase process, the only data that would be gathered was one dude in Venezuela would see some guy called Rick ordered some shoes for the Netherlands, right? So we need other systems, because otherwise we lose all the insights in relation to the customer journey. So the part of that was saying actually, so one thing is losing all the data. Yeah, well, we'll loop back on afterwards and say.
Well, but I'm thinking, right? So currently, at my clients, I see the OpenAI bot and the Perplexity bot and whatever. I see them in their analytics, right? So that means they're crawling the website, right? So there's probably somebody asking a question which caused them to crawl the website. I could see us expanding that, adding like that. They would add context about what the search is about.
Yeah. So the challenge is then, if they just done a search of your site, will they reuse the data they already have locally, or would they do a search again?
True.
So you kind of get this cached situation that somebody has.
So you need like agent analytics.
Yeah.
Which is something that, in that case, the models would build, right? Like, so OpenAI would have OpenAI analytics.
Yeah, they should, but the challenge is then you need the different AI things, analytics to talk to each other.
Yeah.
Unless they want to own that data, so you talk. It could be a really walled garden.
Yeah.
Because that would be competitive information for them.
Yeah, and probably also from a privacy perspective, it would be. Yeah.
So it's super interesting saying, because we are going down a road where there's a lot of data disappearing. It's not something we can with the current technologies and the way the world is working right now. It's not something I see an obvious solution to change. But you can even go to the extent right now and say, okay, of all your clients, how do you see if somebody did a voice search?
Yeah.
Right. So Google Home does a search. We don't see that.
Yeah. Yeah. So in that, to a certain extent, of course, we already knew we weren't tracking everything, right? Because and like I always say, like as long as we don't stick like a neural net in our brain so that we can measure what we actually think. We are always measuring some sort of proxy of us clicking around on a website, and then we assume that means we're interested.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're losing. If this continues this way, we will be losing even more data.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a super interesting challenge for us as an industry, right? And you can say right now it's been at the level where we said, okay, cool, we'll track everything we can, and then we know there's something we're not tracking, like voice.
Yeah.
But the problem is that the stuff we're not tracking right now is growing.
Yeah.
Most likely, right? Because it's like we don't know how much it's growing.
Okay, Steen, we have 3 more minutes. I got informed by our production.
Somebody send you a hand signal.
Yeah. What is your top prediction for Super Week next year? Conspiracy themed.
Conspiracy themed, I think we will be returning to the roots, and we'll be talking much more about analysis. Looking at
old school analysis.
Old school analysis, actually going in and looking at the data and coming up with some conclusions and saying, okay, what have I learned from the data? What have my AIs helped me learn from the data? So taking it back to that level. And because it was really interesting, depressing, fascinating. Preparation for me this year, I went back to the program in 14, the first year I was here, and looked at the sessions that were there. That was Peter O'Neill talking about how to analyze, and it was a really practical operational analysis.
Yeah.
And then, I'm not a technical guy, then GTM came and fucked everything up. So it just became the following years, it was just...
Only Simo Ahava.
Yeah, deep tech implementations and fun for coders.
Okay, so you're saying the world becomes more complex, so we're going to do more simple stuff. We're going back to the basics.
Because
the counter reaction.
Dude is in the job title.
Yeah. Nice.
Cool.
I like it. Good prediction. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Cheers.
And yeah, let's enjoy the conference. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wait, sorry. Did you just ask me for a dashboard, or did you just tell me that you're interested in cutting certain product lines from our portfolio? Because those are two very different things. And this exercise will yield a lot of confusing answers initially, because people don't know what they want. Sometimes they're not even aware of the route, because it's been passed down through levels of hierarchy chains. But you need to get to this, because then you can develop a research question. You can say, you know what you're looking for. Now I can go and look for it. I can use my data skills. I don't need to tell you, cleaning, exploration, modeling, analysis work, we all know this. We need to dig into the data once we know that. And we get to these research questions, and this is where the analysis cycle comes in. You will need to iterate with your stakeholders. It is impossible for you to do this approach and walk away and after 6 months be like, I have that thing you were looking for. This is not the process. This is about being quick. You determine the focus point of your analysis because you have this research question. You look at the data, and then you have some findings that answer the research question. It's very simple. How do you know if something is a finding? Aha, that's the thing. I will reveal it in about 5 minutes. And then you measure your impact of the decision. Now, I'm not going to pretend to know everything about experimentation. I probably should join some kind of community, which I have. I have joined the Test and Learn community. You need to run experiments. You need to formulate a hypothesis, and you need to run an experiment to see if your decision impacted your metrics you wanted to. There's no way around that. Now it's your turn. Okay, I'm not going to send you off for 20 minutes and we come back and check your homework or something. We're going to do this together. So I have come up with a company. I've decided to hire all of you. It's called Superbikes. It makes sense. Superweek is a very established brand here in Hungary, so it makes sense to branch out. We now have a bike share app. And all over Budapest, you can rent these bicycles. I don't know if the bikes look exactly like this, but this is where the AI generation came in. I'm the head of operations, and you are all analyst-type people, and I ask you this question. Which of our locations is being used the least? I know a lot of you want to attack the question, but you'll fight that urge, and you're going to ask me some other questions first. You might ask me something like, you might go and dig a little bit and look at app users, or ask me how many bicycles we have in repair, or you might look at weather. What would you ask me?
Why do I know?
Why do I want to know? Okay?
What's in it for me?
What's in it for you? How do I define usage? No other questions. So you could go off and do the analysis work for this already.
Which time frame?
Which time frame? So this is the problem. I'm asking you something about least used locations, and everything is unclear. Why am I asking this question? Well, it could be that our costs for maintaining each bicycle are too high. There could be something there, because through a series of questions you find that out. Or it could be, B, we spend too much time moving bicycles between locations, right? Because you rent a bicycle and you start from point A and then you end at point B and then you leave the bicycle there. Or it could be low traffic locations cost as much marketing spend as the others. But they're low traffic, they don't generate enough revenue. Who thinks A? Raise your hand.
When you just asked?
Sorry?
When you just asked to figure out which one.
Well, we're playing through 5 whys in accelerated version, so. Okay, so no one thinks A. Who thinks B? Okay. Who thinks C? Wrong again. So the thing is, it could be both, it's possible, but the stakeholder you have to kind of figure out what they're really trying to get at. And in my case, I'm very concerned about this. We're moving bicycles all over the city all the time. We're having to hire a ton of employees. It's horrible. It's really, really bad. Budapest streets are also really full of traffic. So after you pick a root cause, you can define a research question. And someone in the audience told me this question earlier, I won't say who it was. How strongly does bicycle inventory fluctuate at different stations? To better understand this problem, this is one of the research questions you would have to tackle to give me an answer. Okay, let's say you go off and this is what you find. You spend 40,000 forints, sorry, I call them huffs, to acquire each new rider. The average rental duration is 11 minutes, and 3 out of 57 stations cover more than 57% of bicycle returns. Are any of these things surprising?
C.
C? Who thinks C is the most surprising thing on here? Raise your hand. Your intuition is good. This kind of distribution should raise a huge red flag in your head. And this is what I'm getting at, and this is what I promised you 5 minutes ago about a finding. Something is a finding when it's surprising. That's it. B is not a finding because it's not surprising to you. Enough. Might be a finding in another context, but in this context, C is definitely the most surprising, and that's what we want to dig into. And so as head of operations, I take an executive decision. That's what C-level people do. We decide to change the app. I say we, I mean me. When you make a rental, you now have to return the bicycle to the station that you started at. I know a lot of you are looking at me with disgust. That's a shit decision, but you don't know that. That's the thing. The outcome hasn't happened, and you shouldn't judge the decision based on the outcome. But we need the decision. So, roll this out as an experiment. But of course, we have to measure something to know whether this is a good decision or not. What success metrics are we going to choose? We could have average rental duration in minutes. We could have occupancy rate of available bicycles per station. We could have additional revenue generated through fee payments, right? Could we measure that? We could, maybe. Other suggestions? Cancellation rate of the booking.
Repeat customer.
Sorry?
Repeat customer.
Repeat customer? Oh, like a retention rate thing? Mm-hmm, absolutely. Does anyone see a problem with C? Assuming that we roll out an A/B test and half the user base has to pay for this and half doesn't, does it make sense to measure this? Imbalanced. Most of you are pretty senior, so you know this. You couldn't use C as an impact metric because it would only be available for half your experiment. Half your group wouldn't have it because they don't pay anything. So you have to be careful. Sometimes it's tempting to take a metric that has an imbalance in it in an experiment. Decision science is a skill. You've practiced it today already a little bit. You have to keep practicing it. It's a muscle that you need to move. If you don't get better at it, eventually you'll keep taking very subpar decisions. So I'm going to give you a little getting started type thing with some best practices, and hopefully that will help you on your way. Number one,
I think this is obvious, but if you don't have any goals prior to decision making, you might as well not make any decisions or flip a coin. It's the same thing. What question or problem are you addressing? If that's very clear, the decision is automatically better at that point, just by default. Number 2, we talked about decision criteria. You should have transparent and objective criteria for decisions. So my example here of the bicycle change, I would document that against some kind of internal standard. We use a decision log in our company, and it has like 3 columns in it. It's like, did other people agree to this? Like, did you actually show it to someone else, or did you decide solo? Because that's one of the big markers in our company. If someone decides something on their own, it's usually really shit. People need to at least have 4 eyes or 6 eyes on it. You agree on this internal standard, you'll start taking better decisions. Also because you're qualitatively and quantitatively sometimes judging a decision before you take it, there's no bias. Avoid outcome bias. Document them as you take them. Do not document decisions later, after the outcome has already happened. You will suffer from outcome bias. 70% of you in this room, when you thought about the decision a bit earlier, you suffered from it. So it can be hard to convince people to follow a framework, any framework. So one thing that I can suggest, this is not for everybody, one tactic is take something that you know was a bad decision, not because of the outcome necessarily, but just for the decision quality itself. If it has a bad outcome, let's just call it plus for us. And you're going to document it, and then you're going to show, using prime route, we would not have taken this decision, right? Because these are our criteria. We would not have done that. We could have avoided this thing. And so you could demonstrate other possible decisions that might have come out of that tree. It's sometimes people might feel like you're sort of pissing on their decisions, so you have to be a little bit cautious about that. But if you can do this without naming and shaming, it is very effective at showing how poor decision quality affects the organization, using outcome bias to your advantage in this case. Again, this is a framework. A framework is to structure your thinking, not to give you all the answers. So don't come to me with all of your decisions now and like start texting me and be like, Maddie, I don't know how to do this, can you decide? That's not how it works. You should focus your efforts with this, and you should tweak it for your organization or for how you decide. And it should be assistive for you. So, this is the end. We've made it. If you are interested in more, on February 10th of this year, I will be hosting the 3rd edition of my live teaching cohort, where we go through, thank you. We actually cover this over 3 weeks, 2 sessions a week online with a small group, and we go through everything. You can bring your own data to it. We use some pretty nifty tooling and stuff. The QR code is not a Rickroll, promise. Or you can go to maven.com, that's the platform I'm using to host. If you're interested, there's also team discounts and stuff if you want to have multiple people from the team. So that's my plug. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Are there questions?
We're going to get there.
Oh.
Lucas didn't think that I'd give you a welcome enough, like with a song and a dance. We go, Maddie, 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 2 shoes, Maddie, Maddie, 2 shoes, Maddie, 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 2 shoes, Maddie, Maddie, 2 shoes. Who really wants to ask him question right now? Dun, 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 dun. Hey, oh, Maddie, Maddie, 2 shoes, Maddie, Maddie, 2 shoes. Oh, Lucas has a question for you, Maddie, 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 2 shoes. Here, dun, 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 dun. Was that to your liking, sir?
Yeah.
Was it a good decision, now that we know the outcome?
Bias.
Making up for that miserable introduction you did. No dance, no song for Matthew. I was really disappointed. Sorry, I asked you this question before. And generally, I totally, I like this framework. I agree with it. But I also ask myself sometimes, like, how much domain expertise and tribal knowledge should we expect from the analyst? Because if if the client asks me questions or wants reports, of course I should question and see the reason behind the cause behind them, etc. But I don't know if it's practical to really go through the whole cycle every time they have a question, because at some point it's, hey, well, you are working with us for 3 months now, you should know what our problems and our business is, and if I have to explain to you every time all these things, I'm not going to come to you anymore because I don't have that time. So what do you tell people if they say that?
So if people tell me that, then the first disclaimer is I did have a slide that said it was a framework and you should adapt it to your setting. The second thing I would say is that this works really well client side. I have worked agency side and freelancer, not for a vendor though, yet. I think that when you work outside of a client, so not in-house, I think that you need to tweak it to take shortcuts. The shortcuts aren't necessarily bad, they're just filled with your way of work with the client. So if you know this is an e-commerce company, every single question they ask you is going to be about logistics, because that's just like how you roll the last 8 months. Don't keep asking them which department this came from and like what it affects in their business. Just like go in and assume, and then, but state the assumption. And state it like, I assume this question impacts your logistics team, yes or no? And they say yes, you move on. You can kind of shortcut it that way, but you should still call it out. I think circumventing it entirely, like going through the step and not doing it, that wouldn't make sense for me.
Oh, question in the back. Hey, round of applause for Benjamin Bock.
Hi. So you called it out in the beginning a bit that empathy is really important. But you also said that, okay, you're asking, I don't know, you ask 3 times why, and people get annoyed at you for asking. So I really want to know what's your systemic approach to working with people who are immediately annoyed for a plethora of reasons, for instance, because they don't really know why, they just got asked by their boss to provide whatever number, or they just want to look good because they bring some numbers. So how do you work with these people?
You're not going to like my answer. Long-term gains for a company are worth the short version or the short-term dislike that you might cause in people. Especially, they don't like that you're asking them questions. It's not that they don't like you. It's not a personal thing. Some people might make it personal and then they have a real problem. That's their problem, not yours. But I've implemented this process in multiple companies. And the company that I currently work for, where we implemented this process, people don't like it, but they recognize its value, so they do it. And it's something that takes people time to become familiar with, and initially there's a lot of resistance, and you as a team or your manager you need to have that backing to be able to do it. Which is why the shortcut in the beginning, at the end that I mentioned of like picking something that was a really bad decision and then like running it through this framework and illustrating that to them can be very eye-opening, where they're like, you know what, you're actually right. And then you go from there. But that initial resistance is worth pushing through long term. If you're the company that simply is all optics, then, I mean, like someone said at this conference, maybe you should quit. That's, yeah.
Okay, one more question.
Hello. So with any framework that can be adapted to fit an organization or whatnot, there is an inevitable point where that can become unrecognizable or snap. So have you seen this? Do you know where that point is before you maybe become ashamed for them to use your name against something that doesn't quite fit?
The shoe that doesn't fit, or the 2 shoes that don't fit?
Both shoes have to not fit for that to happen. So I haven't seen breaking point. There's not sufficient volume of this in the wild, let's say, to see breaking point. There's one company that did this training with me. They sent their employees on this training last year, and they've since, a couple of them have written to me about how it's going since. They've kind of tweaked it internally, and one of the things they tweaked was they eliminated one of the steps. You can probably imagine which step it was based on Ben's question. they eliminated this kind of why circle. They kind of just take all questions through this cycle. And they said to me, I think the words that she said were, "We are inundated with questions." And I said, well, maybe that's because you took out the kind of funnel part where you're supposed to get rid of 90% of the questions. And that's one of the big things we have at our company is we actually label a lot of questions with curiosity, and then they get dumped. We never answer them, ever. And people hate that. But then, 6 months later, they see it hasn't been answered, and they think about it, and they're like, oh, yeah, I didn't need that. Because in the 6 months, I never asked for it again. So I wouldn't cut out anything. I would adapt and tweak and shape, but I would never cut out completely.
How do you feel about your decision to speak at Super Week?
So much bias. Before I gave the
Who's
talk...
biased? I'm biased?
Yeah, I'm biased. I'm biased.
We are all biased.
It was already going to be a good decision because of the quality of the talks that I have seen in the past, so there was no question. And now that it's happened, I'm very glad.
Okay, and a question for everybody here. What do you think about the outcome? Are you guys ready? Aren't there two of you? Aren't there two? A custom dimension, 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 a custom dimension. Don't you have two people speaking?
Yes.
Where's it?
There's
Who? Is he coming up here?
he's taking my juice, Mike.
Other three people are who have collaborated on GA4 Dataform. Please point them out in this room. If you're being pointed at, please come up for a photo op with your team. If they're pointing at you, that means you need to stand up. Is it Simon Breton, Jules Verpechen, Johan van der Wecken? Yeah, but, okay, where's the camera guy? Hey, ready? This is you. Everybody, come near the gong. Where do you want them to stand? You choose. A round of applause for the GA4 Dataform team! Woo!
Okay, no. That's
So, yeah. I'm actually going to let you give this talk. I feel like I could give this talk. I know enough about this, but I'm looking forward to hear what you have to say about it too. So one more round of applause for our good friends, Christian and Artem from the GA4 Dataform team.
All right. Thank you, Yehoshua, for the great intro. So yes, we are actually 5 people, but there's only 2 of us giving the presentation. Just a quick intro. We are Superform Labs. We are super because we met exactly 1 year ago at Super Week. We are form because we work with data form, and perform is also a decent word to be associated with. Some people took superform, so we added labs as well to the end. So that's who we are. I would have stood the other 3 people up, but I guess you already know who they are, but I guess we can still do that. Please stand up, guys. Round of applause. All right, so without further ado, let's get a bit warmed up. With the show of hands, have you ever worked with the GA4 BigQuery export? All right, that's a lot of hands, thank you. Did you lose shades of your hair color due to it? Decent amount of hands. Have you ever used Dataform? Slightly less, but still decent. Have you ever used GA4 Dataform? Hey, the OGs, thank you guys. We appreciate you. So, a quick agenda. We'll talk a bit about the small backstory, the foundational questions that came up, how to build this product, and the learnings and decisions we made along the way, and a few of the takeaways that came out of it. So, let's start with a small backstory. Artem was the grandfather of a Dataform package that he posted on LinkedIn, and he was gracious enough to reach out to me on LinkedIn. And this is actually like the foundation of where it started. And just a personal aside, I would encourage everyone to write content, because I wrote around three or four articles about Dataform, and it found Artem read them, and he was gracious enough to reach out to me and was interested in my opinion, and we met at Super Week. So if I hadn't, then I probably wouldn't be standing here. So I think it's a good thing, and good karma will always find you if you produce good content. So go do that. So this is us 1 year ago. Like, are you interested in building something together? And as you can imagine, the answer was yes. So the next question was how to do this thing. We all know how to build this kind of thing for our clients, but how would we approach it to build it for other people that practice practice in the industry? So these were our foundational questions. Let's go over them one by one. So the first thing, Dataform is basically a Node.js application that lives on top of BigQuery, and you can use JavaScript to create SQL, but SQL is run in the end in BigQuery. But you have the option to have a lot of JavaScript in Dataform, almost everything basically. And so we had the decision to how to balance it. Do we use all JavaScript? Then we are not giving a lot of control to the users, because then we define the functions and they can control it via like a JSON or a config. And they will see the output, like what's the SQL gonna be, but they won't really have any control over what's actually run. They won't be able to change much of it. So yeah, that's one point for SQL. Adaptation, I think usually SQL base is easier to adapt. You don't even have to use our package. You can just copy parts of it. You'll see, see how it's structured mostly. And we would just use JavaScript for helper functions to create like a longer string functions in SQL. The installation is pretty similar. I think both of them would be easy enough. Google Cloud API is what we ended up using. Customization, as I mentioned before, it can be tweaked and interpreted easily, so that's another point for SQL. And I think most analysts use and prefer SQL instead of JavaScript, so that's why we ended up going with SQL as the base. So, the humble beginnings. This is a Google Sheets that I put together in summer when I was feeling adventurous, which is really simplistic, as you can see. But when you clicked on the button, it created a Dataform repository after authorization, which is a pretty good starting point. After that, I went on a vacation like 7 days, and Artem did this while I was away. This is Tailwind CSS Alpine JS frontend with Python backend that is running on Cloud Run, and CI/CD is with Cloud Build. So I guess I gotta step my game up next time. So yeah, he got me there, fair game. So open source or paid? Obviously, we love open source. We've been consuming a lot of open source repos. So we wanted, and we obviously love this community. So we wanted to give away a lot of good stuff for free. But we also like money, so I guess freemium is the way to go. But premium features are to be built. So we are only offering free features right now. So, which is why I consider this not a sales pitch. So, yeah. So, who is it for? Marketers, analysts, engineers. We don't really go too narrow. I think right now, it could be interesting for anyone who is struggling with the GA4 data model, who's optimizing processing costs, who's having issues with the hidden Easter eggs of the export, or just want to know a bit more about BigQuery and Dataform best practices. So yeah, next foundational question, what features to build? Obviously, easy install was one of the key points. Incrementality, which is only loading new data into our data sets, partitioning and clustering, fixing some of the issues of traffic sources in the export, looking at you, GCLID. Default channel grouping, obviously it was added a while ago, but when we initially started it was not a default column. Handling custom parameters like events, items, URLs, creating a proper documentation to everyone to know why we did what we did, how to configure it, and obviously some demo tables, Looker Studio templates, so it's not just a fancy table, but you can actually use it as a turnkey solution. So, but we're always open to any ideas or feature ideas or any kind of feedback, so yeah, let us know if you have any. And I'm going to hand it over to Artem now.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So first of all, if you're just starting learning BigQuery and Dataform, now we have huge community, not so huge, but it's become bigger and bigger. So you definitely should follow these guys, learn from them. They create a lot of good content and good projects. If you're interested in the topic, please make a picture, follow them. So we have a couple of technical slides. Be prepared. We try to add GIF, but I'm not sure it helped, but let's see. So first of all, J4 schema. You should know that's absolutely great that we have schema, we have some standardization, but still Google tried to make our life better and better. That's why they introduced new columns, and I think it will be continuously this year. So that's great, but you should know that you can't use new columns for historical data. So you should somehow update your queries. If there is no columns, use old one, so coalesce or something. That's okay. And if you try to query like historical data, historical table, one table, you've got error because there is no column. So you should always use event star, because in this case, this column exists in that schema, event star schema. But if you want to process historical data, like the whole historical data set without recent table, just please insert empty table with recent schema, and you can use your queries. So it's like small tips and tricks. So another thing is structs. There's a lot of structs inside the J4 BigQuery table. Structs is like object with key value pairs. But if Google for some reason decide to change even order of the keys of the inside structs, so you try to insert them in the existing data set, your pipeline is broken. So you have to know about this, and that's why we actually, like another tip, you should unpack and pack them back. Of course, it requires some time and processing time, but in this case, you can guarantee that the schema will be always expected. Even if Google decided to change something, okay, all your pipelines should work. So again, Google tried to improve the schema. You should know about this. It's not like you did it once and forgot. You should always like read updates, and maybe you should update your queries because it's like better way to do things, and so on and so on. Traffic source, it's like standard question. Is it possible to have the same numbers in BigQuery as in J4 UI? I don't know, what do you think? Now it's possible thanks to Google, new column, really good one. And do you see even default channel group? It's absolutely amazing. For free, you have to do nothing, you have it. But, that's exactly really close numbers to what you see inside J4 interface, no pain, really cool. But again, some small things. First of all, it should be session level column, but still sometimes indifferent. I don't know why, I think nobody knows. Sometimes Google says like Google CPC, but you can't find any reason why it's Google CPC. So there is no any, in historical data, don't see any gcleats or utams, nothing. But still, not all cases could be explained because you have raw data, but you can understand why. GSL ID, again, it's still the problem. You have GSL ID, but it's, for some reason it's organic. Google said it's a feature, so okay. And again, that's not good for, you don't have it for historical data. So if you want to compare for the previous year, you don't have this column, so you have to somehow reproduce, you generate this yourself. Again, is it good enough? So is it big difference between like handmade traffic source and Google made? It really depends. So if you have a lot of traffic without UTM parameters, with only click IDs, and you do all these steps like inside, so it could be big, but in general it's about 10%. So you should decide, is it good enough for you or not for your case? And if you decide to do it yourself, you can do it. You're welcome. Google provides a lot of source, collecting traffic source, event parameters, all this stuff. Great, you can play and do your attribution, define your rules, and be really close to expected numbers and expected rules. Okay, but again, there is some misattribution cases.
Yeah, just jumping in here for the misattribution cases. We collected a few of them. This is just a smaller chunk. So obviously everyone knows about the GCL ID issue that even, so there's a valid GCL ID in the row, but this is still considered Google organic by Google, and this is in a rather large percentage. But we encountered some other cases as well, where there's a valid referral domain, and there's also a GCL ID, or there's UTM parameters. Obviously, if you provide your own UTMs, you don't want to override them even if there's a valid GCL ID. So this is why you want to control like what do you consider a bug and what do you consider to stay as it should. There's also the merchant center, click ID, SRLS, TID, and there's also cases where everything is null except there's a GCL ID. So yeah, this is kind of like a whack-a-mole game. Sometimes you introduce a new kind of bug when you're trying to fix one thing. So yeah, attribution is definitely a big challenge for everyone.
Okay, and again, classic non-direct attribution. Is it possible? So of course possible. Oh, could you make it?
No worries, gotcha.
Yeah, thanks. And break everything, good. So, as you know, in J4, for example, in session 1, you have 2 pages with different Google.
Okay, we're back in the studio, and I got Krista Seiden to join me. Krista, you're going to have a talk later today, and I brought a note, the book. You're going to talk about data at scale, lessons learned from building analytics projects across teams, tools, and timelines.
Yep.
How do we translate that into something simple?
What does that mean? Very long title. It's basically how, as an agency or consultancy, you can find success working in enterprise organizations. So how you come in, how you can, use the processes, the tools, everything to set up a successful analytics infrastructure or whatever your project might be, and tips and lessons about how to navigate within that enterprise organization, because not everybody's worked in an enterprise. It's often fairly different than a small business, a lot more process, a lot more rules, and that can trip up a lot of agencies, consultancies, smaller players especially. So hopefully there's some great tips for people to take away.
Yeah. Well, so for context, you and I, we collaborate. So we have been working with you on a large enterprise client.
That's right.
We've had a lot of challenges, exciting challenges, learnings. So a lot of the...
A lot of learning moments.
Exactly. From your point of view, what is the top thing that people underestimate before they start working with an enterprise, with a large organization?
Yeah, I think that the thing that I've seen across not just our current project, but every large enterprise I've worked in, and if we back up, pretty much my whole career has been in large enterprises. I was in-house as a practitioner at Adobe, and then at the Apollo Group and at Google. I was a practitioner there for years before I transitioned over to the vendor side. So I have a lot of in-house practitioner experience. And I think people, especially coming in who don't have as much experience, really, really underestimate the bureaucracy of a large enterprise. There's just a lot of red tape. And it's not like red tape for the sake of red tape, but it's because these companies have big and disparate teams. They have privacy teams and cloud advocacy teams and security teams, and they all have to work together in order to be able to onboard you to do a project or give you the right permissions so that you can access the right tools. And people who haven't worked in those environments or who are used to smaller environments where they can be a lot more fast and agile and, oh, I need access to that, no problem, I can just go at it myself. It can trip people up how long it can take to get simple access to a tool.
Yeah. I think for us, we are very much hands-on technical. And for us, it's basically a new role that we didn't know even existed, which is you need to understand the technical aspects, but you need to also be able to navigate the human aspects or the organizational aspects of it.
I think this is where you really get the role of a technical project manager, right? It's so key in big projects like this. And I think we've been fortunate in our project on the client side to have some in-house technical project managers. And then on our own team, we have Elizabeth, who is an amazing, she's just amazing at everything, but she serves as kind of our technical project manager and translates a lot of the client asks to, our technical teams to actually implement, and really keeps us all moving forward. And I think that is oftentimes a role that you don't necessarily realize that you need coming in, but is super, super key on an enterprise project, both from the kind of agency or consultancy side and from the client side. And those people need to work together to really push these projects forward.
Yeah. So looking back, what would we have done differently? What are our main key takeaways? I think from our end, it's very clear, we definitely didn't understand even that role was needed or existed. And now it's very clear to us, both from the technical practitioner's point of view, but also I have more the role of, let's call it resource allocator, even that, looking down the line, how the work will be dispersed over the upcoming months, stuff like that. What are other main takeaways on your end?
I think, one of our teammates was mentioning this to me earlier. I think one of the key things that we didn't really have the right way to ask for it, or because we kind of approached the project that we're currently working on from two different places. We came in starting with doing a GA4 implementation. Now we're working with them on a kind of whole data warehousing project for a retail media network. And those are two very different teams within this large organization. And so we started one way and then tried to apply a lot of those things over to the other side, and they're different teams and didn't really work. So I think asking from the client side to have very clear ownership over who is the person that we talk to for access, who's going to own all of that, who's going to make sure that we get everything that we need. We'll provide a list, they provide the access, and they do the work internally on the client side of going to all the different teams and making sure everybody is ticking those boxes. And I think because we kind of came in with some accesses and not from others when we started, kind of the second round of project, that was a little bit less clear and has caused many headaches, I think, on our side, on their side. I think we're through all of that now, thankfully. But I think really clear ownership over just onboarding of people working on the project.
Yeah, I think one thing that you also mentioned just now is checkboxes, right? So which it always feels very cumbersome, those checklists, right? And especially when you work with small to medium-sized companies and they're like, here's our GCP account, you get admin access, you're just good to go, right?
Yep.
That's definitely not the case at an enterprise, and it shouldn't be, right? Rightfully so, they should be very careful with their data and how they handle all of that. But that is also really the amount of the value of a checklist becomes apparent at that moment, and there's a very clear tipping point when it's useless or very useful. And
I think we've come up with a number of checklists throughout our projects together that, looking back, would have been super valuable to have up front. But it was a learning process on our side too.
So talking about upfront, you are the one who inspired me to go down the path of statements of work, SOWs. What are your takeaways on that front?
So I'm going to talk about this in my talk later, but I cannot stress enough the importance of building in safety and guardrails into the SOW. And that's for both you as the consultancy or the agency, and also for the client, right? You want it to be very well defined so that as you're, handing over a deliverable, essentially you can check that box in the SOW. But one of the things, or a couple of the things that we have built in, and I'm so very, very thankful that we did have the foresight to do this, were things like hours overages. So for example, in our initial project implementing GA4, it was a project-based pricing, right? So we said, here's the price for the implementation piece of this project. But we said in our SOW, this price includes up to 500 hours of implementation time. If we exceed 500 hours of implementation time, the client can purchase additional hours in blocks of 50 or blocks of 100 at a certain hourly cost, right? And I think going in, we talked about it, we tried to scope it, and we said 500 hours seems probably it would be, good. And I think that goes back to just the difficulty of scoping enterprise projects in general. Yeah. But we way underestimated that, right? We blew through those 500 hours pretty quickly. They also added on scope where originally we weren't going to be doing any mobile QA or various things. And then they wanted us to do a lot more hands-on work there. And it just ended up being, severe overages. And so I think, as a agency or consultancy, if you're a few hours over your 500-hour bucket, that's not a huge deal, right? But when we're talking hundreds of hours over, that's where you have to go to the client and be like, so we have this clause in our SOW, we've way exceeded the time that we've allocated to work on this. And so we're going to have to spin up an amendment to the SOW to purchase, 500 more hours or however much we want to estimate. And you should always overestimate when you're working with enterprises because it will inevitably be an underestimate. So I think that's one. And then the other one that we have built in that we have now used a couple of times in our second project with the Retail Media Network is timeline overages. So this project we scoped, as you know, as a phase project. So we had phase 1 and we had phase 2. And originally phase 1 was supposed to be a lot more upfront work. And phase 2 was just going to be adding additional channels, and we thought it would be, a lot more plug and play than it has ended up being. And so we had originally different pricing for the different phases for the client, and essentially we were like, okay, so phase 1 is going to be this monthly cost, and then because we'll have built-in knowledge, phase 2, we will charge you a little less per month. And then inevitably timelines changed. Phase 1 dragged on. way past where it was supposed to end and phase 2 was supposed to start. And we thankfully had a clause in our contract that said, well, if phase 1, if any of the phases go longer, that pricing will be continued into the next months until all of the deliverables for those phases are completed. Yep. So if you're doing timeline-based things, that's another safety net to build in. And I'll give you one more that I really like, and it actually gives me the ability to say this client that we're talking about is Nordstrom. And that is, we built into our SOW the ability to use name and logo as part of case studies and to be able to talk about it at conferences like Super Week. And of course, I had to essentially promise, I'm not going to blast this everywhere and overuse it, but that was a clause that we wanted. And essentially, the way we built it into the SOW was we said, this is part of our pricing, right? So we are going to include, logo and case study use. And if you don't want this, the whole project is going to cost 20% more, whatever you find is a reasonable amount, depending on the project price, right? And how valuable you think that's going to be for your business. And originally, they pushed back hard. They were like, there's absolutely no way that you can use our name and our logo and talk about us. And they typically don't let any of their agencies do that. But when it came down to it, they didn't want to spend an extra 20%, and I held the line, and so we were given approval to use name and logo for case study. And all of that goes back to really building and structuring an SOW that's going to protect you as the agency and make it a mutually beneficial relationship.
Yeah. For me, there's always this. So what you just mentioned, right? Scoping is always imperfect by definition, right? And I think this goes for small or large company, but the larger the company, the more likely you misscope because there's more stakeholders, the project becomes bigger, smaller, whatever.
Yep.
But it's kind of a necessary evil, right? Like in the ideal world, you would have a partnership with a client, and you would be okay. We just go into a retainer, and then we will just have we will be flexible. We will work with you. Yep. But yeah, that's very hard to achieve with a client, if even possible.
Yep.
But to what extent do the actual deliverables in the SOW matter versus the rest of the SOW, if you get what I mean? Because if you understand that they are very likely going to change, right?
So, I mean, that's a great point. As you well know, our deliverables for these projects have changed drastically throughout the project. And we have actually been in the process of writing an SOW amendment to essentially true up the SOW for the deliverables to make sure that what we have in there in the amendment is what we're actually going to deliver. And that is super, super important, because if you have it in your SOW and you have signed this contract with the client saying, this is what I'm going to deliver for this price, if you do not deliver on that, even if things have changed, if that is what is in the contract, they can hold you to it. And so to protect yourself, it's super important that if things do change, get an amendment signed with the client so that you can really true that up and make it a reasonable contract between the two of you.
Yep.
And I think it's a bit of a trust thing, right? Like, how much do you trust the client as your partner, and vice versa? And I think we have a really good relationship with our team at Nordstrom, but I also know that they are very driven to get value for their dollar, and have on multiple occasions been like, well, if we go back to the SOW, like, these are the things we need to deliver on. And I'm like, yes, you're right, but XYZ has changed, so it makes that almost impossible, which is, again, why we're doing an amendment to make sure that we have the right deliverables in there. And thankfully, they are very willing to work with us on that, recognizing that, they have changed the scope a lot, and so therefore, we do need to update it. But it's super important. I mean, I'd throw it back to you. Have you seen cases in any of the clients that you work with where, it is more or less important, or, what's your thought on that?
We have had client relationships where we ended up just agreeing on a retainer and let's call it a fair use policy.
Yep.
And those have been very enjoyable to work with. Now, I think our ethos is a little bit we really enjoy building cool stuff for clients. We're a bunch of nerds together. And I think that works on a small scale. I think the more serious the company becomes on the client side and on our side, the more you kind of have to deal with things like SOWs, right? If your client has a procurement department and a person's full-time job is negotiating contracts, then it's very unlikely that you're going to be in some handshake deal of like, let's make something great together.
Yep.
I do very much enjoy those things, and when the opportunity arises, I tend to go for them. But yeah, I do. It's like I said, it's a necessary evil, an SOW. But I do see the value more. Also, I think there's a aspect to it where you try to, let's call it war game, because you try to war game what will this project look like, and you cannot predict the future. So I already know, I've been doing this for a long time. I know for sure that we cannot predict the future and we will go in a different direction. And the SOW is a
best guess.
Yeah, exactly. But by doing it, it kind of forces you to think through the solutions or the potential path derivations that you might get, which is actually useful. So that aspect of it is I never really realized that. I was like, let me not waste time on trying to predict something I cannot predict.
Yep.
But there is value to that aspect as well.
I think you and I are very similar in that this is like one of our lesser favorite parts of the job.
It goes very much against who I am as a person. So it's very energy draining.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll just say, like, from the flip side, right, I've been in-house at a large company who is working with vendors, and it really depends on, the team and, their relationship with the agency or whatnot. But I have seen SOW clauses like really fully enforced, and I've seen others like that they're like, oh yeah, but we changed it, it's okay.
Yeah.
And you never know kind of what you're going to get. And generally, as the smaller company, us being, the consultancy, the agency, you have to protect yourself, because a big company like Nordstrom or like a Google or a Salesforce or any of these large enterprise companies that you might work with, all previous clients of KS Digital, they can squash you. And they can force, they have legal departments that, would run circles around you. And so if they really want to enforce something, there's no way around that. And so your only way to help prevent a situation like that is to have a really solid SOW.
Yeah. So thinking about your talk coming up, any other topics? SOWs we covered. We covered, let's call it technical project management.
Yep.
Anything else?
I mean, there's 10 lessons in the talk, so there's definitely other things. But I think one of the other key things that I'm going to talk about is just executive management and kind of reporting back. So our executive stakeholder, we have monthly check-ins with them, and we let them know the progress. And I always get a little bit nervous because I'm like, okay, I gotta prepare all these notes to go into this talk. I feel like I'm talking to my boss, which kind of is, right? He's paying my bills. But I generally give a rundown of here we are with the different projects we're working on. Here are things that are going well, and here are some roadblocks that we have. And then thankfully a good executive relationship, that person's going to say great. Now that I know the roadblocks, I'm going to work on unblocking them for you so that you can continue. And that, thankfully, is the relationship that we have with our stakeholder in this case. And it's been really fruitful because during these conversations, it has led to the ability to expand. And I think that is a goal for any consultancy or agency is you get in the door, you do a project, what's the next thing that you can continue to do? How can you expand and get more business from them and build, really strong partnership together? And so it's in the course generally of these monthly check-ins where he'll be like, oh, well, can you guys help us with that? Or, yeah, I think we have somebody else doing this, but it doesn't really make sense to me that we would have two different agencies working on this. Can you, write up a suggestion for this? And that has led already to expanded business. And I think hopefully will continue to lead to more expanded business. That would be, great for both of us. So I think that's one of the other big key takeaways is you got to manage up as well as, managing your team and making sure the project's going.
Yeah. One thing that popped into my mind as you were talking is so we are obviously remote, working remotely. Also with this client, it's all, if not almost all, is a digital meeting. But the need for synchronization, I do feel there's something I don't know, there's something to the size of the company you're working with and the need for synchronous meetings.
Yep.
Whether they feel super productive or not, it's just a fact of getting everybody aligned.
Yep.
Especially because there's multiple teams, multiple stakeholders.
Yeah.
Just getting them away from Slack and into a meeting to reiterate has been very useful.
Super useful. And I think, part of that is just it's a very large company and they're used to a lot of, either face-to-face, like in person, they have a big office in Seattle, or, being on a call together. And the fact that we are a globally dispersed team, right? And we work across time zones, and that can be really tough, especially when you're working asynchronously with a large client that has, strong demands, like things need to move now. And so I think one of the things that we have found valuable in our working relationship, with Nordstrom here is having a couple times a week a regular check-in with them, right? Like Tuesday morning, 9:30 Pacific time, we have our end status meeting, and same thing on Thursday, and just having these regular checks where, we very much work async together, but we can get on a call and work out problems in real time with the people that we need to talk to.
Yeah, yeah. Necessary evil, just like SOW.
Yeah.
I think we got all of you that we needed for this part. You're going to share the rest of the 10 tips. So you shared 4, got 6 left. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll broadcast it. Otherwise, maybe we'll be broadcasted later for our YouTube viewers. And cool. Talk to you later at the conference.
Awesome. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back to Super Week TV 2025. My name is Joma from the brand leadership community. Today, or this particular episode, we'll be talking about optimizing the brand experience using marketing technology and data. Now that's quite a broad subject, but with me today I have the fine guests of Doug, Galia and Ezekiel. Welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Yeah, and we have kind of like an interesting spread here today. We have 2 agencies, we have a product vendor, and when we're talking about the brand experience, it is quite broad. But firstly, I just want to, just quickly, I mean, we all know Doug, but Doug, if you want to just give a quick intro to yourself.
Sure thing, yeah. Maybe my reputation or notoriety doesn't precede. No, it's me. It's me. I'm now over 9 months in working with Duga Digital. I'm director of analytics. Been around the block for well over 20 years now, with brands such as ConversionWorks, Mighty Hive, Media Monks. Agency side, I'm a technologist at heart. So I think I'm in the right conversation. This is going to be useful. But I can still speak boardroom as a second language and talk to real humans about the tech. So hopefully this is going to be useful.
That sounds great. Yeah, Galia.
Hello, I'm Galia. And I'm addicted to data, okay. And I'm working as a technical account manager in agency. And that agency also has his own tracking product, actually. So it's funny that I'm sitting in the middle between the agency and the vendor because I'm doing a little bit of both. So that's me.
Yeah, thank you. And Ezekiel?
Hi, I'm Ezekiel. And I work for Conductrics. For those that don't know, it's a customer experience platform. So A/B testing, personalization, and customer research through service. I'm a solutions architect there. I interact with most of our customers. So I kind of like have the first-hand feedback of what they're trying to do and that kind of stuff with the platform. So I hope this.
Now, in one shape or form, everyone here is involved in supporting, building a brand experience, right? Because it is quite broad, because you have a brand experience first, and hopefully they convert into a customer kind of thing. So if we're looking at really at the top of the funnel, so and you're all involved in some form of product development, but just if we can just touch quickly, if I said to you brand experience, that's probably not in your daily vocabulary?
No, it is actually. It's a good question, but I've got to think about it in different levels. I'm thinking about the Duga brand. We want to build the agency into something spectacular, and we are doing that. But at the same time, our clients' brands are probably the primary focus of any engagement. They're paying the bills after all. So it's their brand equity and their customers' brand experience that we want to facilitate, to grow with tech, with smart, with consultancy, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely. And Galia, you're working very tightly with data and providing support to your agency that's supporting customers. Can you
my focus is mainly on getting the data, the right data that they need after, my main focus is about implementing all the tracking solutions that are necessary, implementing all the tech that is necessary, making sure that the data is correctly gathered, and then passing it to the people that will use it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ezekiel, with Conductrics, it's a tool that helps. I mean, when we spoke initially, we were saying that it's actually a customer experience platform, to which I said, well, it is a brand experience platform in the sense that we want to convert from an experience from a general person to become a customer, right?
Right.
So, if I say the word brand experiences, does that have a certain vision in your mind? Yeah,
well, again, as Doug said, we have on one hand like the whole Conductrics thing and its relationships to our customers, but then we'll focus on our customers and their relations like with the brand and that part of things. And for us, I think it's about, a brand could mean a lot of things, right? But for us, I think that mostly the thing that we try to push through is that whatever the brand is, serving the brand properly, it's being advocates for what their customers will be, right? Even if it's a lead or something, you want them to to be able to understand what your brand is and be there for them, providing either good service, good product, good whatever, right? And the idea is that you could optimize for that. Of course, you have like the growth and your metrics, right? But at heart, we believe that if you're able to serve your brand in a way that caters to the needs of, let's say, that future customer, right, you will be doing a great job.
Yeah,
that's mostly it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if we talk about MARTECH, now this is where it's interesting because, this is the technology that uses the data, that connects the customers with the brand. At Duga Digital, we're talking about how you've actually taken on another technology and so you're also creating your own product, if you want to explain.
So Duga actually means, it's an Old Norse English word that means to help and to grow, to produce, in other words. And we're a small agency. Obviously, we're seeking to punch above our weight. But to do this effectively and efficiently and to really deliver quality, we've got to do this with automation, with instrumentation. So a big focus is going to be, growing around server-side data collection, but to deploy in a certain way according to the right, with the right framework, with the right methodology. There is a lot of moving parts, but it's the same moving parts every time. So it is a prime use case for automation. We perform that automation with cleaning the tag management system, looking at consent, doing the migration, spinning up parallel GA4 data properties and so on and so forth, which then enables us to make the absolute maximum value from the Addingwell platform, providing GTM as a service. So as far as our clients are concerned, what they're seeing is shorter time to market, more accuracy, repeatability, scalability, and they get value for money through the tech that we produce.
Yeah, so that's kind of interesting because it's not about just using third-party tool and using it as best it can, but you're actually customizing it on top as well.
Yeah, it's the plus. It's layering on that value add through smart use of tech.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gali, you've also, in your agency, you have also a tool that's specific to...
Yes, actually, the agency throughout the years developed its own tracking solution that is actually quite impressive tool that is only available for the agency clients. We are very boutique in this matter.
Yeah.
But it is really interesting because we first know exactly how this data is tracked. So we can answer the questions like precisely. And having control over this data is very important for some of our clients. And having the control what to send to other vendors also. And us being niche also creates this like trust. Like sometimes people are trusting us more than they are trusting other vendors. So it is very interesting to...
Yeah, I mean, interesting, like from an agency, you're taking existing technologies and I suppose tweaking them, almost creating your own products that are available to your clients. Now with Ezekiel, you've got a product, Conductrics, right? Talk us a bit through that in terms of, let's top line what your, if I was like a global brand and I really wanted to build the customer journey or the brand experience, what is it that Conductrics actually brings to the table?
Right. So yeah, like I think that where the line is drawn between like us being a vendor, right, and so instead of an agency, is that we don't do like the consultancy. We won't tell you what's the right thing to do, right? We'll just put the tools out there for you to do whatever you believe it's right. The thing is that, of course, we push our narrative, like we will push our ideas or our view of this through our narrative and our communication, but we don't force you to do exactly that. You will be a good customer, a good fit for us if you think in the same way, right? But the idea is to just provide you the tools and mostly make our customers feel safe that whatever they are endeavoring or trying to achieve with them, that we'll be there to support them, right? That's kind of like it's kind of like a chain, right? Like if we are able to make them feel safe and support them, ideally they will use the tool to achieve their goals that hopefully align with our view of the customer experience building and brand building.
Yeah.
But specifically to the tool, that would be either validating ideas that they would think have an impact in their visitors or customers or something like that, or using the service for gathering qualitative data, right? Or personalizing the experience to cater specific visitors' requirements or customers' needs or profiles. That's mostly what they would do with the tool. But again, how they want to use that and for what purpose, that's up to them. We're just providing the capabilities and trying to support them and saying like, yes, you can do this, or this is how you would do that, right? If that's your goal, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So Doug, if we're looking at your customer profile, your dream client, and what do they look like? What kind of brand are they?
Well, we deal with a very broad spectrum of clients right now. They all have a certain commonality in their motivation, their curiosity. They understand how data can help, but they may not have the bandwidth or the skills or the resource or the experience to be able to deploy that technology. So it's that need, that ability to change, that desire for change. That is really what we're looking for, regardless of the size, scale, or level of digital maturity. You know, there's a keenness in the client, a motivation. That's really what we're looking for.
Yeah, and motivation and ambition, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it resonates what you said, Ezekiel, about the client that buys into your narrative. You know that you're going to be able to work together if you can have a sensible conversation and really vibe and match the values of the client with the agency. I think that's a really good fit.
Yeah. And Galia, with the kind of, I suppose you're in a supporting role in terms of looking at the insights with the data, right?
Yeah, our clients, sometimes they do have IT teams, sometimes no.
Yeah.
And we're there to make sure that they have our support and everything that they need in order to do the best campaigns they want to do. And we are there to solve problems for them, technical problems. Yeah. Sometimes we are joking that we are the technical support of the marketing agency, although we prefer a measurement team. Yeah. But technically, we are there to solve any kind of problems for them.
Yeah, exactly. Now, with Ezekiel, from your point of view, with who's solving the problems, are you dealing both with the agency partners and direct, or how do you balance that?
Yeah, it depends. Most of our customers, we handle the support directly, but we do have customers that came from a partnership with like an agency. And that is tricky because we ourselves are very service oriented, so we kind of like to be able to give a support to a certain standard. So if we are going through an agency, it's usually we try to have like a big trust on the agency and what support they can give, or even better if they could still get their support from the agency but still be able, like for example, to reach us in case they need it. So yeah, we have like communication channels sometimes that we just both on the same place, let's say, with the agency and the customer. So whatever happens, we mostly because we also like most of the features that the tool includes came from first-hand feedback from our customers. Right. Like we don't have kind of like we have a roadmap, but most of the roadmap is dictated by first-hand feedback from our customers. So if it would just delegate the support to an agency or something like that, we would lose a little bit of that. So we try to keep that in a certain balance.
Yeah. Yeah. And Doug, with yourselves, I mean, I imagine you also have partnerships with different platforms as well?
Oh yeah, I mean, full disclosure, we're a huge fan of Conductrix, for instance.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, love working with these
guys. Who isn't?
So yeah, again, it comes back to being a smaller agency. We may need a flexible headcount. We definitely don't cover every single aspect, every single skill of digital marketing. We have really good relationships with hardcore cloud providers who do have that army of cloud certified engineers. We can't invest in right now. Maybe we don't want to, or maybe it's search engine optimization. But everything else that we do, we will absolutely focus on like a laser beam. But partnerships with others That's absolutely vital to our existence and to for mutual success.
Yeah, and for you, I mean, Galia, are you working with the specific tools you're working with? Are you also involved with seeing the new tools that are coming out and getting your hands dirty? How much, from your point of view, do you have to keep updated with the new tools and the developments with the existing tools that are out there?
100%. We are not only implementing our tool, but we're also implementing whatever is needed from the client. So sometimes not only seeing the new tools, but finding out complex problems between the connection between two new tools. And yeah, we need to stay very up to date with everything new that is going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose you already mentioned, your roadmap is very much generated by your users. Is training a part of your spectrum as well, not just with your product, but beyond other areas around your product?
If you're asking about Conductrics in general, overall, not just me, so for example, let's mention the service, right? Customer research. So customer research capabilities were kind of like one of the last very big things that we added almost a year ago, I believe. We were a testing and personalization platform. We didn't have anything about customer research before, right? And that implied that we had to learn about, what type of research will our customers might want to achieve, how that's done, right? How can we link that to the personalization and optimization? Is there a link possible? All those questions, right? Just to trying to fit this new capability that had nothing, well, not nothing to do, but that it was not directly linked to what the platform already offered. That's something that we need to ask our customers, go out of our customers and figure out, what's the deal with this? Is it worth it? It is not. That's one side. And then the rest is just kind of like exploring the new frontiers of testing. It's something like statistics is very broad, so we kind of need to explore what are other capabilities out there that we can use from the statistic world that might be useful for our customers or not. Can we expand on something exactly like our talk, stuff that maybe you can mix and match and try to come up with a new product statistic wise. That sort of thing, it requires us for us to be on top. Same with privacy, the whole privacy by design, privacy engineering. Those are all certainly new topics that somehow affect everything that we do. So we need to kind of explore, how does it affect it? How can we implement it? That kind of stuff.
Yeah. So if we look into the future, we've got technology and we have MARTECH and we have data. Where do we have? We have also artificial intelligence.
You had to say that, didn't you? You were good.
Well, I did save it till the end, right?
No, that's fine. That's fair. One observation I can see this year in particular at Super Week is quite a varied set of responses to the AI conversation. There's a general misunderstanding of the capabilities of the hype versus the actual real-world application as to where it is actually useful right now. I think that's a fascinating conversation to have with different people about different topics and different use cases, and really separate out the chaff from the actual reality and the value.
Because it's interesting because what's rolling out with AI is something that everyone can use, right? I mean, Galia, are you seeing the use of AI a lot more predominant with your peers and with your clients as well?
Yeah, of course. And I would really love if AI is capable of doing my job. Literally, but not yet. Unfortunately, not yet.
Yeah, right, okay.
That will be really, really cool.
Yeah. And Ezekiel, from your point of view, where does AI fit with Conductrics? Is it something that's going to be more bolted into your product, or I suppose integrating with other AI platforms?
Well, I don't know about our product specifically, but even assuming that our customers start using AI for whatever experience they're delivering, they still need to be tested in market. Whatever they come up with, and they use AI to either generating ideas or either generating products, they still have to test it and validate it in market. So it's it might be that with AI and that loop of creating new ideas or creating new products starts becoming shorter and faster, then that might produce that you have to do more testing and more in-market validation faster and faster too. Whether our product uses AI for that, I'm not sure, but it would impact the amount of testing and validation that our customers might end up having to do.
Yeah. No, super interesting. Thank you to the wonderful panel that we've had today, and I'm sure we could if we go down the AI rabbit hole, we could have had another 2 or 3 hours.
That's my break. You brought it up too late, Gemma.
Yeah, no, but we got to tease the audience.
I know.
We'll bring
you're the MC.
further down. Yeah. But thanks again for your time. Thanks for viewing this episode from Super Week TV. Stay tuned. There's more to come. And don't forget to also follow Super Week on LinkedIn and also on YouTube as well. And we hope to see you again very soon. Thank you. And boom.
Oh, hello, everybody. I actually wanted to start with asking if you had your morning coffee yet. But I think that with such an energizer, you don't need any anyways. So let me start with asking about your experience with LLMs, because that's going to be our topic for today. So if you could raise up your hand in case you have ever used ChatGPT, Gemini, or anything like that, at least once in your life. Okay, so that's to be expected. And how many of you use it monthly? At least once a month? Cool. Once a week? Once a day? Okay, nice. And how many of you actually have built something using LLMs? So ingesting them in your own products, in your own pipelines, or anything like that? Cool. Great. So this is going to be the focus of our talk today. Let me see. No. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, the gravity really makes it hard. Oh. Can I just skip? Yes. So hello, everybody. I will start with a short introduction. So my name is Maciek. I moved from Poland to Switzerland around 8 years ago. I love both dogs and cats, so if you want to talk about pets, I'm happy to have it. Thank you, Fred. Sure. I've worked in digital analytics for the past 15 or so years, and I've had a great honor of running the field data for the past 4 years. And with this in mind, I would like to make a segue to our sponsor, who is Displayed. How many of you actually know Displayed? Okay, so for those who don't, they do this very cool metal posters with all the nerdy graphics. And the deal here is that if you have any questions, please leave them for the very end of the presentation, because then, the top 5 questions will get a free display of your choice. Thank you. I know how to move the crowd, right? So as for our agenda today, we will take a very brief step back to see what's the AI hype about, really. Then we will talk about how we can already use LLMs in our daily work. And we have prepared 3 separate use cases that we will be looking at. The first one would be enhancing the data that we have already collected. The second one would be automating everybody's favorite. Yes, I click the button again. Automating everybody's favorite tracking setup quality test. Thank you. And finally, how to get rid of all the let's say, nasty ad hoc questions that we get from the business stakeholders. And then we will take a look at how to really stay relevant in the job market that will be affected by the LLMs. And finally, we'll have the aforementioned Q&A session. So, speaking of the AI hype, I'm sure that everybody has seen the news lines, right? We know that OpenAI and other AI companies are reaching like crazy valuations. The ChatGPT got the fastest adoption out of any apps when it was released a couple of years ago. And that's also affected like the NVIDIA and other chip makers for the AI learning systems a lot. So there is a lot of money pumped up into that. But how does it really affect the businesses in the current economical situation? So this chart here is from the presentation of Benedict Evans. If you don't know the guy, please take a look at him. But basically, this shows us how quickly are different enterprises adopting Gen AI for their own purpose. And as we can see, this data is a bit old because it's from February 24, so like 1 year old. But most of the projects are still in the development and pilot role. So even though, for example, in software development or customer service, we are already seeing like quite a lot of production deployments. Like in a lot of cases, it's still a work in progress and something to come. And this gives a lot of fields for playing of the different consulting companies. So this chart here is the quarterly revenue of Accenture for Gen AI projects. And it's far more than any revenue of OpenAI now. So if you are doing consulting, here you go, that's what you have to aim for if you want to make a big cash. So I think that it kind of shows us that on the very well-known Gartner hype cycle, we are still moving through it with all the Gen AI projects. And I think we are already kind of through the trial of this illusionment. So we have seen what's possible and what's not possible. And we are slowly getting ready to actually use LLMs and other Gen AI technologies in our daily work. So now we'll move to the actual daily work, so the actual coolest part, I think. So I'm not sure if you will all agree, but in my experience, very often our work is about this never-ending cycle of data collection, analysis, and activation. And each of these each of these elements cannot work without the other one. So it's always like we need to get our tracking set up correctly, and we need to unify our data warehouse data and everything. Then we can analyze it and come up with cool use cases and cool strategic insights that can affect our workload. And then with the activation cases, we can automate it. We can create like different customer segments, send them to other platforms, and really put our data to use. And that very often leads to a case where when we look at our return on data investment, and the x-axis here is basically the investment and the y-axis is the return on investment, we need to go through a lot of things first and a lot of time and a lot of workload in order to get something nice out of it. And that's especially affecting like a major, bigger organization, right? So that's exactly this case, right? When we have to do a lot of tracking setup, a lot of solution design, data unification, standardization, harmonization, making sure that every stakeholder is aware of the data that we have, etc., etc. Basically, do all this foundational work before we can see our return on investment. And I believe that with LLMs, this curve can look more like that. So we are starting to see the value much quicker because we can automate, scale up, and speed up a lot of things that would require a lot of manual work. So speaking of these cases, our first case, as I mentioned before, would be enhancing our existing data. And with that, I would like to use a case built by my great enemy, Lucas Oldenburg. Lucas, yes, thank you, thank you. And Lucas basically worked on a case where they used LLMs with Vertex AI. We look in the actual data setup and the pipeline setup in a second, in order to make sure we avoid the cases where we have, let's say, a lot of values in the data layer that are there in multiple languages, especially when you have big multilingual organizations. So if I'm not wrong, and Lucas, please correct me if I'm wrong, like there were different page tags that were implemented in the data layer by developers based on the languages that a certain page was basically visible in. And that, of course, could be solved by the developer themselves, like with streamlining the data layer values, etc. But we know that very often in bigger organizations, it's like, it can take years for that to happen, right? So why not to use LLM for that? And in this case, we didn't do, and we are not looking at any translational tasks, but we look at classifications. So we want the LLM to basically classify whatever page tag we have in a different language to its nearest English equivalent. And that's basically how the data pipeline looks in that case. So we, of course, have some variables in the data layer that then end up in Adobe. Adobe exports the data warehouse data with those fields into Google Cloud Storage on GCP. And then we can have some kind of, if we want to have it as an automated process, we can have some orchestrator, like a Cloud Function, Cloud Run, Airflow, anything like that, that would basically grab the data from the cloud storage, put it against a couple of Gemini API requests, and then return the mapped URLs or mapped data into Google Cloud Storage again, that then can be picked up by Adobe to be used as classifications. And that basically results in something like that, right? So on the left side, we have this page content tag in the original language. But on the right side, we see that it got already classified in English and then can be broken down by different languages. So I'm sure that you can see how much that streamlines and simplifies the whole analytical process, right? And I think it's a very cool example of using LLMs for that. So if you want to learn more about that, if you scan this QR code, then you will go directly into Lucas's blog post. So please feel free to do that, or otherwise you can just bother Lucas, who's sitting right there. So. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you. And when I think about what's next for these use cases, I think that it would be really cool to try it out with streamlining the campaign naming conventions. We know that especially when we have multiple media agencies, like the campaign naming conventions are really hard to enforce. And if we could use LLMs to map the campaigns to a certain let's say, main campaign or campaign group or something like that, that would be amazing. Then I think that like having a proper channel grouping that can be adjusted on the fly based on the mapping created by LLMs would also be a very cool way to like get the business more accurate and more relevant data. And if we look at it as the next step, we could even create like custom masks, like some kind of mask like they use in Pandas or Photoshop maybe, that are actually, let's say, taking the existing data and then formatting it only for a certain business unit or a certain business stakeholder without a need of any analytical or implementation work. And I think that if we could get to this stage, it would really enable us to get to the right people much quicker than usual. Then the second use case that we will be looking at is how to automate our tracking setup quality tests, which I know that everybody loves, because I'm sure that at least one of you had a case where they had to work on an audit document similar to that, where you had a new customer and you wanted to make sure that, their tracking is set up correctly, and needed to go through all the events and all the parameters and see what's working, what's not working, and so on. So basically, we have aimed at automating this to automatically scrape the data, see how it performs against our expected event schemas, and then create an automated report out of that. So that's PyGA. That's a library that we are co-developing together with Displayed, hence the Displayed sponsorship here. And if we look at PyGA, this is basically, let's maybe go back. So we will be looking at all of those elements separately. So first of all, this is like an event schema that you need to provide to it. As you can see, it's basically any JSON of an expected event output. In that case, it's like a simple GA4 event for server-side tracking on Displayed.com. And the important part here is that Displayed has over 1.5 million different products and different product pages. So as you can imagine, testing it all would be quite a challenge to do it manually. Then this is the actual test scenario written in Selenium, so that we have like, okay, in order to go to the view item event, please open the page X. And then if you are on this page X, click this button from this selector in order to trigger an add to cart event. So something very simple. And it only needs to be written once, because then everything is also fully configurable for now. So for example, you can see that we have a certain HTML, like CSS selector for the add to cart event that we can specify here without having to modify the core code. We can have like what kind of events we are expecting, what the event schemas, what prompts we want to use, and so on. So basically, after all of this, the LLM runs, like scrapes the data, like this Selenium script scrapes the data, and then it takes it in and compares against the schema. So the important part here is that, of course, you could do it manually, right? With setting up all the conditions, you can have like different validations for different data types. You could see what are the certain, let's say, regular expressions that in a user email always have to be a regular expression that matches an email, etc. But in that case, we don't have to do it at all, because we let the LLM figure out the patterns and validate if the patterns are correct or not. So if you look at the fourth row here, that's like the item variant field. And we had seen that in our target schema, it was like a numeric string with a couple of dashes. But in the data layer, it was an alphanumeric string without the dashes. And the LLM has flagged this as unexpected value. So that's exactly what we want to see here, right? To see if LLM is able to figure out that something is not matching our schema. So the next steps for the roadmap here is to first of all put it in a proper container as a standalone service, because currently this is something that you can run locally on your machine. Then I would kind of like to have a better output for the results, maybe like streaming it into BigQuery and then having like a dashboard on top of it, or adding some visualization via Streamlit, for example. Then it would be cool to run some more tests, especially with local LLMs. We already see a very promising results with Gemma and DeepSeek here. And an important point to make here is at the moment, like using GPT-4o model, like the unit cost of running a single comparison is like 0.05 cents. So if you want to run it on scale, it's of course much cheaper than manual labor. But I think that with running like LLMs locally through Olama, for example, we can get it even lower than that. Then it would be cool if you didn't have to bother with identification of event schemas, and that the tool could just connect to your GA automatically, and then just grab everything from there. It would be cool if we automate the creation of test scenarios, so you wouldn't have to specify the steps, like click the button with the CSS selector and just tell the LLM to run a test purchase, for example, right? And I'm not sure if you've seen it, but OpenAI has just shown a demo of their new operator platform last week that basically does just that. And then it would be cool if we could also use it for documentation creation. And I think it's going to be quite an easy start to automatically create like proper tracking specification. That I think especially cool for like agency business when you have to create those documents a lot for many different customers. So we are going here open
Monday,
source.
hopefully, and if you just joined, you just heard from me talking right now.
Awesome. So we've got a really diverse panel tonight. Thank you everyone for joining us. Much appreciated. To kick this off, obviously we need to do some introductions. Julien and I have introduced ourselves. We're going to start from the Jentis end. Sir, please introduce yourself, where you come from, the vendor you represent, and we'll just go down the line to start with, okay? Go for it.
Of course. So, hi, my name is Thomas. I'm founder and CEO at Jentis. Jentis server-side tracking solution, founded in 2020, and we call ourselves the most powerful server-side tracking solution.
Good call.
Go Marie.
Hi, my name is Marie Fenner. I'm from Piano. I'm actually affectionately known as the queen within Piano. I have been in the industry for a long time. But Piano is, we actually have two sort of really good worlds coming together. I may talk about it later on, but Piano, I think, is probably the world's best analytics platform in the world. I did say probably.
Shall we give a round of applause to our sponsor there?
Yay! All right, Russell, who is your daddy and what does he do?
He's retired.
Oh, okay.
Hi, my name is Russell McCarthy. I'm CEO and co-founder of Ringside Data. We're a marketing data platform, so we combine web analytics and every other touch point you would have across your whole marketing data stack.
Right. Mr. G.
Me?
You?
I'm Matt Gershoff. I'm co-founder of Conductrics. I'm coming in from Austin, Texas. And Well, Conductrics is a privacy by design, privacy first platform for experimentation, predictive targeting, contextual bandits, and what we call A/B surveys, where we integrate experimentation with customer feedback.
Thank you, and again, a round of applause for our sponsor.
And Jordan, I was sitting in your seat the other day, so do tell us about yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Jordan. I head up the technical account management team at Snowplow. Snowplow is a behavioral data platform, so you can track all of the behavioral event data from website, mobile app, desktop apps, server-side applications, send them to your cloud data warehouse, and activate the data in real time.
You've got an awesome range of capabilities, vendors, awesome range of functionalities, which is worth a round of applause. This is where it gets interesting for you. You get to ask them any question you want. Anything, anything. You might start, say, for example, with, are you ethical? Go.
But really?
I'll go. I think so.
Why? Qualify that statement, please.
Yeah. So Snowplow have a couple of different deployment models. We have a classic, more classic SaaS deployment model where it runs on our servers, but we still load the data to your own pipeline, to your own data warehouse. But our primary or most popular, most common deployment model is a privately managed cloud solution. So if you're running on Google Cloud, AWS, or Azure, the data lands in the pipeline running in your own private cloud, and the data doesn't hit our servers in any way. So if you have sensitive data, and that data never hits our servers, and we never get a chance to look at it. Occasionally, with permission, if we're helping debug something, but that gives companies the ability to ensure that their data is completely within their control. And so we don't really want access to customers' users' data, and we have taken we've worked extremely hard to make sure that it's impossible for us to even theoretically do so, and we give tooling as to allow our customers to anonymize, obfuscate, remove sensitive data, not track certain things, pre-consent, et cetera, et cetera.
So you're deliberately hands off the customer's data, which is plausible, which is worthy of applause. But just moving down the panel, Matt, you described Conductrics as a privacy first, or privacy by design, I beg your pardon. Where does Conductrics fit in terms of describing yourselves as an ethical vendor? Would you can you even expand on that? Well, I'd love you to.
Well, I mean, the company is a reflection of the co-founders, of us, and we believe how you do your work is who you are, and the fact that it's work doesn't mean that you're allowed to behave in a way that is not appropriate, doesn't give you carte blanche. So yeah, we're ethical. I think we're ethical. Obviously we're ethical. I think the larger question is like how we work with our clients. We're very much relationship based as opposed to being short-term transactional. As I said earlier, I think it was in maybe your talk when you were asking me, Pfizer was our launch client back in 2010, and they're still our client. Our clients stay with us a long time because we're very much relationship based, and we tell it like it is. We're extremely forthright, and we have a strong point of view about how things can be effective, and we're not paternalistic, but we don't just tell clients what they want to hear. We don't tell the community what they want to hear. We tell the community how our editorial and how we see things, and so that's appropriate for some clients, but we may not always be right, but I don't think there's anybody that thinks that what we are telling them isn't what we believe. I don't think there's anybody who would think that that's not the case.
It comes down to being authentic. Yeah.
No.
I think authentic is one way to describe it. Russ, you have no filter. You're authentic to the nth degree, which I absolutely celebrate and appreciate. What's the ringside POV on ethical approach to doing business?
I think the last two answers cover the two major bases. If you don't have any customer data, which we don't capture anything that could be considered PII, not the legal term, but just the concept of that. And then I think it is a reflection of the people in charge of the organization. I think the other thing that's really important as a platform is, as much as we have clients, our clients then have their clients. And one of the responsibilities of any platform is, if we're trying our hardest to be ethically opaque as well for our clients, it's an enabler for them to speak to their customers with confidence as well, whether that be from a privacy or data security perspective, because they have to have that front themselves. So I think when we're liaising with the tech team or the marketing team within our clients, it's important that we provide all of the information and documentation that's required so they can put the best foot forward for their customers as well.
Being authentic, being transparent, being auditable, being accountable, all of these great things. Marie, do you want to add some more from the piano perspective?
What can I add? All of the above. I think as an analytics company, as Jordan was saying, we collect a lot of data. We do have a really good, I wouldn't call it quite filtering, but we have privacy by design, but we go much, much further than that. We have direct dialogues between our DPO, data protection officer, and our client's DPO, so that we're making right choices and right recommendations. But also, not just in data, we're churning a lot of data. We have, billions and billions of data points that we collect on a daily basis. That, I'm more talking about CSR, environmental sustainability, etc. So we're really, really strong in that. We have a whole team working on CSR and the environmental ethical aspect. And we try to productize, not to sort of commercialize it, but we try and engineer our products to use least of possible way of getting to the truth of data. So we have different eco mode, cute little things that we can use to use hyperlog instead of churning all the data all at the same time unnecessarily. And we advise our clients on that aspect as we're very transparent. When we go to clients like BBC, we tell them that you are making 40 million data calls. Do you really need to make them? Is there any duplications? And as a result, we see the data usage, not data usage, but data calls going down without any sacrifice in terms of data quality or data insights they need. So we really are active in that.
I think it's a really good point. I vibe with the ecology side of things, absolutely. Just as a slight tangent, and with no agenda, are any of you guys B Corps?
Oh, good question.
I'm not sure.
If they don't know, they probably don't know.
No, okay, right, don't worry.
No,
B Corp certification is like the nth degree, definitely not virtue signaling when it comes to being ecologically sound. It is a hardcore requirement. Like I say, that was a tangent. Thomas, you were showing some really interesting tech earlier on where you're activating non-consented data. Do you want to expand on that from an ethics POV? I know you said it was legal, but I'm curious as to where that comes from in terms of values.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question, but it's a complex question.
I appreciate it.
If we talk about if we act ethical, it's not just about legal. I think it's much more than only legal. And because most of the legal parts are already covered, I will not now list the features of Jentis regarding legal. From my perspective and my responsibility as one of the founders and CEO is regarding the topic of being or act ethical is to even implement a framework, a culture framework in the company, which allows all the employees to act within this framework we are kind of implementing, and in addition to act within their own ethical framework borders. So that is one thing which is super important at Jentis, that not just, if you ask me if I'm ethical, I would say yes, of course, but even that we install a framework that everybody else at Jentis and partners are able to act like this. And just based on a simple example we got, and I already mentioned it today, we got very often the question, Thomas, I know it's not legal, but if we do server-side tracking, who knows if we track without consent? I mean, who knows? And act ethical would be, no, not with us. So I would lose the deal. before I would say, yeah, come on, let's do it. And I will implement, we are implementing the framework that all our employees and partners can act like me in the same situation, to say no, and we're better losing the deal instead of tracking without consent.
Okay, that's cool, that's cool. The good news is that was a softball starter question from the good cop. I'm now going to hand you over to bad cop.
Moi? Okay, no, sure. So we had a question that which is both part of the audience and from me. Can you tell us what is your key feature, your key killer feature? And for everyone but Matt, the answer cannot be, we're not Google.
So that's my answer. We're not Google.
Yeah.
No. It's not like Google has a competitive product or anything. So.
Oh, I see. Oh, because Google pulled their product, just killed our.
I rest my case.
Yeah. Okay. You want to? I'll go. I'll jump in. So the question is what's our key feature?
What's your best feature?
I would say what our
best foot forward.
My best feature is.
Your hair.
I was going to say maybe mine. I don't really have many good features. As all those photos attest, there's not a lot of good features. Yeah, so for us, it's like the overall architecture. So, I mean, the idea of privacy by design is like not about, it's not about compliance, it's really about architecting the software. So we've sort of innovated the ability to integrate, bring together privacy engineering ideas of K anonymous data with statistical methods, mostly regression, because most of A/B testing, most of the capabilities are methods of regression. And so we came up with an innovative way to bring those together. And if anyone's interested, there's a paper out on Archive we just stuck out on there. So if you want to look up how to use that, you could use that in your own work. And so our entire architecture is actually embedded with the idea of especially principle 2, which is privacy by default and data minimization. And so the way we architect is that we don't want to collect billions or millions of data points. It's really thinking about the marginal value of the additional bit, and we expect our clients to be intentional and thoughtful about how they collect it, and that is how all the data structures actually work internally. So we seek to minimize data linkages, and we seek to minimize the cardinality of the data. And this idea of K anonymous is almost like a measure of how uniquely identified any potential record is. So I think that's the main innovation, that's the sort of the platform, and the fact that we're able to offer sort of state-of-the-art capabilities within that framework.
That works for me. Anyone else who wants to contribute? Maybe Jordan?
Yeah, I'll go. I mean, I could talk, obviously I could talk a number of features, but I think for me, the best thing about Snowplow is the flexibility that we provide customers to have. Not every business is a simple e-commerce shop with product views, checkouts and transactions, or a simple marketing site with a lead form. Like if you're a mobile app or one of our customers, Strava, who have smartwatch apps or fitness trackers and stuff like that, like most packaged analytics tools just do not provide the flexibility for a company like that to collect the data in the format that they want or that they need for their analyses. And even if you are a relatively simple e-commerce business, you're going to have idiosyncrasies in your business model or how you work with your suppliers or what your stakeholders are going to do or your brand positioning, which then impacts what type of marketing and digital marketing you do. So we allow you to track and collect data in the format that you know it. You don't have to think about it in terms of like dimensions or cohorts that a tool provides. You think about it in the terms of the way you think about your business or your product or your app or whatever. And you get the data exactly as in the shape, in the format that you want it to suit your business needs and to suit your analysis requirements. There's several others, but like for me, that was when I was a Snowplow customer back in 2015-16. That was what really stood out to me, and that we had a sports client who had football kits, so soccer jerseys that you could buy and customize, and put a sponsor on a crest and numbers and stuff like that. So they had kits, and teams had kits, and kits had items and all this kind of stuff, which is a really difficult concept to try and translate into a data schema that you want to do analysis with. And GA Universal in particular did not lend itself to that. And I was like, this is amazing. We've got a tool that we can tell it how our data looks, not have it tell us how our data should look.
You just dance so very closely to we're not GA, but okay, that works.
Very, a long time ago.
I'll take it. Russ, do you want to keep the ball rolling?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we do that is reasonably unique as well is we combine the web tracker that we have, where we capture what goes on in the digital environment, but we connect all of the different data sources from all of the marketing platforms. So whether that's the Google-owned ones, but then it's also the Metas, the Clavios, the CRM systems, the digital marketing, and also offline activity. We connect that to every single user. And the biggest thing that then the clients use within that is our machine learned attribution model. And that's because we have all of those other touch points. It sees the full customer journey and then gives credit using machine learning, which is not just looking at the order of touch points. It's way, way more than that. It looks at all of the individual interactions within that journey, including time lag and time decay as well. I'm going to keep it short and sweet.
Thank you, perfect. Marie?
Yes, just one. We're actually on a mission to democratize the data, and we really mean it. We launched a product, or it's not a product, it's actually core of our whole analytics, called Workspace. And it's so versatile. And yesterday I talked about different colors, red, green, blue, and yellow people. When you go into our Workspace, you will find something that is interesting to you, something that you need, something that is exciting, something that is sexy. If you're a marketer, if you're a product manager, if you're a data scientist, you will find all of that. So we really want to make sure when our clients come to our site, they are drawn to actually wanting to learn more, wanting to discover more. So we have that huge, really beautiful workspaces that's versatile. So if you are in product marketing, you will have a product analytics ready-made for you. If you are a broadcaster like BBC, as was mentioned, you will have the AV, we call it AV Insight. If you're selling, if you are an online transactional site, we'll have a sales insight. So it's ready-made things, but at the same time, you can add things, filter, etc. So that's really helping. We've seen uptake in the usage of our data by our clients enormously from there. And we do cater for, so democratization doesn't mean having a sexy and beautiful interface. Sure. It also means being able to power our clients' data science project, AI project, ML project. So we package our data in a way, DBT, whatever format you need, we just ship it out and make it available. Our clients own the data. We're just the guardian of their data. So we're really, really serious about data democratization.
Understood. Thomas, want to?
Yeah, typically we vendors get asked not to talk too much about features, and we can train about not to talk too much about features. But I take your question very seriously. The killer feature at Jentis is synthetic users. And as we already had a session today, I will not waste your time, but this is our absolutely killer feature.
It was worth repeating, thank you. A quick note before we really open up to the public. I think it's, and I'm saying this without any sort of, I'm not being paternal or anything, but it's good that we see the language from the vendors evolve from a defensive position like you guys had, like say when the early 2020s, where hey, Google's down, let's get into the breach, and I think it's so much more positivity seeing you guys with the actual USPs, the actual spiel. So thank you.
It's much more interesting.
I know.
Just hearing people say we're like Universal or we're like. But we're an alternative to that. It's just loads more interesting.
Yeah, but you wouldn't understand. You wouldn't believe the number of times I got. Hey, we're like GA but cheaper, or like we're like GA but we're safer. We're more privacy friendly, or.
And I mean, we need to be open. It just didn't work. Just didn't work to say we're not Google. That does not sell any license.
Oh, I know. I think the core message is you guys have your own innovation tracks. and you're going full speed ahead, so that's great. Doug, let's maybe take another question from the public.
Yeah, sure. Let's open up. Let's see some hands coming up. And we've got some questions coming down here. I'm going to wander down here.
It's that German guy again.
Yeah, of course, I'm a gentleman. Astrid, superstar. Astrid, what's your question for the panel, please?
Hello, I'd like to hear the last time you recommended a prospective customer to not get your software, and why?
I'm not sure if I got the question.
I thought I was a bad cop.
I can answer that.
Why would you
I'll answer that. Yeah, so I had, it wasn't the last time, but it was like, I think a good example. We had a potential customer came in, and they were asking, they wanted to shift off their vendor, and I won't say who the vendor was. And it's one that I hate, no, let me not say this word. I felt like they did not act ethically in the marketplace. So I really did not mind taking a customer from them. But the questions that we were getting asked, they were claiming that this vendor, whom I did not care for, they were blaming them for poor service. The system wasn't working. They were blaming them for the system being broken. But it just didn't sound right to me. And so I asked them I started asking a few clarifying questions, and I felt like it was probably not the vendor's fault why the system wasn't working. And so I gave them a set of 4 questions. I said, I think you should go back to the vendor, we'll go nameless, and ask them these 4 questions. If they say yes to any one of these 4 questions, then I think you can probably get it fixed. If they say no to all of the questions, then come back to us. And the thing that offended me, actually, is that when I talk about partnership and relationships, it is 2 ways. I expect it to be 2 ways. We will do everything for our customer, almost everything for our customers. But I do think it's important to give someone that you're working with the opportunity to make something right. And I felt like they were not giving the vendor the opportunity to make something right. And to me, that was a client that I absolutely did not want, because they lacked the capacity to take ownership of how they were doing work. And so it meant that the organization and the culture was, I want to say flawed, but not a culture or organization that I was going to want to work with, and was probably not going to be a long-term relationship with us. They would just throw us under the bus. So that would be an example, and that's why when we're a smaller company, and so it's completely disastrous for them and for us if we have a client that after a year is like, this is not working. That's not worth it to anybody. And so we do listen to how they answer certain questions, whether or not we think we would want to work with them.
Perhaps I can answer that question as well. In the past, since Schrems 2 happened, we've had a lot of companies, especially in Europe, coming to us saying we can't continue with the GA anymore. This is before GA4, and we need to find an alternative. Excellent opportunity. We did sign a lot of customers as a result of that, but oftentimes we see their requirements are very simple. If they say we just want to replace GA4, but the GDPR compliant, and we want the same report, probably not a good fit. And to be honest, our software is really, really powerful and is sophisticated. And Jill earlier talked about, customization. We have this really, really powerful weapon that we want our clients to use. So if the prospective client is looking for quite simple GA replacement, most probably we're not a good fit. We get excited, if I may. For example, there's this bank in the Netherlands, I won't name the name. It's a similar situation, GDPR issue, but also they didn't really want to migrate to GA4 without actually assessing the market. It's going to be, migration is huge effort. They had 400 questions in their questionnaire. We had numerous interviews and demonstration sessions with them. And in the end, they chose us. And one of the strongest reasons why they chose was innovation. It's not just what we have now. They could see that path in the longer-term partnership. And we get excited by that. And we're looking for that sort of clients.
I'll give an answer that's way more negative than that. We turned down business last year from a company that was in a sector that myself and my two co-founders decided very early on what types of businesses we were willing to work with. And this kind of answers the ethical question as well. We were saying, okay, yes, that is a sector that has a significant amount of money, but it's not one that we're willing to liaise with on a regular basis. So we said together, we made an agreement. There's some that we are definitely in the grey area, but there was some that were a hard no, and we're happy to turn down that revenue.
And maybe you can add on that. Agree to nearly everything what you said. A simple answer is if we cannot deliver. So that is a huge topic, especially on startups overselling. This problem, of course, from time to time, if you have high targets in the quarter and high pressure, maybe from the investors, so maybe you can start to promise something what you cannot deliver. But this is, for me, a super hard no, because if you oversell and if you cannot deliver afterwards, it's so damaging for the brand, it's so damaging for the relationship, not only to this one customer, but obviously customers are talking. So, and it's not ethical, right? So overselling is really a limit where I say, from a business perspective and from my personal perspective, it's not working.
And just to sort of round it off, I'm not a co-founder and I don't work in pre-sales, but I know that I wouldn't say turn down or turn away customers, but we help customers realize that we're not the product for them. Snowplow takes a significant amount of investment, not just monetarily, but in time and people and resource and upskilling and training, because we are not like the rest of, not very similar to other tools out there. And, companies have to be honest with themselves that if they aren't going to put like Matt was saying, if they aren't going to put the effort in from their side, it might not be for them, or they're not far enough on the technical maturity or data maturity journey to be ready to utilize a tool like Snowplow. You need SQL analysts, you need people who understand the cloud, you need people who can define their own analytics and define their own analyses and then create data sets for those things. And if you don't have those people in your business, then you're probably going to struggle to get value from Snowplow. So turn away might not. I don't. There's been one or two instances, which I won't talk about here, where we have done explicitly that, similar to some of the instances that have been discussed here. But we generally, when people come to us and they get all excited because they think our tool's really fancy and powerful, we sometimes have to talk them down a little bit and help them realize that maybe come back to us in a couple of years when you've built that team and you've built that capability in your business, and it'll be a better fit.
All of your answers are very thorough, and I really appreciate that. You're all very honest and open and transparent. We want to get one more question in from Till Budner from DHL.
It's going to have to be a lightning round because we're short on time.
You will all be judged on your succinctness, your conciseness, your brevity, and your accuracy. Go.
Thanks. Actually, almost a question to everyone but Matt.
Jesus Christ.
Let me,
I understand.
Let me explain, because I'm very thankful that we don't have any salesperson in here. That makes this conference very unique. And I'm very thankful that nobody of you is selling to any one of us. So thank you for this. Especially I like how Matt sells without selling. That's why the question is not for you. I'm sorry. If you want to answer, please answer. But often salespeople come to corporations like us and oh, we can do everything for you. Overselling, we just had it. They try to get in, to sneak in, even with this smallest thing. How would you sell your product to your grandma, which you like, so she really would buy this product without you overselling or whatsoever in a sentence or two? So make it short, but how would you do this in an ethical way so you don't try to get the client in just because you want to have the client?
Or is it explain to me like I'm 5 or explain badly? Yeah, okay.
Speed dating with your grandmother. Get on with it. Go, 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 go.
I talk pretty quick, so I'll have a go.
I track people.
Every business is a snowflake. Every business is unique, has unique people within it, has a unique set of customers. Your data requirements are going to be completely unique. I don't think you should use a packaged off-the-shelf tool for your unique requirements. You should have a customized bespoke tool for your requirements, and Snowplow is the best tool for that.
I'd have to explain what the internet is first. It's going to take a while.
Take the records notes.
Yeah. I think businesses spend a lot of money, and we help them make their spend better and more efficient, so they understand what works and what doesn't.
I mean, as a grandma, you have many children, and each children has different problems. We're here to listen to that problem, and we can solve that problem. So we talked about sort of outcome-driven, etc. So we really want to listen to their problem and solve that problem. And that goes with what I said earlier. We're very versatile, very flexible, that Jordan mentioned as well. But being able to listen, identify that problem, and solve, and get to the point.
I would ask my grandmother if she has any idea of how to make money out of 100% correct data. If she says no, then I would not sell it to her. If she says yes, then I would sell it to her.
Yay.
Oh gosh.
Hello. Wait. Hello. I've lost my voice. My name is Elizabeth Miller, also known as Smalls. I've asked somebody to read the question for me, please. What's the best way for those in the industry to gain direct familiarity with your platform and its capabilities if they don't have any clients who are using it? But wait, here's the context. The context is, I find this difficult in our industry because I tend to have to go through sales processes to learn about platforms, but I don't like to waste sales team time if I'm not a potential client. Also, tech docs seem to be in the walled gardens.
I'm not sure if I got the full question.
Can you repeat
but
the
maybe
question?
my colleagues can start. I can interpret from the answers the question.
Starting with somebody who speaks British, maybe you.
So Snowplow's history is open source. Some of you may or may not know, our open source licensing changed last year, but we are still source available. So if you want to and you're interested in it, you can take our open source components and you can run them yourself and you can run them in a test environment. Also, our docs are not behind any paywall. Our docs are open. All of our code is open. If that is the way, if that's what you're interested in. But yeah, so if you're interested, you can set up Snowplow running locally. We now even have a way for you to run it on your laptop. You don't even need like servers, but you can run it locally, or you can run it on the cloud. You can spin up a BigQuery instance and send events from your laptop, from a website or a test script. And you can do all of that without needing to speak to us or contact us or pay anything. And you can look up all of our guides on our website for free.
Our docs are behind a password. So if you want to look at the docs, just ask me. We've had, I mean, it's like we've had, we decided to put it's a stupid password, but we put a password on because content from our blogs was winding up, like images from our blogs was winding up on our competitors' blogs. And so I was just like, I'm just going to stick, in fact.
Is the password Franklin?
It is not Franklin, and also for like, also I think it would give us some argument if some of our content was being consumed by some of the aggregators. It's not, so there's certain content that we don't want to just let people steal, but whatever, it's not a big deal. But that's really the reason. And if you wanted to take a look at our software, you could just let me know, but I don't know. It's like our software isn't for like everyone to use, so. Like my wife has a business, and I'm like, I don't know if Conductrics is right for your whiskey business. It's like, I don't know. So just let me know. We'll let you. We can give you an account if you want one.
I think it's quite hard when the onboarding phase is quite complicated. So it's very easy to talk about, I'll just put a bit of JavaScript on the website and we've got some stuff, and there's a lot of SaaS businesses where it is very self-service SaaS at the start, and we're more self-service enterprise SaaS at the end. So the setup process, we need to collect a lot of information and add that context. That's a terrible answer to the question, though, because a big part of it is we need to, and like honestly for us specifically, we need to do a better job at putting content out there, explaining what we do, how we do it, and what value it brings to the customers, because we haven't done a good job over the last 4 years since we started the company putting that content out there so people can actually understand better if it is the right content for them. But because the onboarding is so intense, it's fast but intense, we have to get a lot more information. So it's not something that we could just put onto a public website until we start building our own e-commerce store for shits and giggles. But we are fortunate, like some other companies, to have an e-commerce store that has a few $100,000 going through it every month as a test site.
30 seconds. Yeah, gosh.
15 for you.
Wasted 5 seconds already. So if you go to piano.io, you will discover we have a developer site where you can find everything about what data collection you can do, how you can analyze data, what reporting you have. You can self-service everything there. If you are really serious about actually experiencing, going deeper into just actually experiencing, Samia is sitting here. We can open a sandbox environment. Obviously, we need to make sure that data protection and all of that is agreed upon. But if you are interested in experiencing piano platform, the power of it, we have the team here who can. I'm not selling, but we're very transparent about it. But I would definitely recommend experiencing it, and I would love to hear your feedback on that from your data leaders today.
Go with the gong. Go with the gong. Gong now.
No. Oh. I mean, maybe give me 30 seconds because it's a little.
No, you got 30 seconds, mate.
30 seconds, and it's an announcement. I mean, just 1 hour ago, and that's the truth. We decided, 3 people from Jentis being here, that this year we will offer community access to Jentis for free. And the community access will be full featured, so no limitation on the features. It will be a limitation regarding volume, but this is, I mean, we are the 4th year here, and we're super happy with this community. We're super happy with every measure cam, so for us it makes totally sense to open the community access for everyone.
Now that was worth waiting for. That was a good.
Nice.
Now go.
Nice.
Now go. Okay. Woo! That was a gong. Guys, thank you all very, very much. Show more appreciation. Yes, thank you. Well played, well played.